Hey, what's up? Selamat siang semuanya, welcome back to the stream. Nama gue Kay, kalian bisa panggil gue Zelta. Dan hari ini kita bakal live lagi. Hari ini gue udah pakai baju yang ada benderanya ya. Ini gue udah ready banget nih ya. Kita full Indopride hari ini ya kan. Hari ini soalnya ada Kagendra versus Team Secret, sama ada RRQ versus LGD ya. Jadi gue juga sangat-sangat menunggu ya dua match itu. Semoga lancar, semoga fine-fine aja ya kan. Dan semoga kita bisa menang ya, Kagendra sama RRQ. Pokoknya dukung aja dulu ya, belum tahu bisa apa enggak, yang penting dukung aja dulu ya kan. Tapi karena belum mulai ya, masih ada kayak 20 menitan lagi. Jadi kita coba mabar-mabar deh ya, kalau misalnya ada yang mau mabar nih. Gue langsung udah siap room. Yuk, kalau misalnya ada yang mau mabar yuk gaskan. Dari siapa ya? Wah, Solo dulu nih kalau misalnya nggak ada yang mau mabar. Solo juga tidak masalah sih. Ini gue lagi mulai nabung-nabung hero ya, biar hero gue makin banyak. Kayak tadi gue baru beli alain sih lebih tepatnya. Baru beli alain. Jadi gue lagi ngelengkapin nih yang mana yang bisa gue isi. Karena farmlane gue bener-bener cuma sisa siapa ya, lupa gue. Farmlane cuma sisa ini Huangjong sama Erin. Roaming sisa Xiangyu. Tapi kan belum terlalu kepake tuh. Makanya sekarang gue mulai beli ini fighter atau mid lane ya kan. Lady Zen-nya sampai sekarang gue belum punya. Jadi nanti mungkin bakal gue beli. Semoga sampai tanggal 18 Juli hero gue lengkap. Masih ada satu tiap hari kan. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 18, 19, 20, 21. Ya sebenarnya masih agak banyak sih ya. Masih agak banyak dikit. Gak bisa kayaknya kalau sampai 18 Juli ya. Karena terlalu lama kalau sampai 18 Juli. Masih ada 18 hari lagi, tapi ya doain aja lah. Siapa tahu gue bisa dapat hero-hero yang bagus juga. Ya kan karena gue mau hero-hero yang bagus. BTW gue mau top up ya, cuman belum kesempatan. Jadi doain aja dulu dah. Gue mungkin nanti nunggu dikit ya top upnya ya. Nanti buat skin shoujo ini kan juga bagus nih. Skin shoujo ini bagus. Skin ini gue nggak tahu nih gue mau atau enggak. Soalnya kayaknya agak aneh ya. Nah habis itu yang lain-lain tuh gue mau beli nih. Jadi gue mau beli skin Lady Sun yang 1500 ini, ya kan, sama Dolia. Jadi dua itu jadi prioritas gue buat sekarang ya. Makanya ini gue lagi ngecek dulu nih. Kira-kira gue harus top up berapa kalau misalnya gue mau beli dua skin itu. Makanya kan. Dan beli dua skinnya di mana? Yang pasti di Ditusi lah ya. Ini di Ditusi nih, sebelah sini nih ya. Kalau misalnya kalian mau cek tuh. Jadi ada promo code-nya ya kan, Ditusi. Kalau misalnya kalian mau top up di situ murah banget. Dan juga ada promo code gua. Jadi kalau misalnya ada yang mau make boleh banget ya, langsung di sono. Oke, Diskon. Ini gua lagi ngecek dulu ya. Kira-kira yang mana yang bisa gua beli. Karena gue harus ngitung-ngitung dikit kan kalau udah kayak gini. Bentar. Berapa itu? Oke. Gila. Murah banget sih. 248. Oke. Oke. Kalau ini wih, berarti ini sih yang paling mantap sih. Boleh kayak beli itu ya. Boleh deh, berarti gue beli ini satu. Oke, ya kan. Ya, nih, kita top up sekarang. Oke. Tapi nggak tahu ya nyampainya kapan. Pokoknya top up aja dulu. Yang penting top up dulu. Habis itu yang penting mantap. Jadi ya udah, pokoknya gitulah ya. Doain aja bisa lancar. Bentar nih, chat gue lagi update nih. Tapi gue cuma perlu ngecek chat pribadi gue aja. Chat pribadi gue dengan diri gue sendiri ya, karena gue perlu copy paste UID kan. Ini kayak jadi ini kita copy paste UID. Gue pakainya begini. Kan? Di situ ini. Udah. Oke, let's go. Param pam pam param pam pam pam. Param pam pam pam. Oke, udah. Mantap sekali. Let's go, kita live nobar. Wih, udah ada yang like. Thank you guys, walaupun nggak nonton. Kita mabar dulu lah. Yuk, mari kita mabar dulu. Tapi kayaknya nggak ada yang mau mabar juga. Ini gue buka deh roomnya deh. Tuh 3861. Siapa yang mau mabar? Kalau nggak ada yang mau mabar, solo kita. Roomnya segitu. Masih 12 menit sih, masih cukup mestinya buat gua main atau ngapa-ngapain. Oke, dah. Karena tidak ada yang mau masuk ya, jadi udah kita gas aja. Kita main dulu. Nah, go. Sini sih belum ya. Oke, yuk kita mid lane. Gaskan. Main siapa ya? Kita lihat dulu deh. Kalau misalnya supportnya full CC, gue bisa main Kongming. Kangen gue main Kongming bro. Atau kita cobain Angela juga boleh sih. Kita cobain Angela apa guys? Cobain Angela boleh sih. Skin Angela ya, belum kepake skin Angela gue. Please band lam bro. Satu aja minimal dah, band lam dah. Yang lain apa aja deh, boleh. Jadi Zen. Oke, gue pakai ini aja deh. Wih, akhirnya pakai skin bagus ya. Untuk pertama kalinya. Kita coba skin. Kita skin dulu bang. Gue belum pernah pakai skinnya. Buset, dia pakai Shangguan Jungle. Makasih trollnya. Terima kasih atas trollnya bro. Let's go. Masih 8 menit ya, udah gak apa-apa lah. Buset, aku melawan semua Malaysia guys, gimana ini? Nggak ada tank lagi gua. Mantap gaming. Harus pakai Venomus gua. Kalau begini harus pakai Venomus kita.
Welcome to Honor of Kings. Create something incredible. Enemy minions will arrive in
Berarti
5
ini
seconds.
pakainya gimana ya? Kita pakai ini bener. Terus tuh nanti beli ini baru beli Venomus.
Party in the brush.
Ya, nanti pas beli itu baru kita beli Venomus.
I'll come running from the ends of the earth.
Venomus stuff.
Have my word. Quince for you and jade for me. Here's your quince. Where's my jade?
Aman aja. Ya dari merah.
Home is everywhere when you've got friends across the 4 seas.
Udah kelihatan. Oke, udah kelihatan Zilongnya di situ ya kan. Baru kita jam balik. Tapi enak sih, ini skinnya berasa lebih ringan. Nggak tahu kenapa, rasanya lebih ringan. Enemy missing,
Enemy missing.
mas di atas.
Copy that. Home is everywhere when you've got friends.
Gue udah bilang ya, awas di atas ya.
An ally has been slain.
Nih. Bisa. Keluar dulu, dia bisa dari kiri.
The conch bellow. I'll come running from the ends of the earth. You have my word.
Bisa.
An enemy has been slain.
Apa aja?
Enemy missing. An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain.
Tapi kalau di laut situ sih enak banget sih gua. Ini bang. Oke, yang pasti si Zilongnya mulai ngebuff lagi. Jadi kita nyantai aja dulu. Oke, ini udah. Sekarang kita beli void stuff. Yang bawah. Ya nggak bisa lah anjing. Ini apa? Coba ngultinya begitu anjing. Lihat.
Tower shields have been shattered. Catapults moving out. An ally has been slain. You have slain an enemy. With voyages and years, the treasure ship has returned.
Menyusahkan anjir. Udah menyusahkan, meresahkan lagi, Cuk.
The sea connects us all.
Tapi ini bikin dia jadi enak sih. Jujuran aja.
Ally has been slain.
Udah ada 3 orang di atas biarnya.
An enemy has been slain.
Gue nggak perlu naik ke atas. Yang gue perlu adalah clear mid. Itu yang gue perlukan sekarang.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Nice.
Courage and friendship are the greatest treasures of all.
Oke, mati Garonya udah pasti.
An
Oh, nice.
enemy has been slain.
Berarti abis ini gue ke bawah. Oke, pas. Lebih enak lagi.
Should the conch bellow,
Ya,
Turret has been destroyed.
kenapa nggak di clear creepnya, cok? Ya udahlah. Gue yang clear creepnya, nggak apa lumayan gue yang kaya. Not bad bro, gue kaya banget. Oke, ya udah.
everywhere when you
Baru kita pakai ini.
the four seas.
Jalan lagi ke atas.
Silk is worth the same as pearls, and porcelain can be traded for precious wood.
Oke, bisa kita warin sih sebenarnya. Kalau mau.
Enemy has been
Kayak gini.
Dream of homes far away.
Oke, nggak ada. Kalau nggak ada, haho doang soal kita.
Ditusi port.
Sini deh, gue bantuin.
retreat.
Mati kan dia.
Ally has been slain. TTWP. TTWP. Your team has destroyed a turret.
Oke, 3 orang di bawah.
Wow. You're
Gue dapet tower lagi, not bad.
Hats off to you. TTWP. Wow. You're merciless. TTW. Wow. You're merciless. Has been slain.
Gue nggak ngerti dia ngapain, cok.
Assemble. TTWP.
Oke, nice.
Silk is worth the same as
Your
pearls,
turret has been destroyed.
traded for precious wood.
Jalan lagi ke tengah.
Wow. You're
Kita lihat belakang kan, bener kan?
You have been slain.
Udah bener. Udah tahu gua. Pasti ada di situ dia. Oh gitu, main dulu. Yoi, main dulu kita.
An ally has been slain. Wow. You're merciless.
Gue kayak udah tahu gitu, bro.
Protect your allies.
Pasti ada di situ dia.
An enemy has been slain. Protect your allies. Ukyo Tachibana.
Lulled to sleep by
An ally has been slain.
far away.
Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Oke, kalau nggak ada udah aman. Kalau nggak ada udah aman.
Should the conch bellow, all come running to the edge of the earth.
Ah, biji.
Been slain. An ally has been slain.
Sumpah lucu banget anjing.
has destroyed a turret.
The Overlord and Tyrant have been enhanced. Cannons moving out.
An ally has been slain. The turret has been destroyed.
Makasih banget sih.
Your team
Anjing.
has destroyed a turret. Your turret has been destroyed.
Gila. RZ GWS, Shangguan Jungle anjing.
Bellow, all come running from the ends of the earth. You have my word.
Buka.
After countless voyages and years, the treasure ship has returned.
You have slain an enemy.
Nice.
An enemy has been slain. Enemy killing spree.
You have
An ally has been slain. Shut down.
You're merciless.
Sabar, ini belum bisa di-call dulu, guys.
silk is worth the same as pearls, and porcelain can be traded for precious wood.
Dah, baru. Oke, let's go.
Courage and friendship are the greatest treasures of all. May the seas from the roaring waves and gales. Home is everywhere when you've got friends across the four seas.
Gila, Ladizen begitu ya udah setengah darah gua anjing.
Our high ground tower
Baru begitu doang udah
is
setengah darah
under
gua.
attack.
Gila.
My word.
Zilongnya.
The sea connects us all.
The turret has been destroyed. An enemy has been slain.
Nice.
You have slain
Masih.
an enemy.
Masih ketembak ya proyektil gua. Masih aman.
Ultimate not ready yet.
Masalahnya adalah Shangguan Jungle tuh nggak guna anjing.
All come running from the ends of the earth. You have my word.
Savan Strength bisa sih gua. Bikin Savan Strength terus Void Staff. Habis itu baru kita gas.
The four seas.
Assemble. Assemble.
Savan Strength, Void Staff dulu.
Lulled to sleep by moonlit waves. Sailors dream of homes far away.
Oke. Nah, ini 55-nya di bawah ya?
Our high ground tower is under attack.
Silk is worth the same as pearl.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Our high ground tower is under
Your
attack.
turret has been destroyed.
For Lingjo.
Ultimate not ready yet.
May the sea spirits protect us.
Susah sih emang main kalau sama orang Indo. Idiot. Tapi kayaknya nggak pernah mau bener anjing.
Lulled to sleep by moonlit waves. Sailors dream of homes far away.
Oke. Berarti ini udah mulai bisa gue jual.
Enemy triple kill.
Anjing,
An
anjing.
enemy has been slain.
Courage and
Berat,
friendship
berat.
are the greatest treasures of all.
Our high ground tower is under attack.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Our crystal is under attack. High ground tower is under attack.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Nice.
The sea connects us all. That treasure's mine. Yoo-hoo! Come and go with the wind.
Gue butuh splendor.
Should the conch bellow, I'll come running from the ends of the earth.
Oh, udah ban pick, udah ban pick guys. Mainnya dilepas, mainnya TS dilepas. Sunbin.
An enemy has been slain.
And porcelain can be traded for precious wood.
An ally has been slain.
Oke, kita loop dulu lagunya.
Our crystal is under attack.
Draftnya Masya Allah.
Come running from the ends
Bukan lagi boys.
of my word.
Namanya juga orang-orang idiot mau gimana. Tandanya nicknya RZ gitu kan. Lihat aja nicknya. Nih nge-push gak bisa, apapun gak bisa ya kan.
Friends across the four seas.
Ukyo-nya masih full damage, mantap. Ini kalau nggak ada yang push maju atas kita nggak bisa war tempest nih.
Same as pearls. And porcelain can be traded for precious wood. Lulled to sleep by moonlit waves. Sailors dream of homes far away.
bisa.
Killing spree. Enemy rampage.
Our crystal is
Enemy
under
has
attack.
been slain. An ally has been slain. Your team has destroyed a turret. Rampage. Enemy unstoppable. Double kill.
Mati garonya.
Shut down. Fabulous.
After
Ente,
countless
Bang.
voyages and years, the treasure ship has returned. Silk is worth the same as pearls, and porcelain can be traded for precious wood.
Charge!
Courage and friendship are the greatest treasures of all.
An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain.
Udah ente.
Look east to Wassup.
Assemble!
Sailors
Shut down. Double kill.
Our crystal is under attack. Assemble!
Ente. Tinggal report aja, Shanggwannya nggak susah.
Defeat.
keep records and create paintings.
Jangan susah-susah amat, report aja nih Shanggwannya tolol anjing.
Hey!
Pantesan main Shanggwan jungle-nya dari gold anjing. Gaming. Wih. Mantap, 10.000 Starstone. Gaming. Ente bingits. Semua gimana ya? Tadi si itunya mati duluan. Si Garonya mati duluan. Itu yang bikin sulit, bro. Tadi kalau Garonya nggak mati duluan kita bisa menang. Udah. Yo, geser ke match, geser ke match. Yes, geser ke match. Langsung aja lah udah, nggak usah pakai lama.
Great, but still, we saw that Hu Huan was not able to be taken down, so that was a great navigation by Wiro on the side of Kagendra. But that's all well and good when you start to see your tier 2 turret looking to fall here in
Gila.
that mid lane, and if any lane is
Nggak gue
very
perhatiin
important,
begini,
we know
anjir.
that mid lane is crucial. Lady Chen trying to get some frozen onto enemies on the side of Team Secret, but nothing is getting procced there. Not enough hits to land that frozen on the side of Kagendra.
Apakah kita masih terlalu jauh, guys, buat di Malaysia?
Open, which means that the vision is going to be obscured for the side of KAGE, right? Which opens up the doors for pretty much big ganks coming in from the side of Team Secret, and we already have seen the burst coming in, so we have to be very careful about the positioning. He still comes in,
Gila, sakit banget.
actually gets it done.
Has destroyed a tower.
Yeah, I think that the enemy team, I think Kagendra have probably spent more time up in the air than they have their feet planted on the gorge right now, kid. It seems like they like to be flying around on the gorge, and to be honest, we see that Team Secret have picked the right team comp here, because with the likes of the Sunbin aiding the...
Tapi ini Mai juga, ya namanya Mai mau gimana ya? Namanya Mai di turnamen kompetitif internasional mau gimana ya?
Just playing into Team Secret's MO. They are so aggressive, and having this Sunbin is just enhancing that aggression to tenfold.
Yep, and you know what? The scary thing is, at this point, there's just the Doomsday along with the Sparkforge Dagger onto the Tyrion here, right? So Sun, he hasn't...
Gila tuh, lu lihat follow-up-nya.
yet.
Yeah, DRNG is still waiting to be activated, to be deadly, to be a force to be reckoned with all on his own. I mean, we saw it time and time again yesterday. He was able to melt down so many of the enemy heroes whenever DRNG was picked onto the gorge. No matter the team, that marksman just seemed to have flawless amounts of damage. And obviously with his second skill being able to cleanse, if your enemy team has a high CC, this guy can get out of the slipperiest situations, and then also be able to use a stun of himself. Not many times do you see a hero having a stun, but then also having cleanse.
I just want to mention something about Loom. If you take a look at his itemization, instead of completing the Scepter Reverberation, it looks like he's going for the Savant's Wrath, which is kind of greedy, but at this point you can't blame him, right? 6-0 up there, about 8,000 gold ahead, and it's at the 8.5 minute mark, right? So Kage, obviously they're struggling quite a lot, but Team Secret,
Yay,
it looks like
bikinnya langsung inside tabletop gitu. Itu pertama.
Yeah, they're no. Well, to be honest, I can't really even say they're overstepping, because they aren't losing much in terms of this overstepping, this over-aggressive playstyle that they're going for here. Because if they were, they would have a few deaths on the board, but they're still on the no-death run right now. Team Secret show no signs of falling anytime soon, and the fact that they are behind almost 9k gold towards Kagendra that's a lot of items. That's a lot of utility towards your team, damage, defense, whatever it
Tapi ini
may
early-nya
be, it's on the
gila
side
sih.
of Team
Berarti
Secret
ya kalau
right now.
kalau sampai begini bedanya sih.
Yep, I mean,
Tadi kita nggak lihat early-nya lagi.
day, right, for Team Secret. And at this point, maybe let's give a little bit of a breakdown of why it's so difficult for Kage to recover. Because if you take a look at the rotations, Lung is always in the front lines alone, and as a lady turn, right? Even if you throw your destructive deluge, it's not gonna work out that much, because you're gonna be wasting it on just one singular person. So at this point, Kage, they're kind of like nullified, because there's no open options to initiate any fights at all.
Yeah, and you can kind of feel that the reason why Team Secret, even though we know them to be aggressive as well, the fact that they have Lady Sun on the side of Kagendra, that's not a hero you want to be waiting to activate, because if she starts to ball and get that damage, get that gold, you could just be writing your own demise if you were Team Secret. But they know that the fact that that Lady Sun was being picked up, they had to do things quick, they had to do things aggressively, and just like that, they take the Shadow Tyrant, so not messing around, they have four.
Tapi high groundnya bagus sih ya. High groundnya masih oke lah KG ini.
Side of Kagendra right now, and they're looking not to stop there. They're looking to pick up their fifth jungle objective.
Tapi ini masalahnya adalah Team Secret tuh nggak expired. Dari early sampai late nggak bakal expired ini mereka hero-heronya.
From Team Secret.
Gimana ini?
Bear in mind they do have the primal bond, so the fact that they're taking it so fast is kind of crazy at this point. But with a goal lead of 10,000 gold at this point, yeah, I think it makes sense, right? Right now, I think for KAGE it's really about damage limitation. How long can they buy? Can they buy another 11 minutes of gameplay time so that the Tempest Dragon comes out?
Oke,
At that point,
TNX-nya udah masuk.
to be able to go up
Langsung.
against TNX.
Oh.
Dia coba di ulti, tapi masih ketebelan. Lihat, langsung ditarget lagi Lady Sun-nya.
We obviously saw Lady Shen's come through. We've seen a big engage here from the Tsar, but then we have Mai.
Charlotte-nya bro. Charlotte-nya bro.
Down goes Lady Shen as well.
Gila itu Charlotte.
We see that Zhongfei has gone down. There is a Shadow Vanguard at your
Gimana
crystal,
caranya Charlotte
at
bisa
your
bergerak
macro
seperti
sprint
itu,
in the
guys?
mid lane. I think this is game one rhythm, baby. It is over. Team
Boleh kali
Secret
itu diajarin itu gimana caranya Charlotte bermain seperti itu, guys.
Game one.
Anjing, lihat gak tadi gerakan Charlotte ya?
Very clinical finish, but
Gak logis, Cok.
just pulling the trigger.
Kenceng banget itu gerakan Charlotte, Cok.
You can see the KAGE
Tadi gerakan Charlotte bisa ke depan,
it is
ke bawah, ke atas.
fight against
Habis itu masuk lagi. Wah, gila cepet banget itu.
Team Secret. If you thought
GG Gaming.
yesterday, you know, I'm
Seperti ada flashback mimpi buruk pada waktu itu ya. Gila.
Malaysia so
Sangat
far
menyeramkan, bro.
in season 2. What a performance by the boys here.
Mantap Gaming, udah 1-0. Oke. Mana nih King KG kelima KG kita gimana nih ya ceritanya ya? Masih agak bingung juga nih kalau kayak gini nih ya. Semoga bisa. Harapan gue cuma gini doang ya. Buat Indo tuh harapan gue cuma gini doang. Harapan gue adalah cuma bisa setidaknya ada 1 poin sekarang karena dua-duanya lawan Malaysia hari ini. RRQ sama KGD hari ini dua-duanya lawan Malaysia. Satu lawan tim Secret, satu lagi lawan LGD. Gue cuma berharap setidaknya 1 poin aja kalau mereka bisa dapat. Mari kita berdoa yang banyak aja lah ya.
TNX was a level ahead of his competitor. It was a really hard fight to have at that point. And more importantly, I want to mention, I think it's pretty clear who the MVP of this game is, at least for me. And that is going to be Lung itself. Lung with the Mai Shiranui, very good job
Emang
getting the burst in the
Mai
mid lane.
nggak boleh
Not
dilepas
only
sih.
clearing the
Jujur
lane,
Mai
we
nggak
know
boleh
that
dilepas sih,
Mai's,
bro.
wave clear ability is not as high in the early stages of the game.
Tolong jangan lepas Mai, bro.
Patience that he made, my goodness, what a
Bahaya
good play.
banget.
Getting on the farm lane and then following up to go to the clash lane. I mean, he was all.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, Mai doesn't have the most perfect wave clear within that mid lane, but I feel like it was kind of like a fake it till you make it part, because the amount that she was being able to just be traversing the map, roaming up into the clash lane, helping out Charlotte, they just seemed to be such aggression. The fact that she was able to sort of like tap into the gold into the clash lane, but then obviously rotate back around, help her mid lane, get their first blood in game one as well. It's obviously all just going to accumulate. So even though she doesn't have the fastest wave clear, there's many factors that enabled that mid lane to still stay strong even in her absence.
Yeah, it's really just you know, focusing on your strengths rather than your weakness itself. Let's take a look at the stats of the game itself. First game, of course, going over to Team Secret. At this point, I want to take a look at Lung's items. So he did craft with the reverberation as well. And looking at it, it would have been either the Twilight Stream or the Void Star for the additional magic penetration as well. Now, I want to point you to
to do something.
the side of Lady Sun on the side of Kage 0-0.
What thing?
Actually did
Come on,
well
man.
himself with the
Kalau something mah semua orang juga tahu.
blade. But at this point,
Yang Indo ada nggak sih, Jel?
there
Maksudnya yang
wasn't
Indo
enough
apa?
resources to defend
Perfect why Yuhan Jungle. Yuhan Jungle is actually
lane,
good.
because if you take a look at Muffers itself,
Yuhan Jungle is actually
complete
pickable.
the full version of Dawnlight, and that was a bit unfortunate. He did get the redemption, so there was a
That
little
actually
bit
is
of
pickable.
armor provided for the team. But at this point, when you're going up against Lung, who is so far ahead, 8,000 gold, close to double the net worth of Muffers, it's really hard to protect the important people in your team.
Yeah, I feel like with Kagendra as well, the fact that they had the Zhongfei was a little bit like normally that is
Ini
the
live stream-nya
hero
ya?
that's
Apaan live
like
stream-nya?
is
Kenapa?
able to sort of like get you back back on the
Kenapa live
saddle
stream-nya?
because again with the unbridled rage, the
Gua ngambil
amount of
bahasa
health,
Inggris,
the
bukan
so
bahasa
much
Indo.
shield that you could have is normally something that's hard to cut through. But again, with the true damage onto the side of Team Secret, it was very difficult for them to actually even try and get that shield procced. But here you can see the damage coming through from the Mai. So again, 83k. You had
Gila, Jero damage-nya cuma 33 anjir.
having an easy game there.
Cuma 33.000 kalah sama Sun Binet, cok. Itu 0-0 anjing.
Farm lane, so again, Sun was having a
Kalah sama Charlotte nih, cok. Charlotte-nya 62.000
is our focal point, and it was definitely made clear in that game one that Mai was the
Anjir, cakep gambarnya. Gue liat yang Bino jelek banget. Gue ngambil yang stream bahasa Inggris.
was being attended to. She had a lot.
Sebenarnya streamnya sama aja sih. Streamnya tuh nggak ada beda tau guys.
With the jungle as well, so you don't normally see that.
Streamnya tuh nggak ada beda. Streamnya tuh nggak ada beda.
Jungle and then maybe
Mungkin yang beda cuma
the mid lane there.
penglihatan kalian aja kayaknya sih kalau feeling gue sih ya.
Interesting that you say that, right? Because Sun actually had a lot of freedom as well. If you take a look at
Karena nggak ada beda itu dua-duanya.
Pakai did get one Shadow Overlord, according to this. No, I think it should be the reverse, right? Oh, no. It is, Team Secret that got the Shadow Tyrant as well as the Shadow Overlord. So at this point, it's really hard for Kage to kind of recover because you can see it really is a rise in the graph, and that speaks volumes about how Team Secret was playing. With the lead that Lung addressed and got for himself, it trickled down into the rest of the teammates as well as TNX. And more importantly, the T-Rentier, like you mentioned, had a lot of freedom around the map. And this is the really small decisions in the team fights that made
Beli hero lagi ya.
difference. Because I like the fact
Beli
that
apa
you
ya?
mentioned about the Zhangfei, right? Because at this point, whenever Nerta TNX use their bind,
Beli Hwangjong gak sih? Belajar main Hwangjong guys. Hwangjong OP anjir. Kalau bisa makainya Hwangjong OP cuk.
Yep, and there you go. You called it right from the
Beli Sunce.
the way the match ended.
Beli Sunce juga menarik sih.
That Lung is gonna definitely get that MVP.
Tapi kayaknya akan beli Hwangjong deh.
Getting that 83k damage dealt, the damage taken didn't seem anywhere
Gue beli
near
Hwangjong dulu.
compared to the damage dealt. And obviously gold was the third highest gold within his
mantap.
team, and then ending the game on 306.
Siapa nih?
Again, this is a hero that you don't need all those kills on, but the most important thing is the fact that the less you die, the more effort you are able to have in these games. But look at these replays, just from the word first blood on that board. It was just pretty much written in the stars, it seemed, for TS Lung just to be able to be such a force to be reckoned with in that game one against Kagendra.
And you can see, right, there's always pressure on towards the backline. 0-0 is always out of it because of the bind from TNX, which allowed Lung to really have the freedom and time to aim. And I want to mention the support Ihan did so well for himself. We noticed the last part of the game later on. I'm pretty sure it was short, but his time lapse was so on point. It caused so
voucher gue udah
much
masuk.
tension. There was no other way for Kage to come in and get the fight as well. And you can see
Guys, voucher gue udah masuk guys.
of 0-0, the game's over, and here he comes. That is the time lapse that made things horrendous on the side of Kage. And
Waktunya kita
it's just having the time for his
ngitung.
life. Slowly but surely,
3.000
last skill shot itself.
3.036.
So Lung, of course, very
Yes.
deserving of the MVP.
3.036.
Absolutely, Lung there, just absolutely shining
Cukup
on
gue ya.
that Mai. It makes me think that Mai is going to be one of those highly
Coba.
banned heroes of today after seeing that performance in game
Oh ya gue lupa kalau stream itu 144. Lu aja berarti yang kurang 1080 cok. Masuk dari top up lah. Master Project kagak ada cok.
Games, I think it was very early on in the
Dari
day.
top up.
It was game 1 on JR.
Tadi gue top up
of,
barusan.
LGD, and
Coba.
again, it was banned very much throughout the rest of the
masih
day.
banyak.
But speaking of heroes, obviously,
masih banyak ya
Yao will
udah.
be released on the 2nd of July. This is the new hero, the Shining Star,
Diam,
a
diam.
new jungler for those jungle mains out there watching.
Diam, kamu tidak usah berisik. Udah kita beli aja. Let's go. Oke, mantap.
Victory?
Oke, lumayan. Skin Mozi, bro. Ya, skin Mozi. Ya, alhamdulillah dapat apa lagi kita? Nah, itu dong. Lumayan. Ini mah yang mana aja, Cuk? Ini aja deh, gue minta diamond aja deh. Name change or hero fragment? Hero fragment lah. Ini ada apa lagi nih? Hardfat deluxe pack. Karena fragment, underpass coin, underpass XP. Underpass coin dong. Nah, ini apa? Avatar frame selection pack. Yang goyang-goyang nggak ada, guys. Ya udah ini aja. Ya, ada apa lagi nih? Epic skin selection udah. Ini gue punya 800. Limited teman gue 800. Kejadian nih, alhamdulillah ya guys ya. Hello Kitty Treasure, oke. Buka aja deh. Udah. Apa lagi kita? 800 coy, limited time tokennya mantap banget gak sih? Oke. Terus skin di Renje, not bad. Beli 6. Ada apa lagi? Patar event. Udah kan? Bener. Mantap. Berarti gue punya 900 sekian limited token. Nih. 914 limited token. Mantap. Anjing. Let's go, buang duit. Tuhnya gak sih buang duit, guys? Skin Soye epic, ya kan? Oh, ini dia. Ya, sama.
The beast within me has awoken.
Nggak mau. Nggak mau guys, nggak mau. Yang lain aja boleh gak? Skin Musashi nggak usah. Gue kemarin udah dapat Oni. Gue udah dapat Oni Musashi. Gue udah master aja, cuma mau ngasih tahu ya udah. Makan guys, selamat makan. Beli skin lunar ya, iya gue mau beli skin lunar. Mau beli skinnya Dolia sama Lady Sun. Dolia sama Lady Sun nih, sebelah-sebelahan lagi mereka. Tapi lagi bingung yang lain nih. Yang lain kita beli skin apa, guys? Gue punya banyak banget nih skin ini nih, skin limited. Saya bingung coy, beli skin limit, beli skin yang mana? Beli skin Alessio apa nih? Beli skin ini nih.
Well done, young one. But guess what? Now it's my turn.
Atau beli skin ini nih, Sunce yang ini nih.
Some people want to change the world, while others seek to protect it.
Tapi nggak keren, kerenan yang naik naga. Kerenan yang ini, cuman yang ini harus beli pakai voucher langsung, nggak bisa pakai voucher limited. Deh, karena udah ini gue beli ini dulu. Duh, beli Lady Sun dulu apa Dolia dulu guys. Soalnya kalau nggak salah voucher 170 diskon gue cuma ada satu. Mana tuh ya? Bentar. Kita cari. Mana itu voucher diskon gua? Iya guys, voucher 170 cuma ada satu. Harusnya 120. Tapi sama aja sih harganya sih jatuhnya. Cakap skin Lambo. Bolt Hunter, kayaknya Bolt Hunter gue udah punya deh. Udah game 2 anjing. Sorry. Game 2 dulu.
And that would be a great way to counter the Chao.
Ntar lagi yang lain.
Get some health, buddy. Too bad. I've just kicked you out of your teleport, and now you're stuck with us. You're stuck with the boys.
Mainnya jadi di pick. Oke, Maidun. Direnjanya di pick sama 0-0. Oke. Movers masih main Zhang Fei. Masa pick kalahin.
KASIH really do play in this game too. Again, I don't think we'll start
Tapi dia nge-pick Fuzida Chiao.
From Team Secret this time around. I feel like it'll be a little bit more of a based level up to 4-minute mark, but then we'll probably start to see the likes of the Chao and the Futsu to go through and try and knock these turrets down very quickly. As soon as those shields go off those turrets, I feel like that's when KASIH
Fuzida Chiao.
Well, they're gonna start it here. We Raw gonna try and get a little bit of damage now. Not really gonna work out for them at this point. So at this point, you know, KNX is not that huge burst monster that we're expecting out of the
Oh enggak deh, gue nggak punya skin lam yang itu. Gue nggak punya skin apapun dari lam.
For Team Secret because if they don't, they're gonna.
Tapi bisa nge-pick sih kalau gue mau. Dari inventory, iya. Dari inventory. Dari box bisa nge-pick gue. Yep, bisa nge-pick gue. Epic skin selection pack.
Yeah, it's definitely not a.
Jarang-jarang ngapain buang ulti ya anjing tadi. Kan kagak ada orang, ngapain dia Imperial Order, Cok. Nah, Senko cabut.
And I don't think underestimating is anything that these teams can really afford. We see a bit of an engage there from my.
Gila gua kalau bukan nobar kayak kagak ada yang mau nonton gitu ya, sedih banget gua. Anjir. Trot. Gila ini long mikro sih jago sih. Seorang long ini mikronya jago sih. Dan kok kalah anjir mikronya melong. Long jago banget, Cok. Nih lagi nih.
Prize for Senko as well in the mid lane. The three members of the Team Secret, they're waiting, fishing for the target as well. Quite a ridiculous wave clear, to be honest, because you have Loong as well as Yuhan. One of the things that I think a lot of people underestimate about the Ta Chao is the wave clear ability, right? And that's something that I think you will be very sorry if you're gonna underestimate the.
Gua aja masih manggilnya Da Chao ya. Ini di sini manggilnya Ta Chao aja.
Oh, knock up. We do see an early game kill.
Kayak udah balik. Nggak bisa ngapa-ngapain. Anjay bro, itu top up 12.000 token itu skinnya movers bro. Mahal banget itu skinnya. Top up masih 12.000 token baru dapat skin itu. Anjay. Akhirnya dibalas balik, tapi derjanya cabut. Nah soalnya nih. Ayo. Lari terus. Nah, bingung nggak?
We saw that KASIH was able to take down the Derenji, and we already seen a cop chase here onto the.
2 kali udah nggak ada skillnya. Oke, nice.
Yuan be able to survive. No, he falls to Senko once again.
Goldnya lu lihat ya, goldnya masih lebih gila anjing ini orang-orang. Gara-gara dapet 1 tower. Ente. Skin mahal 12.000 voucher itu skinnya movers itu Zhang Fei-nya. Tapi kayaknya nggak seganteng yang itu ya, nggak seganteng yang mask spirit itu yang kemarin itu. Jadi kalau yang itu ada gue mau gacha itu. Oke, mereka ada swap, Fuzinya ke atas, Direnji masih di bawah.
as well.
Buset.
So much for soaking up damage.
Di buy one anjir sama Mayan. Oke.
Almost getting caught out here by the
Viralnya hilang, Hase hilang, Senkonya aduh. Gila ini rugi banget sih. Ini rugi banget sumpah. Dapat 3 hero 2 tower, bro. Tukernya sama 1. Sama 1 tower doang. Oh enggak. Masih nggak dapat yang bawah ya. Yang atas ya. Oke lah.
Yeah, but you know, it's all in a day's work, right, son? Right now, he's just looking for a couple of
Like dulu,
things. Yeah, he's gonna head back home first, and that's gonna be a wasted effort because the Sea of Fate is gonna be there for the.
Tapi sampingnya masih ada Swan lagi. Gila bro, lihat menitnya bro, ini belum 6 menit bro, udah begini bro. Itu mikronya panjang, maksudnya mikronya panjang tuh gimana? Bro ini belum 6 menit bro, Agendra. Padahal udah Indopride woi. Udah Indopride ini gue udah pakai baju yang ada Indonya ini udah ada benderanya ini di tangan gue ini. Kenapa hari ini bro? Nah, langsung kena Sage Might. Sonnya gebuk lagi, udah whirlpoolnya keluar. 4 orang langsung di situ, 5 orang bro. Fight 5 tapi Hansa mati duluan. Oke, bye. Dan kok bisa matiin Tian, Zero bisa matiin Son. Sisanya nggak ada. 2 tuker 2-nya pun tidak worth it guys. Karena apa? Creepnya masih ke-push ke arahnya Kagendra. Tapi oke lah. Dan kok sama Zero-nya dapat kill ya. Ini masih ada harapan untuk jadi lebih kaya sedikit. Ini soalnya KG juga mau dibilang super late juga nggak bisa cok. Mereka juga komponya bukan kompo yang super late, komponya agak seimbang lah. Di range soalnya nggak bisa dibilang late amat. But you know, right now they have IQ and not going to be able to catch her because of her whatever and her get series as well. Right now, it's really about buying time for the team because if you take a look at the itemization by the side of Kage, they are pretty close to some of the core items that are necessary. Tapi Lady Zen kalau udah Lady Zen ya, kalau udah dapat scaling yang ngeselin banget sih, kayak tadi tuh. Kayak skillnya tuh kelihatannya kayak B aja, tapi ternyata udah setengah darah aja loh. From the Futsu and then obviously Lady Chen's ultimate coming through to just finish off the lane later on in that engage, but there we go. Lady Chen was right at the back of that. Lady Chen Dachao. Masa ngomongnya Dachao sih bukan Dachao anjir. Gue ngomong Dachao bro. Lane and Durenji here almost getting caught onto the red side of the jungle. Red buff side of the jungle. Yeah. I mean, TNX is a menace at this point. Kalau Dachao tuh kayak terlalu snowfall slash. And you know, getting the crimson gold up there as well. And right now, Sun and Yuhan doing what they like to do yesterday. Here we go, Sea of Fate gonna be pushed out. Oh yes. Ya, nggak bisa pulang. Tapi langsung keluar purify-nya ya. Kabur dulu. Kabur dulu guys, kabur dulu guys. Nah, tengahnya nggak bisa. Dibiarin. Ya, beta sasetnya dijuk anjir sama skill satunya Lady Zen. Ngebait berapa player itu lu bayangin? Ngebait 4 player bro, 2 kali begitu. 2 kali Ocean of Tears begitu. Bye Wirau, 2-0, 9 menit. Aduh bro, 9 menit bro, dibait bro, jebaited bro melong, aduh. Ente, jebaited. Kamera pengen tuh follow. Ente bet guys, fightnya. Jebaited sama Lady Zen bro. Gimana nih? Yes, they are definitely creme de la creme currently in their. Dari dulu punya klip masih jalan. They beaten. Gimana nih bro? Cyrus yesterday quite. I'd say Cyrus put more of a fight up than we saw that Kagendra did. Or this clearly may just be that Team Secret had a little bit more sleep. Biasain orang-orang Indo kalau misalnya abis fight, abis match begini berdiri, jangan duduk. Lu pada kalah pula ya kan? Itu manner ya, itu basic manner. Mau menang mau kalah berdiri bro. Oke. I'm scared.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen.
Jujur ngikadal pasti gara-gara ngikadal lah.
Congratulations.
Kagak ada urusannya sama nervous kalau udah kebiasa di panggung internasional mah santai aja, Bro.
To advance to the
Tidak
knockout
mungkin.
stage and the first Malaysia team to qualify in the esports World Cup later on, which is going to be in Riyadh. Give up to the son of Team Secret. Congratulations.
Thank you.
I think I need the mic. Pass the mic. I give it to your big boss.
Untuk
Ya, jauh mic tu boleh. Okay. With me, we start with Malaya hari ni.
Yes, boleh,
Okay. Joining me here today is going to be Calvin Pang,
Ya,
the
9 menit
manager
tapi.
for Team Secret, country manager for
9
Team
menit sih gue nggak kebayang sih ya, karena mereka udah sangat biasa ya di Indo jadi juara Kak Gendra.
To the knockout stage and
Di
will
KIS
advance to
9
the
menit.
Esports World Cup later on, and even the first Malaysian team to advance there. How do you feel as a country manager of Team Secret? Awak ni tim pertama daripada Malaysia untuk pergi ke Riyadh kemudian untuk
9
Esports World
menit,
Cup.
9 menit.
Malaysia yang pertama untuk masuk ke knockout stage untuk season 2 kali ini. Sebagai country
Notif NT, serius game kedua tuh.
First of all, kami nak ucapkan thank you to everyone.
Coba ya, far dari Benpick, far. Gue far dulu guys.
Kind of just
Soalnya tadi Benpicknya nggak dapet ya. Bandnya Arli Luna, oke. Heno Dolia, oke. Pikir langsung Mai pertama, kedua Alain, ketiga Zhang Fei. Dacia Fuzi langsung Lady Zen. Tapi ini Long jago banget sih, anjing. Long jago banget, cok. Order makan, Jel? Boleh. Nanti kita order makan. Lu kenapa sih kayak fetishnya ngeliat gua makan apa di stream, anjing? Habis itu lanjutnya langsung band Marco Polo, pinter. Pinter sih, bandnya Marco Polo tuh pinter, bro. Band Marco Polo dari Kak Gendra masih band Pei sama Jing. Habis itu band Kaiser. Padahal Kaiser lawan Ladies juga kagak ini ya, kagak nahan anjir.
Yep, exactly. I mean, I like the way that Team Secret has dropped it. Time to. That's a lot.
Ini tuh kalau dibilang kalah Benpick tuh kagak, Cok. Bukan kalah Benpick ini, kalah sama Long anjir. Long jago banget, Cok.
Down for Team Secret.
Gila, Long 2 game
They're gonna fall
gendong-gendong gitu gimana caranya, bro?
yesterday. Similarly, you know, in the
Gaming. Bener-bener cuma kalah di fight terakhir doang itu.
After a lane later on in that engage, but there we go. Maicher and I was right at the back of that whole
Nih ya,
team
kita buka lagi Far.
as well. But there we go, Elaine and Derenji here, almost getting caught onto the red side of the jungle. Well, red buff side of the jungle.
Bentar, lihat dulu.
10x is a menace at this point.
Cek dulu. Nah, ini kalah di sini doang nih.
And you know, getting the
Kalah di fight ini doang nih.
up there as well. And right now,
Jujur-jujuran gaming kalah di fight ini doang.
Yesterday, here we go. Siap gonna be pushed out. Oh yes, they actually pushed him out.
Yep, that's exactly what I
Gila,
did say.
Sonnya ini ya. Pengalihan isu lagi nih. Kalah di sini doang nih. Kalah di fight ini doang nih.
Function of kicking people out of that teleport. You are not safe when Maisha Renoi is around. And Senko actually doing really well on this.
Longnya, lihat gak sih Longnya sengaja banget maju, bro. Lu lihat nih. Nih ya, lihat Longnya. TS Long, lihat TS Long doang. Dia udah ngeluarin ulti ya, Destructive Deluge udah keluar.
Not safe.
Tapi dia belum ngeluarin Ocean of Tears.
When Maisha Renoi is around. And Senko actually doing really well
Keluarin
on this hero.
Trot, Dead and Sunset-nya udah keluar. Dia sendiri di situ lawan 5 orang. 5 orang KG-nya masuk. 5 orang KG-nya masuk, lu lihat itu Wirau, Jero, Senko di belakang ya. Habis itu si moversnya di tengah situ nggak punya rage. Ini sekarang problemnya. Mereka dipaksa war dan Longnya narik anak-anak KG di saat moversnya nggak punya rage. Data sasetnya keluar. Dikira bisa mati. Ternyata inilah OP-nya Lady Zen. Ini OP-nya. Cek dulu lah. Untargetable sekali. Langsung flash. Coba buat di Sea of Fate balik ya. Udah didorong. Tian X udah masuk. Bingung gak tuh? Tripnya masuk itu split push. Mereka 3 lawan 5. 3 lawan 5, bro. Di situasi ini. Bingung tuh. Bingung kan anak KG di sini kepisah semua. Mikronya long panjang. Lu kadang-kadang lu emang minta gue pukul ya kalau anjing. Mikronya long panjang hari-hari. Nah, ribut. Ini Han sudah nggak punya apa-apa, bro. Mau nggak mau itu 3 lawan 5. No. Ini 3 lawan 5 pun udah nggak bisa ngelawan. Extended fight. Senko-nya uppercut flash lagi. Mystic. Mainnya lihat langsung main dari belakang, bro. Longnya masih hidup. Ya Allah. Gimana ceritanya anjing? Longnya hidup. Flash. Flash masuk ke belakang. Tian X-nya gila. 1 lawan 5 Tian X-nya nih. Situasinya 1 lawan 5. Ini review bisa lu pakai. Ini review bisa lu pakai bocor sih. Nggak usah. Kalau misalnya nonton dapat ilmu, yang nggak nonton nggak usah dapat ilmu, nggak apa-apa. Bisa dapat ilmu dari tempat lain ya, masih banyak kok. 1 lawan 5, oke. Langsung dijebrek lagi. Senko udah kepalang tanggung ya. Karena level bro. Tian X level 13, kagak sakit dia perkat Senko. Bahkan longnya 1 level di atas Senko. Mereka tuh bingung. Mereka mau, soalnya creep atas tuh masuk, creep bawah tuh di split push. Terus mereka paksa fight yang 3 lawan 5. Nah, ternyata dari belakang udah ada Swan. Senko-nya pulang. Longnya mencoba untuk main lagi sama Zero. Lihat. Tuh. Gak mati. Lucu banget. Lu bayangin 3 lawan 5 yang mati 4. 3 lawan 5 yang mati 4 orang dari KG. Ya Allah.
Down 0 as well. The only two last alive. One now is Wiro, and he is trying to retreat back to base.
Ente anjir.
Yeah, actually gets the Sage's Might down onto Wiro. There's nothing else they can do. It is going to be too secret.
Gila ente banget. Fightnya bingung.
So to the side of Team Secret,
Long sih, keterlaluan sih Long.
Of a, like I said in the draft, much more.
Sorry banget Long. Keterlaluan bang, Long jago banget, anjir.
And the lane as well, as we saw that Lady Chen was able to pick up quite a few kills onto these heroes thanks to the Fuzu as
Long jago
well.
banget.
Again,
tapi udah nggak usah lihat Long. Lihat ini aja, mau nggak? Lihat epic skin selection chest gue mau nggak? Tuh, gue bisa ngepick antara Mulan atau Lam. Anjay. Ya gue juga masih bingung, gue mau ngepick Mulan atau Lam. Katanya Mulan nggak terlalu kepake kan hero-nya. Ya kita pick Lam aja dah. Tapi Lam juga kagak kepake cok. Kalau udah pick ini aja. Enggak deh, gue mau lihat dulu bagusan Mulan apa bagusan Lam. Coba kita lihat di sini ya. Mulan mana Mulan? Mulan mana hero-nya, mana skin-nya. Anjing. Mana cok? Mulan itu. Mulan. Oh ini dia.
I'm good at one thing and one thing only. Dragon hunting.
Enggak sih, B aja. Kalau Lam yang Bolt Hunter itu gimana? Coba lihat. Nih fix yang ini. Fix yang itu. Oke, punya gue skinnya. Oh, ini wah ambil Mulan meskipun belum pernah pakai. Bagusan inilah skinnya. Kan yang mana lebih bagus aja kan? Ya kalau yang lebih bagus kayaknya gini sih. Yang ini udah lebih bagus. Oke, mantap. Ya, cukup. Ini yang gue bingung nih. Skin 1 season 1 sampai season 4 bingung ngambil yang mana. Pei, Liang, Mulan, nggak tahu ngambil yang mana. Kayaknya gue mau ngambil yang Liang sih, tapi ntar pas udah ada hero-nya. Hihihi, ntar ya, toilet dulu gue. Mau pipis bentar. Oke? Pipis dulu bentar. Nih, dengerin dulu.
Yeah, we're going up, and then a little flat line, and then right at the end, when we started to see all those the higher ground turrets being taken, that's where we saw those golds coming through, and I think it's probably none more deserving than that. Not only did he remember his smite, take a roasting from the audience, TNX getting them MVP a game 2 on the Yukio Tachibana pick.
Yeah, beautiful gameplay by TNX there. I mean, like I said, he was a menace. Not only was he dealing a lot of damage, he was consistently in the faces of the jungler on the side of Kage, stealing away the Crimson Golem, stealing away the buffs as well. If you take a look at his gameplay, this first movement, giving the first blood over to him, the combination ocean of tears to allow that first blood, that was the start of TNX's dominance across the map. I think at this point he got taken down, but it is, it's just a small little slow down, a leash that they attempted on Kage. But once he hit his timing on TNX, there was a lot of damage that he was able to offer, right? And we were talking about, there was a little bit of straight lines on the graph itself, and this is where Kage actually managed to put a cap on the growth for a little bit. But the moment they allowed him to come in, take a look at this. In this particular fight, they went in.
Oh ya, by the way, do you know lu bisa naikin hero mastery via simulation?
Get the kills as well. And from that point on, there was no doubt that Team Secret was in the driver's seat for the entire.
Tapi nanti, kalau nggak ini kita coba lah ya. Ini kan lagi break nih.
Push
kita coba aja.
To kind of get them away from the Sea of Fate. Didn't really work out that well because end of the day.
Kayaknya kan yang mau nonton inian juga kan. Ya udah kita main aja. Kita main aja. Ntar gue mau nyari match effect dulu guys. Trail gue ada yang baru lagi. Keren banget. Cuman kill gue kagak ada bro. Wah ini keren. Ini aja. Nah ini gak ada yang baru lagi nih. Soalnya gue perlu top up 3000 voucher lagi kalau gue mau yang baru. Udah trail sama killnya itu aja deh. Recallnya kagak ada yang baru juga. Ya udah deh, ntar aja. Aman. Dah. Sekarang waktunya. Gua ada snack. Apaan snack? Itu botol tadi gua remek, bukan snack. Gua nggak boleh kelihatan nge-vape di stream. Kalau gua lagi stream Hawkeye Invitational. Pun nggak ngerti kenapa, tapi ya udahlah. Padahal yang stream banyak banget, habis itu yang nonton gue dikit banget. Tapi udah ya, mengikuti aturan. Tapi gue lebih pengen beli skin Dahlia sih daripada skin Diskon, jadi gue beli skin Dahlia dulu. Anjay, bagus banget. Bagus banget. Ya Allah, bagus banget. Akhirnya gue punya skin itu. Alhamdulillah guys. Cobain gak sih? Oh, yang kayak gini. Battle simulation yang kayak gini. Ratus kali. Boleh kayak kita cobain ya, jadi support. Ini apaan battle simulation begini? Oh, gue mau jadi support, mau main dulu ya, Nah, aku main Dolia guys.
I have this amazing pen pal
Alrom.
who has an incredible talent. Drawing the most dazzling fireworks.
Lain-lain terserah. Terus ganti gak sih? Midnya siapa? Midnya Shangguan. Junglernya siapa? Junglernya Kaiser. Ya, nggak ada lagi anjir. Ya udahlah, bodo amat.
Welcome
Let's go.
to Honor of Kings. Enemy
Set
minions
ngeborong
will arrive
kagak,
in
Cok.
5 seconds.
Doli aja dulu, yang lain mah kagak usah.
Forces, move out!
Ayo, Shangguan aja.
Here's a story I wrote myself. The starting bell is about to ring, signaling the countdown. If you can't bear things, write in a letter and fold it into a paper crane.
Kan cepet amat gue naik level. Oh, kalau di normal match rank bahkan gue nggak naik level secepat ini anjir. Tuh. Cepet banget bro, gue naik level. Gila. Wah, gila. Aneh banget.
An interesting story starts with an interesting cinnamon. I'm a
An enemy has been slain.
Tuh, kok tiba-tiba gue level 6 aja anjir.
You have slain an enemy.
Oke, mari kita turun lagi.
The Overlord and Tyrant have fallen. Tower shields have been shattered. Catapults moving out. You have slain an enemy.
Set sail.
Oke.
Many secrets have been revealed in the reading room's corner.
An ally has been slain.
Gila, ini fast pace banget anjir, udah baru 3 menit udah level 9 anjir.
Fell into an ocean of bugs.
Toren game-nya kedengeran gak guys?
Who was so kind as to neatly smooth the corners of every page?
Gue mau coba gini deh, bisa gak? Oke, dari flash. Gue tarik, Cok.
Ally has been slain.
Ya, ultinya ke belakang gak tuh Shangguannya? Tolol anjing. Ini emang kayak dibikin kalah gak sih gua anjing?
Your turret has been destroyed.
Tangganya nggak mau maju anjing.
An enemy has been slain.
Set sail.
Has destroyed a turret. Killing spree. An enemy has been slain.
Malah tabrak situ, goblok.
The Overlord and Tyrant have been enhanced. Cannons moving out. Rampage. Your team has destroyed a turret.
Okay.
Double kill. Shut down. Your team has destroyed a turret.
Summer days are about sunshine, memories, and fireworks.
Anjing, dari kalau di situ gak? Tangganya bocok.
Set sail.
An enemy has been slain. Your turret has been destroyed. An ally has been slain. Your team has destroyed a turret. Your turret has been destroyed.
Anjing. Kagak mati-mati cok orang-orang ini cok. Bangsat. Bang, tolong bang.
Fell into an ocean of bugs.
Tiga, dua, satu. Shit!
Enemy has been slain.
Shit!
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Oke, saya tidak mati.
From the ocean. Now a new chapter.
Sini bro.
An interesting story starts with an interesting pseudonym, and I'm a little mermaid. Aha! I got a flash of inspiration.
Nice.
Your team has destroyed a turret. Killing spree.
Terus ulti guys.
Slain.
Anjing. Woi. Anjing sumpah Shanghai cacat banget, Cok. Yang paling susah, maksudnya yang paling susah gimana? 2 menit lagi.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Nying, itemnya udah jadi, baru menit 9, itemnya udah jadi semua. Udah 12.000, 14.000 semua. Battle simulationnya cepet banget. Kita belum ada high ground sih. Nanti abis ini gue mau coba main Lady Sun. Anjay, suncinya full damage gitu, cuy.
Secrets have been revealed. In the reading room's corner.
Ganti ya.
Tempest Dragon has arrived. The final
Oh,
battle
10 menit udah tempes,
enemy
pantesan.
has been slain.
Naik levelnya cepet banget. Kasih dia aja lah, dia yang mabar sama gue.
The story begins from the ocean.
An enemy
Nice.
has been slain. Victory.
Enggak tuh, nggak nambah. Mana ini Battle Simulation? Bilang nambah, anjing. Gak nambah, Cok. Anjay. Dah tinggal beli satu lagi ya. Beliin doang nih.
From the stars, one learns about the world.
Keren banget, merinding gua, keren banget, Cok. Ya udah, cukup. Ya cukup. Akhirnya aku punya 2 skin yang aku inginkan, sudah cukup ya. Terima kasih Tuhan. Nah, kita coba lagi.
From the stars, one learns about the world.
Ya, borong up, yoi dong. Halo Ban, welcome back to the stream. Terima kasih udah mampir. Kita borong sambilan trial skin.
All astronomical calculations have been. You just have to think about it.
First blood.
Gila, halus banget bro, enak banget. Logis anjing, enak banget. Gue yakin dengan skin ini win rate dari Sun gue akan bertambah drastis guys.
You have slain an enemy.
Enak banget cok. Sumpah skinnya pay to win anjir. Enak banget, halus banget. Coba ya, kita reset.
The order to everything we know is recorded among the stars.
Sama ini jual. Paling baru punya ini kan gua. Paling baru punya ini kan. Nah, udah.
Astronomy, geography, and archery.
Banget cok skinnya, serius. Ini nggak bercanda, nggak bohong nih, enak banget skinnya. Tuh, lihat gak?
Killing spree.
Enak banget skinnya, sumpah.
The order to everything
Enak banget.
is recorded among the stars.
Rampage.
The universe is like a go board for the stars. I'll overcome it all.
Unstoppable.
Mantap sih, enak banget. Skinnya enak banget. Kayak nggak tahu kenapa movementnya kayak jadi ringan banget ya, enak banget. Gue suka sih skin ini. Skin ini sih gue like ya. Beuh. Bukan masalah naganya doang, emang pergerakannya pun jadi enak banget.
Godlike.
Sumpah gue yakin gue akan jadi jago banget nih, gue pakai skin ini. Serius gue. Gue cuma harus skill shot, skill 2 lebih bagus lagi aja. Anjing gak kena cok.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Lagi.
Legendary.
And its seasons.
Legendary. Shut
Anjing.
down.
Sorry simulation pilih yang solo. Dah pokoknya gue udah seneng.
Victory.
Dah kita lanjut ke ini aja, Footballist versus Vitality nih. Let's go.
From the bans itself, they have taken out the Zhou and as well as the Princess Frost, right? And the strength of these two heroes is actually damage over time. And one of the things that you will observe for the fight for Team Vitality is they take a while to get the kills because Kaiser doesn't offer that much damage. Most of the time they will actually go with the
Vitality
tank.
dari
So they're hoping
Prancis.
that they mitigate the risk of having being outbursted or outdamaged by the likes of Zhou as well as the Princess Frost. So it's a pretty smart band, and I like the fact that they actually pick up the Mortar, right? Mortar with the Cannon Blast as well as the thing inside
Benji
the box. Very
90, City
good,
Boy, Shanks.
Buying of time. Thing inside the box, obviously, with the
Ini Footballist
lockdown
dari
outlet, will
Turki.
catch majority of the cast on the side of Foot Esports. At the same time, it offers a lot of poke potential coming out. So that pairs and synergizes
Dolia,
really
Dharma
well with
Heino.
Arnie, right? Because she's able to weave in and weave out with umbrellas as well.
Shangguan,
So I like
Malida,
the thought process
Maida
behind
Chiao,
Vitality
Shangguan,
so far. But
Pei.
the question is, are they accurate enough, right? Isn't the most difficult
Yaria
hero to play.
lain.
But when you're playing against Haino and you're
Kenapa
playing
Yaria lain,
they
bro?
have skills that allow them to kind of reposition themselves. So it isn't
Sama
that
Kaiser
easy
apa?
to land your skill shots as well.
Yeah, I mean, the Motsu we saw very heavily yesterday being picked on all
Musashi.
the teams.
Ini
We are seeing
Footballist pick ranked ya.
and Musashi
Footballist pick
are
ranked BTW.
fleshing out Foot Esports' team comp there towards the end, and correctly so, the Haino is down in the
Dolia Hainonya oke sih.
for ourselves on the side of Foot Esports. So those later part bans have really kind of put them and pressured them to play.
Tapi mainnya
the
jadi
Haino
late banget
in
kalau
that
gini
mid
lah.
lane there and forcing the Musashi to come out, which has been a hero that we haven't seen much in the jungle since for a while. I mean, day one, I don't feel like the Musashi came through that often, and then obviously Lady Sun has been that tried and tested farm lane hero that we've been seeing very heavily in the Season 2 Invitational.
Yep, you know, I actually have huge expectations for the Musashi. For those of you that are new to this game, Musashi has a first skill called Illuminating Slash, which when activated will be able to cancel out projectiles as well. This is also similar to the skill that Arlie offers.
Dua-duanya coachnya juga dari China ini.
In this case, I think it really is the timing of this.
Vitality sama Footballist dua-duanya dari China
Now
anjir.
we're gonna go into the game really soon. Foot Esports against Vitality. Both have their respective win conditions, and at this point, I really think it still comes down to can they take advantage to their side with the stealing of enemy jungle camp.
Kaiser, Lady Zen,
Yes,
Arlie.
I'd like to think so, but
Ini
again, nice to see
ini
that
Lady
way on
Zennya sih
Zelta
GG sih.
Foot Esports there again, probably one of my favorite junglers from.
Ini harusnya sih mulai dari sekarang Lady Zen mulai bisa di pick buat Maba Ranked ya. Ternyata sangat-sangat berbahaya, bro.
As he plays that Lady Sun. Again, we all know, but those at home may not know, Lady Sun is more of a late game hero. So when it comes to Honor of Kings competitive, you really want to just get her fed up enough to the point where she has all the items, and that's where she's.
Anjay, dua skin yang baru gue beli langsung ada di midnya Footballist.
We saw quite a lot of macro gameplay.
ZZ.
The hero as well, where we saw likes of JR.
Emang skinnya bagus-bagus sih,
Second
jujur.
turrets in either the farm
Akhirnya keluar skin bagus gitu ya. Gak kayak kemarin-kemarin, anjir.
So again, this hero,
Gue pas awal-awal global release menurut gue kagak ada skin yang bagus bro.
Yeah, and as it stands now, I think both teams they're pretty
Marco
much
Polo,
even in terms of
Dolia,
farm.
sama
And
Lady
if you
Sun.
take a look at the map
3 yang gue
control,
pengen.
It is extremely
Sama
clean on
Oni
both
Samurainya
sides, right? No
Musashi
invasions are
kemarin.
allowed
Udah
from-
dapet
from
gua.
either end of the jungle. But I think
Jadi sekarang gue udah kayak seneng banget gitu, semua skin yang gue mau tuh udah dapet, tinggal nunggu skin Kaiser yang bagus aja.
Able to pressure Snape a little bit out of the lane for the moment, which means that the rotations can be faster
Anjay,
and can
mainnya duduk aja begitu.
sooner than what they have.
Boom boom. Nih di GB level ya berarti ya, si Lost biar cepat level 4. Heno-nya dibiarin nyantai. Tuh kan, Lost-nya udah level 4 kan.
Right. Yeah. Okay.
So
cepet banget bro.
We get that rotation down to the bot lane.
Sengaja itu.
From Ruga and Lost right now.
Sengaja ini. Lost-nya mau di GB sampai mid game-nya kaya banget.
Farm lane. We saw the Hino going against the Ali because again, when it comes to that long range Ali hero, Lady Sun falls pretty short against that. So we saw something very similar like this yesterday with one of the teams switching the Hino with their farm lane hero in those two lanes. So seeing them switch from mid down to farm is probably something that's more of a strategy. Being able to keep Lady Sun from farming up as well.
Mantap.
Sure that she gets as much.
Pokoknya hari ini full sampai jam 8 gue stream. Let's go. Ya jam 8 juga sih, paling jam 6.
A little bit better
Paling jam
against
6.
the Lady Sun as well because of the rolling rage.
Tadi 2-0 kan cepat kan. Jadi ini harusnya match-nya juga lebih cepat semua.
Lessens the damage that is offered by the flowing side from Highland itself.
Yes, indeed. Oh, okay. We're seeing those Amutsu potentials coming through on that skill, on that obnoxious stun that we all know and love within the competitive scene. Again, it's going to be something that's really great when it comes to going.
Nih City Boy udah 6 ya.
Sashi trying to get in onto your backline and also stopping the Dharma coming through as well. Obviously, Hino has the CC immunity from his ultimate that's going to stop that coming through and trying to get potential. But, oh, Mayin was very stuck into the thick of it there, but not getting any kills onto the side of foot.
Dikeroyok tapi masih bisa nahan ya Lost nih.
Yeah, but showing you glimpses, right? The Mayin 90 actually able to make quite
Cepet
a
sih
bit
ini.
of impact.
Rotasinya Vitality cepet banget.
Push itself. So I think that puts into perspective how scared Lost is going to be. He's going to be really concerned about his positioning because at any point of time, when 90 comes in with the whatever, it's going to be a huge risk. And when it's combined and put into combination with Highland's ultimate, with the destructive deluge, or even the flowing side into Ocean of Tears,
Satu
you get knocked
skill
down. And when you
masuk
have
langsung
additional support in
kelar.
Benji with the cannon blast, it's a
Oke,
very
Tyrant.
situation for
Tower shields have been shattered.
Vitality, understand the lead they have at this point. They have the superior poke, so they're able to kind of zone and kite out to esports at this moment.
Yeah, there seems to be a bit of a fight here for the Tyrant, and Vitality are definitely secure against
bro.
Boy able to claim the first Tyrant of the game.
Langsung didorong tapi mainnya.
In a game, but here is Dharma coming through. Void was able to get the
resetnya duel to the death bro.
Lady Chen. Oh my days.
Mantep ya.
Esports. So
Resetnya duel to the death. 2 kali ngangkat derajat orang nih Musashi nih.
They do lose 2 lives in that.
Karena belum main sama Hino kan. Enggak apa-apa, mainnya sama Musashi udah bener itu.
Just a mistake of basic attack onto from Napoleon, because obviously didn't really need to get it, but then we saw the Dharma get
Di Lost bener-bener dari tadi cuma ngambilin creep doang.
Nicely played there by
Gila.
It's really putting the pressure onto Team Vitality right now.
Yeah,
Galak banget buat Bullies.
So if you take a look at that, they have taken the overlord with ease at this point. I mean,
Padahal Vitality mainnya cepat juga ya.
At this point, so Vitality they're looking for something to.
Tapi mereka nggak main objektif soalnya. 2 tim ini nggak main objektif. Kelihatan kok. Dari how they play sama rotationnya kelihatan.
Yeah, no, Snape is definitely.
Mereka nggak main buat ini. Mereka nggak main buat objektif, mereka main buat war. Kedua tim ini sama-sama masih di level yang sama. Tuh. Kalau mereka main buat objektif udah dari tadi itu dibuka fightnya. Buka langsung tower, buka langsung tower gitu terus muternya.
they are because they have no intel on it. But again, it seems to be all bubbling around this mid lane. It's definitely a
Ini Overlord soalnya juga lagi nge-push para Vitality. Jadi mereka masih coba nahan dulu. Nanti deh lihat deh, bentar lagi. Nanti bentar lagi harusnya kelihatan. Oke, Frezio udah dibuka. Udah ada Fate Rewind. Positioningnya bagus, Shanks-nya. Buka payungnya juga bagus. Langsung balik mau nggak mau Snape. Gila, namanya Snape, baru sadar gue ya. Hino-nya namanya Snape, bro. Apa ini enggak, footballist bukan futility. Footballist sama Vitality. Footballist dan Vitality. Oke, ultimate shell. Oke, udah masuk duel to the death. Langsung ada tinggi set the box dua kali itu duel to the death, bro. Nge-flash tapi Arlinya yang kena. Sorry, Dolianya yang kena ya, Arlinya yang dapat. Tapi ini Musashinya mau ngomong harus mundur. Nggak punya duel to the death lagi. Dolianya agak kemajuan kena free hit ya. Gila, di jarinya pada cepet-cepet banget deh. Di kanan lihat hero, di kiri langsung beli item.
Yeah, you can start to see the cracks in terms of Brooks' drop, right? So the moment Musashi dies, they don't actually have.
Tapi emang kalau mau fast hand sih kiri sih. Emang bener kalau mau fast hand tuh emang ngambil kiri. Kalau kanan tuh lu harus ngafal banget tuh. Kalau kiri tuh bisa fast hand. Jadi lu beli item 2 tangan. Cepet banget.
Shanks actually just gets out, doesn't even need to commit any of his battle spells at this point.
Literally just using himself as a human ward, it seems there. He's just like, yeah, I'll pop my parasol in a nearby brush, but then I will go and see what is going on in that clash lane, see if there is a way in for both Benji and Shanks, but definitely a tactical retreat there on the side of Team Vitality. They don't want to lose any more kills or any more gold to Foot Chaos because it is very, very tight, and they only have a very small lead on the side of Team Vitality in terms of that gold. It is a couple of hundred, which is not where you want to be going into this 10 minutes.
Yeah, and you know, even at this point, 8.5 minutes, we haven't actually seen a full-fledged team fight just yet, and even though that's a knockup, as Snake gets caught out.
Oke, Invisible Warrior keluar, tapi bisa nggak tuh?
Okay, so Tyrant gets picked up with,
masih bisa di smite. Wah, 2 kali duel to the death. Untung aja itu main anjir di duel to the death.
This time around because the first one did go
duel to the death. Duel to the death.
Going into this next Overlord or team fight that may be brewing here between Foot Esports and Team Vitality, but again, this just really shows the difference between the regions and how they play, because this is not something we saw between Team Secret or Kagendra. They were 2 different forces.
Wih, towernya lama banget anjir, Footballist cok. Footballist nggak ngambil tower cok, lama banget ini.
Hopefully try and get some of these lanes pushed, because I feel like that's where they are doing their weakest. Currently, almost 10 minutes in, both teams only have 1 turret, but now we're seeing a barrage of attacks onto Void. Shanks takes down Void as well with the help of City Boy. They may not be done because they have taken
satu gratis satu gitu.
They are looking with their eyes on the prize, which seems to be the mid lane first tier turret as well. But there's no stopping them. They are looking to help themselves to that stage buff onto the side of Foot Esports right now. There is a lot of damage, a lot of team fights going on. Mayin takes down Foot Snake. So we see the Hino falls. That is a 1-2-0 trade overall, because if we include the Dharma, even though it's a little bit later on within that whole interaction, it was still 2 kills picked up by Team Vitality overall.
Welcome. I was a little hopeless and skeptical that B-Boy was actually going to survive that, but they actually did. So that's a good play, right? So Vitality, they're winning really small engages across the map. And you know, this translates into the itemization as well. I'm very focused.
Aduh, loss yang dari tadi di hyper carry kalah farming sama Arli, cocok. Arlinya nomor 9.000. Hampir 1000 GPM. Gaming.
At this point, at the same time, Dawn Light onto the more.
Itu Arlinya udah sakit banget tuh.
Defensiveness along with the radiance as well. He wants to give vision to the team. And as of now, I think Vitality playing that poke is just a little bit better than what we have on esports.
Tapi Arlimozi, Arlianpo emang banyak dipakai ya. Arlimozi sama Arlianpo. Jadi ini Musashi sama Dharmanya tuh nggak bisa ganggu Arlinya. Karena ada Mozi. Tugasnya Mozi cuma dekat-dekat sama Arli aja, jadi Arlinya joget. Lihat aja cara mainnya tuh. Arlimozi ya ternyata ya. Bisa works juga.
But again, it seems like this may be where we get a team fight. Snape goes down. Shanks is absolutely killing it on the early right now. Kaiser into the back of the line there, trying to soak up a lot of damage. We see Dharma doing quite a bit of damage.
Tuh, mainnya. Mainnya flanking gitu.
Popping off here for Team Vitality, taking a double kill.
Gila, jauh
Mighty, and they take the first tier turret as well.
Jauh.
They are taking all the prizes.
Ini Vitality tim kuat, guys.
12-minute mark of the match.
Calon-calon ini Indo lawan Vitality kayak bisa kalah ini.
Better at this point because what
Bahaya, Cok.
99, right? At this point, Mayeen is making such good plays, pincering in from the back lines as well, and they reward themselves with the tier 3 in the middle. Now, the map is for the kids. Everything is up for your choice, right? It's grocery shopping for the side of Vitality.
Absolutely, just putting one in the bag. There we go. So there
langsung hilang.
There goes another kill. It was a buy one get one free. Clearly in that mid lane, there was a special, there was a promotion, and Vitality took a full use of that promotion.
Shanks juga jago main Arlinya jago.
To the high ground turret as well. This is definitely was a slow burning start for the first part of the match. Obviously, we saw that FUT Esports was able to get 2 kills on the board, but now we see that answer for Team Vitality. They're not here for the KDA, they're here for the objectives, they're here for taking the opportunity at the right moment, and definitely that engage in mid lane was too good to be missed out by Team Vitality.
Okay.
Yep, and it's hard, right, for the fans of FUT Esports. If you take a look at the itemization.
Arlinya soalnya udah kaya banget ini, nggak peduli Primal Bond. Arlinya udah kaya banget, 12.000 Arlinya.
As well as the blazing cape, so he is tanky.
Udah jadi itemnya semua.
So much damage coming out from the RD that it's hard to ignore. Right, at the
Gila.
time, Mayeen with the
udah ada Sanchezer, dia breakernya dikit lagi. Udah 15. Udah ente.
Increase movement speed, and here we go, City Boy just going to town.
Mulai masuk. Untung aja masih ada Lisun.
On their side, on the side of Team Vitality. So imagine only if they did, that would be a lot more fatal, a lot more spongy than he normally is. But City Boy is definitely playing that Kaiser in a very effective manner right now. Great push then in the clash lane. It's already pretty low halfway for that second tier turret.
Ntar lagi sih udah Lady Sun time ya, tapi coba tungguin dulu.
Guards are spawning as well, so we can only see more aggression being pumped up here in these lanes for Team Vitality. Kaiser getting stuck in onto the Dolia, but nobody here to respond. We see Mayeen and Lady Chen already coming from the left side, and we have Mayeen in the back taking FUT Esports' red buff. So not only is Ali going to have more damage now, Atix is going to be losing out on that red buff also. So down goes the second tier turret in the clash lane. They are looking for that higher ground turret now in the clash lane for the side of Team Vitality. There is that stun from Mutsu as well. Mayeen got a little bit too stuck in, but down goes that higher ground turret. No, they keep onto it ever so slightly. Team
Ini yang penting Arlinya bisa kejedot sama Dharma. Kalau Arlinya nggak kejedot sama Dharma, fix kalah ini. Dia mesti ada main 50-50. Udah, bye. Udah kalah.
Onto Atix, down goes Masashi, so no more focus onto the backline for Team FUT Esports, as they are pretty much being whittled down to 2 members right now. Dharma trying to do much of effective with those billions of fists, trying to keep them off that crystal of game 1, but Team Vitality take a clean late game victory from FUT Esports.
Yeah,
Cepet banget mainnya.
I mean, that is the word that I have to describe Team Vitality with. What a brutal performance. They really held them by the throat and just crushed them at this point. So, for Team Vitality, if we were unsure about what the standards are, welcome, because Team Vitality, one of the teams we have to keep our eyes on. What a tremendous performance for the first game as
Untuk,
well, and
untuk,
definitely
untuk,
gonna
untuk,
put
untuk.
themselves on the world stage, on the map for us to take notice of.
Absolutely, we saw that Foot Esports kind of had their foot, to lack their better words, slammed in the door after that early game start, as we saw in game 1. But Team Vitality definitely answered back very quickly there. I think it's all definitely down to the draft. We were seeing a little bit of a draft difference there. Kaiser has obviously always been one of those tried and tested heroes, especially when you need that tanky hero on your team. He is there to sponge all that damage, especially once he starts getting all those defensive items coming for him. And then not to only mention that, his ultimate just allows him to take even more damage. So if you use that hero super effectively like Team Vitality did, you can really set up the best of plays. Like we saw, mid lane was looking completely fresh on the side of Foot Esports, and then all of a sudden just one engage from Team Vitality. That mid lane was see ya, bye, gone, sayonara.
Yeah, and to pair it up, yeah, he actually gets the Dragon Rage and the Eye of the Phoenix as well. So his sustain is really insane when he procs his ultimate, right? He essentially is unkillable. And what happens when you have a man standing in front for the team? He gives you the reassurance, he gives you the stability, and you know the ladies here are gonna just capitalize on it. The RD Shanks doing, you know, tremendous work with the space that they bought, and there was just a huge shield given by CT Boy as well as Benji, allowing Highland and Shanks to really just go all in with regards to the skills, with regards to the auto attacks, and more importantly, I think my personal MVP of the game, 90, doing so much work with the whatever, jumping in at the perfect times. Like, sure, you have the Fate rewind from Snake, you know, they rewind the tower health, they get the...
Gue ngecekin reels gue juga kan. Jadi
What happens when you all
mengecek
get caught
dulu guys.
in one instance by 90, you know, and when you get caught,
Mengecek
gives
dulu
Shanks
manis.
about, what, 1.5 seconds? He's more than delighted to oblige to this request that, hey, can you hit me more? And Shanks obliged to that request, right?
Yep, he definitely supplied the demand there for those basic attacks on the Ali. But like you were saying, 90 had a fantastic performance on the Mayeen. We have those two different kind of Mayeen players where they will very much stick in the lane for quite some time. So then you have the version that 90 played where very much roaming, being used as a human ward just to give vision to his team. Like we saw him spot out the Dharma towards that Tyrant fight, which was probably for the better, because if you walked into that Tyrant fight unsuspected, that would have gone completely south for the side of Team Vitality. But if you're looking at the damage here, so 95k and 90k by the mid and the farm lane on the side of Team Vitality, and the only person to get close to that on Foot Esports was Snape with that 73.9k damage, and obviously a Lady Sun with the 65.5k, because when it comes down to it, into the nitty-gritty, the whole thing that functioned on the team of Foot Esports was the fact that Void and Atix was meant to be used as the front line, and then Snape and Lost was able to, should have been just dealing the damage, but again, there just was no late game. Lady Sun just didn't have the time to activate.
Yeah, so if you take a look at it, right before we change to this screen, we take a look at Foot Esports, their team fight rate, right, was about 100%. And if we take a look at what's happening towards the later stages of the game, around the 10-minute mark, that is where Team Vitality kind of snowballed their potential, right? And simply because they didn't allow Foot Esports to farm at all. It was just, hey, we're ready to fight, let's just keep fighting. So the entirety of Foot Esports had to fight for their lives literally the whole game. There was no time to farm.
Jadi pokoknya abis main tuh langsung qualified. Oh, tim Secret udah menang 2 kali ya.
And you know, the MVP, as we all know, it's gonna be
langsung qualified tim Secret.
Just doing a lot of work for the team, the hardest worker. But his job was made so much easier with the help of his teammates as well. Very brilliant performance, like you mentioned. 95,000 damage. I'll be proud of that any day as a farm lane, but I don't really play farm lane. But nonetheless, Shanks, really giving him a good shanking there, you know, taking the daggers into their hearts at this point. So let's take a look at the highlights of Shanks' gameplay and overall for Team Vitality as well.
Yeah, as you said, it gave them a good shanking for those of the UK, or dwelling of the UK would know exactly what that means. But here we are, just
padahal udah bagus loh ini futbolis mainnya.
A little bit of a stomp here for
Tapi tetap lebih jago Vitality
aja. They got those two kills on the board. seem to have a little bit of a
Gue masih belum ngelihat meta hyper carry berguna ya.
Definitely saw a huge response from Team Vitality.
Maksudnya hyper carry itu kayak ini, kayak gold funneling gini loh.
That's when the
Si loss-nya dari tadi kan di funnel mulu goldnya.
KASIH just giving such clear obstruction to the enemy team, trying to get onto the back line of that Arlie of the Lady Chen as well, but it was just so unfortunate they were just not able
Arlie
to
pro
get
play
there.
memang.
Just was always
Mimpi buruk.
blocked by
Arlie pro play.
the Kaiser going into the entire of that whole game, and just like we saw in that mid lane fight,
Selalu jadi mimpi buruk Arlie pro play itu.
slow burning start for Team Vitality, but here is that game winning replay there, taking the crystal with the help of the Vanguard, wiping out everybody but Dolia. I think that is a fantastic staple game one to have in the entire tournament, because again, we haven't seen Team Vitality play. This is the first time we've seen them play, and it is a fantastic way to finish that first game.
Yeah, normally when we see a Dolia, we're very worried about the draft itself, but Team Vitality, they had a very good plan, right? And now, if you're looking for a good plan to have, let me share with you how you can make your life a little bit better. We have the Season 2 Creation Party. You can actually go to HOK Creation. We're looking for content creators in the Gorge as well. You'll do your best to make your life a little bit more colorful, both in-game and in real life as well. There are rewards for you for taking part.
Nonton Indo apa nonton Inggris sih?
I hope to see you.
Gue tetap prefer nonton Inggris sih. Nonton Inggris aja lah ya.
Across the world as well. So if you're interested, you are a creative, you want to get your art and artistry out into the world itself, do take a look at the creation program we have for creators all over the world.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, I'm part of that as well. So it is a fantastic little tool. That Hawk Studio is great. It gives you all the assets for you creating content. Again, you have access to win rates for the servers as well. So plenty of information to make the best, most informed, but fun content for Honor of Kings. And that's the best way we learn, is with all this great content coming through for such a great game. But again, speaking of great games, game one between Team Vitality and Foot Esports was nothing short than a great game. It's going to be really interesting to see what Esports can do in a draft of game 2.
Oh. Banyak banget bro. Bahkan ada ini art begini semua.
Yes, so going into the draft of game 2 here. So again, we're just waiting to see what Foot Esports are able to do here to try and reclaim a best of 3, because so far we have not had a best of 3 in day 2. I mean, if I remember correctly, game 2 yesterday was our best of 3 between All Gamers Global and RA Esports. So is it going to be the same fashion
PSD bro, makanya kan
match 2 is
gaming bro
for best of 3 between
Rapacious Bite, Crimson Shadow. Ini kayak kalau misalnya kayak lo mau ini, bahkan kalau misalnya kayak gue mau bikin ini ya, bikin print-printan item lengkap ini. Print-printan item, Dominus Premonition, Scepter of Reverberation, Ogre Sword, Staff of Sorcery, Void Staff, Overlord Split Nail, Max of Agony. Ya kan? Tuh Spike Mail, Insatiable Tome, Splendor, Savant's Wrath, Holy Grail, Ardent Dominator, Siegebreaker, Axe of Torment, Blood Weeper. Gue bisa ngafalin item dari sini doang nih. Shadow Reaper, Swift Strike Lance, Doomsday. Mantap, Sparkforge Dagger, Guerrilla Machete, Runeblade, Patrol X sama Giant apa itu? Item jadinya, lupa gue namanya. Giant's Grip, nih, Rapacious Bite, Tempest, Starspring, Radiance, Howl sama Redemption, tuh ada semua. Mantap gak sih? Pure Sky, ya kan? Frostcast Embrace, Long Night Guardian, Eye of the Phoenix, Daybreaker, Knowledge Gem, nih item support, Defrost Siege. Ini kayak Hyoga tapi attack. Relentless Blade, Rune Blade, semuanya ada lengkap. Lu tinggal tempel aja yoi. Cuman problemnya adalah gue gak punya ini, gak punya Adobe Photoshop. That's the problem. Tuh ada stiker-stiker gini juga lucu tuh. Ini kalau misalnya kayak gue download, gue masukin thumbnail bagus nih. Oh iya gitu kan. Marco Polo nih, gue masukin thumbnail lucu. nanti gue mau masukin thumbnail. Masukin ini juga, masukin Dolia, mana Dolia? Dolia nggak ada ya? Nggak ada Dolia. Ada Menki tuh, lucu-lucu. Ini coy, Dolia nggak ada coy. Ini nggak ada Dolia. Lebih bikin thumbnail sendiri lah. Nanti lah. Gua kagak bisa bikin thumbnail cupu anjir. Gak bisa bikin thumbnail gua. Tuh semua skill ada. Skill dari jelas sampai gak jelas semuanya ada bro. Tuh. Semua gambar skill. Semua avatar hero. Bahkan beberapa skin juga ada nih. Tiernya ada tuh, Legend, Epic, Mythic, Grandmaster, ada semua. Kan ada bintangnya doang ada. Tapi kalau gue nempel muka lu pakai gambar SSN, iya. Maksudnya gua nggak punya taste bikinnya. That's the problem. Tapi kayaknya yang PSD yang ini deh. Yang PSD itu yang gini-gini. Jadi kayaknya kalau yang kayak gini-gini, kalau nggak ada tulisannya harusnya sih bisa langsung ini aja itu. Bisa langsung di-download aja harusnya. Kalau misalnya nggak ada tulisannya harusnya nggak PSD kayak gini. Ini JPG. Tuh ini nggak ada tulisannya nih. Coba kita downloadin dulu deh. Bentar. Tadi gue mau download yang lucu. Dia nggak loading lagi. Udah ntar aja deh. Dan dulu aja nih. Pik-pikan tuh, pik-pikan ya. Hinonya di ban. Dolianya di ban. Oke, Dolia Pay yang di ban pertama dari Vitality Hino Dachau ya. Dachau emang ganggu banget sih. Dolia Dachau ya yang jadi langganan band. Piknya langsung Mai Arli. Footballis ngepiknya Mayan Angela bro. Kagak ngepik Mai, kagak ngepik Arli. Gimana coba anjing. Kagak ngepik Arli cocok. Berarti emang gak bisa main ya. Maksudnya footballis kayaknya emang gak bisa main Arlinya. Ini udah ada Mai, ada Arli bro. Gila juga sih. Honor of Kings. Oke. Angela Hoyi, Jing sama Zhang Fei, Mayen. Kompo kiri sih. Kompo sih kiri sih. Komposisi sih kiri ya.
5 second stun, a 5 second stun in any of games. But again,
di ini
we didn't actually notify
di
and make a
season 2 ini internasional kayaknya.
One of my favorite jungle picks when we do see in competitive, especially on the likes of Atix, is that Jing. So again, pre-broadcast
jadi namanya ada di novel, bisa jadi betul.
I was a little bit frustrated on the Doom pick yesterday is because obviously it's not the flashiest. It gets the job
game 2 footballis sama Vitality ya. Footballis sama tim Vitality.
And I'm glad we get to see Jing come through for FUT Esports and especially on Atix because in season 1 he played Lamb very well and played these nimble heroes in the jungle to extreme playstyles.
I like this aggression from Foot
langsung
Esports
flash.
right now.
Kebakar
Right
flashnya.
off the bat, 90 already pushed out of the lane, and all
Flashnya 237 baru keluar lagi tuh. 90.
and he will have the level advantage going up against 90. They're gonna try and make.
Ini skinnya juga bagus sih, True Hearts. Cuma kemarin gue baru main, jadi gue kagak sadar kalau misalnya skin itu tuh bagus, skin True Hearts cara Yaria anjir.
Slight level and EXP advantage going to the Mai Shiranui.
Yeah, seeing Rugar all the way up into the clash lane rather than in the farm lane helping out the Angela is really interesting. But again, Angela has the distance. She can clear those minion waves without any Zhongfei there. So giving it over to the Mayin is probably the best bet, especially going against Dharma in that early game. We saw that
baru setengah darah, tapi udah level 3 ya. Jadi ini nanti banyak banget yang harus dikejar nih.
After even getting a clean win towards that mid to late game in game 1, I think a level of underestimation cannot be put here against the top 1 Turkish team in Honor of Kings.
Tapi tetap goldnya juga masih seimbang ya. Tapi masih lumayan lah. Bahkan masih lebih banyak vitality tetap. Farmingnya bagus. Farmingnya bagus bro.
Especially insane, it's very flashy as well. So I'm hoping we have a superstar performance coming from RPG.
Yes, I hope so too. I hope so too. To be picking up these flashy hero picks in the jungle, but again, we are seeing a little bit more of an engage here on the clash lane. Kaiser is probably in the right place at the right time to give backup to 90 up in this clash lane. But still, nothing comes of it. This is very reminiscent of game 1 where we had such a slow burning start. We had to wait till the Tyrant came up before we got any kills in the game 1. So again, I think we're going to see a little bit of copycat this time around between these two teams. Because again, if Vitality are able to take a 2-0, it's very troublesome for Foot Esports.
Gue mau coba bagiin ini gue, bagiin channel gue di WhatsApp group. Dari kemarin belum gue bagiin.
Unfortunately, not landing onto anybody, because if that did land onto either Shanks or Benji, that could have been crucial for a great engage for Foot Esports to take up the first blood.
Bodo amat lah, gue nggak tahu malu aja.
Yep, exactly. And at this point, I think I just want to mention something about Highland. Highland has been consistently pressuring the ball camp coming in to Foot Esports' jungle on the top side, and he has taken it, I think, 2 or 3 times already in the space of this 3-minute game time, and it's working out because he's delaying the experience as well.
Yes, absolutely. He's definitely trying to cut it off from the Jing, because again, this is a hero that definitely needs those items to deal more damage. And when it comes to a hero like Kaiser, damage
lebih 800 goldnya. Bagi-bagi.
Just delete that health
Mantap
bar
gaming.
he has. That's just so
Arli Yaria ya. Marco Polo Yaria, Arli Yaria.
So definitely the reason why we're seeing.
Tapi kayak Kaiser Yaria juga bisa sih, Kaiser Yaria atau Arli Yaria emang bisa mainin begitu ya.
Giving it over to Ho Yi so he can get all those items to make those the basic attacks hit even harder.
That's right. So for Lost itself, I think the win condition for Foot Esports is, can we get the gold funnel into this farm lane? Right? And at this point, once he's strong enough, they just need to provide the shield, and that's where Ryoga comes in, right? As long as he gets the Unbridled Outburst at the correct time, he buys them time to really get the stuns in and get the damage in as well. And I think that was a little bit of a preemptive blazing brilliance coming in from the Angela, so, you know, they might have to delay this Tyrant take in the meantime.
Yeah, we could kind of see what Zhongfei and Foot Esports was up to in that little engage. They were really hoping that the strangled team of Vitality would go into that wall, because again, that's a big real estate for Zhongfei to use that Unbridled Rage. He would have got plenty of crucial crowd control there. But here we go. Speaking of crowd control, First Blood is beautifully finessed with the combo of Ho Yi and Angela. So Snake picking up First Blood in game 2 for Foot Esports. So again, back-to-back First Blood really shows that this team still has the capability to take a win off Team Vitality. It's just all about that a crucial mid and late game. They do take the first Tyrant again. Blazing Brilliance doing a lot of damage onto the side of Team Vitality as well. So they've got to be careful. They've got to get that health back somehow.
Yeah, I think it's so cool, right? That the fact that, you know, the name of Ho Yi's ultimate is called Burning Sun Arrow, and they literally burn the life points out of Shanks in that particular engagement itself. So Shanks now has to be really careful because now they're
Oke, nggak kena dorongannya, Dharmanya udah kalah fight itu.
between Void and Nighty, right? But the main objective here is buying time.
Tapi mainnya takut, Cok. Padahal Dharma udah kalah fight.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, look at all that damage down in the farm lane, but
Okay,
nobody's
okay.
still yet to be picked off. Shanks has to be careful. The Paracel is in safe distance under the turret, but we're just seeing if he could bait anybody to come back to it.
Bagus sih
That is
tradingnya, oke.
the high risk, high
Ketahan
reward
sama
play style
Vitality
of that
di bawah.
army. However, Team Vitality are going to get that first tier turret in the clash lane. It seems they
Nggak
just
dapet,
need
bro.
those minions to rock around.
Oh,
Go on.
untung masih ada,
hit it with your
untung masih ada
hammer,
satu
boy.
minion yang
Get
datang
that
langsung ke
clash
tower,
lane
langsung digebuk
turret
keliling towernya.
for Team Vitality. There we go. So first turret, they didn't get first blood, but got first turret. So again, a first for Team Vitality is probably something good to be held onto here in terms of.
Ngantuk lagi gue, padahal udah match 3 nih, udah lumayan gue bertahan daripada kemarin. Kemarin gue match 2 udah tidur. Ini match 3 gue baru mulai ngantuk, lumayan banget.
See a play for the Overlord be played here because we see a lot of presence here in the mid lane. Mai sitting in the bush just waiting for the unsuspected victim.
Tapi ini mainnya kurang galak ya.
To use the Blazing Brilliance probably, but it seems like they're going to reset and hopefully take that farm lane turret. But no, Dharma is definitely saying, teleportation mechanics, homeboy. I will be down there to help you not take that farm lane turret first.
Yeah, let's take a
Ya
look
lah,
at
mereka
those
tele,
so
orang
far.
udah dapet
Crimson
trip atas
Reaper
udah
in the
nabrak.
hands of the Holy already. Probably
Ini kan
looking
berarti kan
at
feelingnya kan ya udah. Kalau dibaca Overlord tuh kelihatan memang udah Overlord. Tuh udah berat ke bawah, udah pasti. Udah pasti Vitality kalau udah buka begitu mah udah pasti jalan ke bawah. Nah kan, mau nggak mau soalnya itu udah pasti footballnya lepas juga. Nggak mungkin mereka mau ribut juga, nggak mungkin. Udah impossible. Udah ada tele baru balik lagi. Jalan lagi, siap-siap buat cari tengah. Loading lagi.
Crimson Shadow going into redemption. So this Yara is also able to provide so many shields going in for massive team fights as well.
Oke, City Boy lumayan. Ngebait skill, pil dikit. Fight. Udah ada smite, dapat birunya, City Boy. Unbridled Outburst. Ini info bagus banget sih, ini Unbridled Outburst. Nah, kedorong. Nah, nantinya hilang kan. Highlandnya masih bisa maju. Nah, Shanksnya tuh, lihat tuh, datangnya terakhir, bro. Nah, gitu. Coba fight, 4 orang udah low, Kaisernya pulang. Tapi Shanksnya karena udah gak ada skill lagi. Football sudah gak ada skill lagi itu. Tradingnya bagus. Gak apa-apa 2 tuker tower mid. Gak apa-apa coy, 2 tuker 1 mau tower mid. Masih worth it.
I think for esports fan, it is getting kind of irritating, right? Every time the team makes a good play, Vitality just manages to one up them every single time. Right, and at
Tapi emang Arlinya sih ini.
they're not doing anything wrong or doing anything
Ya
bad.
oke nih Arlinya.
It's just
Yang gue bingung kenapa futbolis tidak ngepick Arli, Jo.
And I think at this point,
Kayaknya sih belum bisa ya. Feeling gue sih belum bisa loss, belum bisa main Arli.
Gotta figure out, hey, what are they actually trying to?
Kalau nggak pasti udah
with
dipick.
their plays. Are they actually trying to get the kills, or are they just buying and boarding time so that they're able to take?
Sayang banget ya gitu. Sayang dikit. Tapi ya udahlah.
Nggak
apa-apa juga ya kan.
Overlord as well, right? Because as it stands now, Vitality they're just having much better.
Menit 9, Tyrant pasti ngambil dulu. 15 detik, bisa nggak? Masih mau nggak mereka 15 detik? Oh nggak, mereka nggak mau 15 detik. Tungguin menit 10 aja langsung sekalian.
In game 1, but they are more so all over those objectives. Not quite so much in game 2 in terms of the jungle objectives, but turret-wise, they've hammered the side lanes, whereas Foot Esports have not had an opportunity to try and
mulai
take any
ganggu.
turrets yet. So
Sakit banget itu Arli, bro. Sama Mai.
You have less of a safe space to go back to if you are Foot Esports. And it
kena.
gives you, if you are on the side of Team Vitality,
Kacau,
a
Sen.
great pressure to be had there. So when it comes to these jungle objectives,
Rio
you can
Engine.
consider when you're on the side of Foot Esports, whether you're being pushed, whether you're having a macro
Closing
play going against you right now.
weakness,
But there we go.
playing
Huyi's ultimate
danger.
just got nullified by Ali there. The completely
Whatever.
shutting down Huyi's blazing sun arrow there. So unfortunately for them, they're not going to set up any sort of play.
Udah dicoba satu Shinobi Bachi, Abdul bisa keluar, fightnya masih pecah, tapi di depan masih ada City Boy kuat banget, tapi Shanks sudah mulai ganti-ganti tempat lagi dan akhirnya bisa menumbangkan Mayan di sana. Atix mau ngomong harus balik, tapi ternyata Ryuga menjadi korban selanjutnya dari Shanks. Cakep banget cara main mereka, kiting-kitingnya bagus, dan dengan kayak gitu berarti ini Tyrant gratis, kemungkinan besar pun Overlord, walaupun dengan Primal Bond mereka masih bisa dapetin dengan begitu mudah. Mantap gaming bro.
Yeah, exactly. And this is
Maple
why
Dance tadi sama
this is why you take more turrets. It's better
Autumn
to
Burst.
focus on the map control because it allows you so much space. And if you take a look at it, Shanks is already
Maple Dance sama Autumn Storm apa? Lupa gue. Nama ultinya Early Autumn something.
And to make matters worse, no, Shanks has Frenzy. So with the additional
Nah,
damage,
Primal Bond,
additional
mereka
life,
jalan ke Overlord, zoning dulu.
it's very hard to
Ini kalau Void-nya hilang lagi, gampang banget ini. Beuh, dimasukin begitu nggak sama City Boy? Hoi-nya buang flash.
Yeah, I feel like even though Ali was selected a little bit earlier in the draft,
Hoi-nya buang flash berarti 11-20 lah, 11-20. Udah ada lagi flashnya.
City Boy is taking a lot more damage thanks to the Hoi, but
Overlord tadi zoning doang, kagak diambil.
especially like you say with the main defense being
Tidak dirasa perlu.
cancel projectile. So again, it's trying to
Shanks.
face
Nantinya mulai masuk.
side of Foot Esports. And speaking of saving face,
Lihat
they
dulu.
do lose.
Jadi masih dijagain lah ya. Ini Arlinya benar-benar dapat princess treatment banget bro. Enak banget ini. Oke, banding sana hero-nya nggak kena siapa-siapa. Mulai jam balik, farming dulu Shanks-nya.
So now the entire jungle on the side of Foot Esports is open for the taking. They have time to traverse the map.
Mainnya kelihatan di atas, tapi dari Footballis regroup.
Managing the waves so that it's always synced up, right? So 3 lanes are pushing at the exact same time. So there's no way you can ignore protecting your turret as well, which is also
Masih ada wave tapi dibiarin karena masih perlu jagain yang lain. Tapi tempatnya perlu jagain Shanks sih. Kalau Shanks kaya sih ini udah enak banget. Ini. Tapi Atix masih dapat biru. Oh ternyata nungguin Overlord ya di situ tadi. Zoning Overlord aja biar Primal Bond-nya hilang dulu. Lebih gampang soalnya. Tapi mereka ngambil Overlord, City Boy-nya di sisi map yang lain anjir buat buka map. Kerjaan tank banget ini, kerjaan jungler tank banget ini kalau begini. Bering Sanero udah kena, whatever, coba buat lari 2 kali, Void, exploiting saya cakep, kena Highland. Tapi ternyata Nighty masih bisa masuk. Di sisi lain udah ada Mirror Domain, tapi tidak berpengaruh apa-apa juga. Udah mulai masuk lagi. Shanks bermain dan menari aja di sono, double kill langsung nggak pakai lama. Enak banget, Benji tinggal nganggur doang ya kan. Yang penting Anda menggerakkan beberapa tombol ya di gamenya. Tapi sekarang udah ada lagi high ground tower di arah farm lane pun harus hilang. Nighty udah lumayan tanky, bukan lumayan tanky lagi, ini udah tanky banget. Burning Sanero bahkan nggak kena siapa-siapa lagi karena Maple Dash bisa memblok proyeksi projectile ya. Tapi lihat Shanks dari tadi menari-nari banget bro. Itu Shanks kagak ada obat bang. Nice. 2-0
Esports in day 2.
Oh my goodness.
Okay.
French counterparts here, Team Vitality showing up. It's a clean 2-0 for them.
Hari ini 4 match kan? Berarti ini match ketiga ya kan? Ini match kedua.
Shanks hit his item timings, it was pretty hard
Yeah.
against him. At the same time, with the Verdant Protector coming in from the Yara, I don't think there was any.
Nih, tadi tuh match kedua. Berarti abis ini kita match ketiga ya. LPS lawan R8. Ya kan? Kayak kemarin AG lawan R8. R8 lumayan sih. R8 tuh timnya not bad. Dan masih jauh di atas kelas Malaysia, masih jauh banget. Jadi ini kita lihat LPS R8, habis itu nanti baru RQ sama LGD. Ya kemarin sama ya, gue di jam-jam segini tidur nih. Oh lanjut lagi, Senin, Selasa, Rabu, Kamis, Jumat, Sabtu, Minggu. Gila semuanya. Semuanya bro.
Absolutely.
Semingguan ini ya udahlah.
Representatives to take a
Ya semingguan ini kita
2-0 victory there from.
kita kerjakan semuanya.
Thank you so much, Casters. Now we're back with the winning team here. It's coming up from Team Vitality. Give it up to Team Vitality. Just won a landslide just now, guys. Woo! Now I need the mic towards Island. Can we pass the mic? 你要中文啊？你不讲中文啊你？Okay, Highland, I know you can speak Chinese. I know you can speak English. What other language can you actually speak? What like the languages you actually do speak?
I speak Chinese,
And English.
English.
Don't say you don't know English now. Okay, now since you guys, I think is the most varied team from different backgrounds. You yourself can speak English and Chinese. There's also France
Apalagi
players.
nih.
There's also some Germany players. So there's
France
so
players,
many
Germany
background
players.
variety from your end. How do you guys keep it together? How are the comms going for the team? 随便。
就是我们这边4个人说中文，然后有一个只能说英文，所以我们我们2个人能说英文，我们要2个人试着跟他沟通。可是如果他能说中文的话，我相信我们能平退任何一个队伍。
哪一位可以讲英文？你跟你讲有2位可以讲英文。
我和我旁边这位能说英文。
So basically what happened was if they need the communication going, usually you use English, right? So they were probably going to use English and there's only 2 of them to use English. And speaking of which, if anything, miscommunication, you have to sort it out. Now back to it, the team captain yourself. So it comes to strategy. How do you sort the strategy without misunderstanding? 比如来说，你们要试试你们的战略的话，可能你们的沟通有一点误会或者听不懂，那你怎么解决那个问题？
就是我们会教他一些中文，对，因为我没办法让全部人说英语。
没办法，因为你们的 coach、你们的教练员也是讲中文的，
也是中文。
So basically, they have to teach them Chinese if they want to test out some new strategies.
Belajar bahasa Mandarin, guys.
Even though the other party or the other teammate cannot understand English, they will have to teach Chinese. How long does it take for you to implement some strategy just to make sure everybody is on the same page? 对，需要多久？
其实很久。我们刚组的时候就有这种问题，然后到现在还有这种问题。
Bentar lagi gue tiduran sih guys. Nih mohon maaf banget, bentar lagi gue tiduran nih, ngantuk bro.
大概要多久 ？How long？
Ntar pipis dulu by the way.
我觉得我们这次打完就可以了。
As long as they're done, they did it. It's okay. 虽然不是完美，你还是可以，对吗？就是现在你们对观众们有什么要说吗？
请大家支持我们。
That's it. Support them, guys, because Team Vitality is the most varied teams out there. I have so many respect for you guys. Good luck, all the best, and thank you so much, Team Vitality. That's going to be Highland for the captain, but we're going to toss it back to the casters to have next series and the post-stat of the match.
And there we have it. We hear from Highland, their team coach. Well, not team coach, but at least their the shot seems as they seem to have trouble with communication because obviously everyone bar one of their teammates doesn't speak Chinese, so they're trying to teach him Chinese. So that is probably a task in its own. So to perform that well on stage, but then also trying to teach your teammates a different language is definitely something that I don't envy being in the situation of, because that would be immense pressure. But they did not crack, they did not falter. They took a 2-0 victory from the top Turkish team of FUT Esports.
Yeah, it doesn't matter, right? If they don't speak the same verbal language, I think there's a universal language that everyone understands, no matter where you're coming from, and that is the language of winning. So Team Vitality, they have the winning strategy so far. They have the winning formula, and I expect big things from them going into the following days for the group stages, the knockout stages as well. Now, that concludes the game between Foot Esports and Team Vitality. What a performance, of course, by Team Vitality. We are gonna move ahead. I think I'm very curious to talk about Shanks this entire game, right? If you take a look at what Shanks did, he has been absolutely phenomenal with the Doomsday, with the Eternity Blade, and the Crimson Reaper.
Arli mainnya dibiarin begitu, bro. Arlinya 12.000. Arlinya lebih dari 2 kali lipat supportnya.
And of course, we take a look at Highland. I think Highland did a very good job of maintaining, number one, composure, but also give information to the team.
Sepertiga lebih kayak daripada Hoi-nya, bro. Gila sih, ini Shanks cara farmingnya sih GG Gaming sih. Menyeramkan. Tapi dia juga nge-kill tadi kan. Jadi gila sih, emang oke lah GG.
9,000, that was the cap. He was the highest farm in the team.
Wih, udah ada. Nice.
Geser dulu. So that was a bit unfortunate, but that was the game plan, right? They wanted to gain full control of the map, and once you control the growth of the jungler, you start to be able to control the map a little bit more. And
Aldi, Momochan, Watch Party, Valorant, Mushoku, Watch Later dulu.
Yeah, absolutely. We see that Shanks, as you were saying, in true Shanks fashion, shanking the enemy team with that 68.7k damage. But just like to basically reiterate what you were saying there, Kin, about Highland playing a little bit more of just an informative role on the Mai Shiranui, rather than the sort of like all-out brawly sort of roaming to the point where you're just looking to pick up and pick up some enemy heroes to pick up those kills for yourself, like we saw on the side of Team Secret. This was just being used as a nimble hero that could get and traverse to places that they needed to be to make sure they was able to give the right intel to their teammates when they needed it. But again, City Boy having a fantastic game, just soaking so much damage, that 58.2k damage. Not quite much as the Zhongfei, but again, Zhongfei has a lot more health, a lot more shield, but still that 100% team fight anticipation for the City Boy on the KASIH is just showing you what Team Vitality is all about. You've got your mid laner, who is your captain, giving you intel, and then you've just got your jungle, who's able just to basically formulate the plan that you want to go to. And as you can see from the gold graph, it wasn't as sort of a stomp. We see that there was
lumayan sih, bisa 14 menit sih oke lah. Berarti Vitality tuh nggak segila itu. TS aja bisa 9 menit tadi sama kalian. Kalau dia lagi asik main, aman, santai aja. Santai kau. Jadi kita main juga deh. Gue juga main. Ya harusnya breaknya lumayan lama ya. Nanti kita liatin breaknya dulu, lamanya berapa. Kalau emang lumayan lama kita main juga. Lagi replay. Klik solo aja. Oh berarti ini abis ini Loops ya yang main ya, Loops lawan R8. Oke.
Pick a hero to ban.
Gila, gue udah kenapa dapet mid mulu ya? Bingung juga. Gue main farmland dapetnya mid mulu, cok.
It's our turn to pick heroes. It's our turn to pick heroes. Pick your hero.
Once begun. Listen to your dreams, cherish your beliefs, and indulge in your passions.
Oke.
5 seconds left.
Kembali bermain bersama Diamond ini. Ya udah deh, moga-moga menang aja deh.
Welcome to Honor of Kings. Enemy minions will arrive in 5 seconds. All forces, move out!
Chang'an holds secrets that lead to ultimate power.
Gede. Udah bakar flash, tapi tidak ada yang follow up. Nice. Bahkan support gua nggak ngerti harus geraknya kemana anjir. Dia ada bakar flash. Gua masih level 1. Nice. Ini support.
An ally has been slain.
Chang'an holds secrets that lead
Gila.
been slain.
Nggak dibantu gue anjing. Ente deh.
Nature reflects our lives, and music transports us into dreams of rivers and mountains. Shan-Ang holds secrets that lead to ultimate power.
Gold gue diambilin mulu, gue nggak dibantu, ngentot emang.
I still
Oke, masih bisa.
An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain.
power.
Matchmaking. Iya, lu disamain sama skill set lu. Ngentot. Temen-temen gue yang disamain, musuhnya kagak, Cok.
The heart that waver.
Temen-temen gue disamain tololnya nih, tapi musuhnya yang disamain pas gue lagi jago. Ngentot banget emang, aneh banget.
Tower shields have been shattered. Catapults moving out. An enemy has been slain. Assemble! An ally has been slain. Assemble! Someone lend me a hand. Copy that.
Nature reflects our lives, and music transports us into dreams of rivers
Charge!
and mountains.
My skills are ready. Assemble!
Fightnya begitu banget lagi.
An ally has been slain.
Oke, dia ada flash.
An enemy has been slain.
Tapi tower atas kita jebol. Nice.
Has been destroyed. Your team has destroyed a turret.
Ya udah trading lumayan.
Even for just a fleeting moment of happiness, something in return.
Enemy killing spree. An enemy has been slain. An enemy has been slain. An enemy has
Oke,
been
nice.
slain.
Emotions, not the heart.
Anjing, berarti ini gue ngantuk, Cok. Abis ini gue gak bisa main lagi, Cok. Lihat gold gue diambil mulu, anak-anak ngentot. Emang nih orang anjing.
I still look the
Sat, bangsat.
if the world has aged.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Secrets that lead to ultimate power.
Retreat!
Just a fleeting moment.
An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Nature reflects our lives, and music transports us.
Coba ngantuk gue anjing.
Hold secrets that lead to ultimate power. Nature reflects our lives, and music transports us into dreams of rivers and mountains.
Killing
Cut
spree.
anjing.
Double kill.
Jadi harus high mekanik ini gue anjing.
Secrets that lead to ultimate power.
Unstoppable. Your team has destroyed a turret.
Ya, sat.
Has been slain. An enemy has been slain. Shut down. Unstoppable.
Na 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 na.
Your team has
Goceng,
destroyed a turret.
oke lah. Kalau udah di realm goceng masih oke lah.
Reflects our lives,
Yang penting gue berusaha guys,
transports
nyari duit
us
anjing.
into dreams of
Gold gue
rivers
diambilin
and
mulu,
mountains.
tot.
The Overlord and Tyrant have been enhanced. Cannons moving out.
Nice.
Slain an enemy. Double kill.
Nature reflects our lives, and music transports us into dreams of rivers and mountains.
Has been destroyed. Godlike. Your team has destroyed a turret.
Aduh,
Has been slain.
nggak sempat mencet ulti, goblok. Bisa.
Fabulous.
Even for just
Your
a
team
few
has destroyed a turret.
Udah nggak ada primal bond sih.
fateful claims
Jujur-jujuran aja ya gue ya.
Your team has destroyed a turret. Your team has destroyed a turret. An ally has been slain. Shut down.
Tai.
An ally has been slain. Shut down.
Shan Ang holds
Your turret has been destroyed. They tried. Your turret has been destroyed. Retreat. High ground tower is under attack. Slain.
Anjing. Gue mulai yang jadi target orang-orang ini ngentut. Apa frozen blood gue udah jadi. Tinggal bikin ini. Ini dulu ya. Bikin meso sampai geni. Habis itu baru kita bikin
eyes
oh, good.
the world has aged.
Enemy has been slain. An ally has been retreat. An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain. Enemy killing spree.
Lives and music transports us into dreams of rivers.
Enemy rampage. Enemy double
Ini
kill.
slow apa sih ini anjing?
Ace.
Bisa nge-slow tolol gitu, Cuk. Anjing, aneh banget.
Enemy killing spree. Our high ground tower is under attack. Your turret has been destroyed. Our high ground tower is under attack. Enemy has been slain. Turret has been destroyed. Our crystal is under attack. Ally has been slain. Double kill.
Ada. Ya udah lah ya. Yeay, kita menang. Belum deh. Hampir dikit lagi. Elah, cepet amat udah masuk game lagi, Cok. Ini anak kontol ini nggak mengizinkan gue buat farming, Jok, ngentut. Ya udah lu, gue tinggal deh. Kuda. Nggak nih pulang kah?
Even for just a fleeting moment of happiness, fate will claim.
Kenapa gua nggak bisa mencet ulti ya? Aneh banget ya anjing. Nggak jelas, Cok.
The Tempest Dragon has arrived. The final battle begins. Your turret has been destroyed. Assemble.
Nature reflects our lives, and music
Enemy killing spree.
rivers and mountains.
An ally has been slain. Enemy double kill.
It's emotions, not the heart, that waver.
Our high ground tower is under attack. Our castle is under attack. Has been slain. Godlike. Enemy double kill.
Nice.
Ace. Defeat.
Sandro mah itu stand dev. Gimana caranya? Emang jadinya nanti bulutannya jadi 2 gitu? Pakai gara-gara mode hijau kagak, Cok. Emang ngantuk kayak gue.
The perfect victory.
Tuh, 110 anjing gue. Emang ngantuk kayak gue. Ini temponya juga cepet banget mainnya. Goblok. Ketemunya Cayan Sun Bin mulu anjing. Tadi mah tau gini pakai Kongming gue, Cuk. Kelar ini kalau gue pakai Kongming. Kayak tolol pakai Yuhan mukulin gini kagak ada habisnya. Udah main, guys.
And that is going to save his life for the moment, but this means they find a little bit more time for Ryoichi to kind of outlane our farm lane for Zia in the bottom side of the map.
Arab lawan Brazil.
Yep, a little bit of an on-brand skill there to save himself. He used that skill, Zhongfei, getting over the wall. But like you said, Mithi was definitely stepped in that whole interaction. He could have been the victim of the first blood. But speaking of first blood, we do have Maiyin and Jing down into the mid lane here, hoping to what could potentially be a leech onto the Mai Shiranui, because again, Zenith on this Mai we saw yesterday was a fantastic performance, was able to get a round or a game off of All Gamers Global as well, thanks to this pick, but it was also paired with the likes of the Lian Po, which again is another fantastic hero for those team fight engages.
Yep, and as it stands now, I think a pretty good start for the side of R8. They have managed to get themselves a very, very slight lead. It's just about a few hundred gold, right, at this point. Lupus, they haven't really kicked into gear yet. You can see they're both transitioning into the farming state, so they just want to make sure that they're ready for the fights. They want the first 3-4 items to pop up in their inventory before they really start to commit and make a play that could swing the momentum over to their side.
Yep, the goal, I mean, it seems to be the story of the day, other than the match one of the day, where we saw the gold heavily go towards the favor of Team Secret. The past two games have been very knit to knit with that gold. It's just been flittering and flirting with both of these teams and just going like a pendulum between both the teams. And you'll see it in the gold graph towards the post-game analytics that it's never just sort of like an astute sort of one-sided thing. It just kind of levels out for quite some time in the early game, and then you get to that sort of 8 to 9 minute mark where it's either goes in the complete opposite direction or continues to just go on the trajectory of the winning team. But using the teleport mechanic to get back to the mid lane, Lady Chen is now back and present, so there is no push on this new wave here, trying to catch out Zen in there with a nice knock up from the Lady Chen, but Jing is nearby, also Kaiser. We could be getting a little bit of a 2v2 action here going on, but again, just using their jungles to clear the wave quicker, and Mai was just a little bit more effective on that one. They're looking to catch out. The Lady Chen gets taken down first blood, but is Jing going to be the answer to take it down as well? Yes, Jing is trading with the Mai Shiranui, but Kaiser was not done. He gets the kill under Abe on the side of Loop Esports, which is a great setup for this Tyrant here. No jungle, no mid lane, re-Tyrant, baby.
Yep, exactly, and R8, they're super happy with this. This is the R8 I'm expecting for today, and that was a very clean execution, right? She have doing so well to not only just help support the Mai, they get the kill on Kank, but more importantly, they get the kill onto ABH, and that's important. Timeline's going to be dropped as well, and you know, right now, you can start to see the swing. Suddenly, we have a 1,000 goal lead going into the advantage of R8.
Yes, just all it took was that mid lane interaction there.
Gimana kapan jam 8 kalau sesuai jadwal. Kalau misalnya
R8 showed, but to be honest, the Loops they did carry.
Kalau misalnya ini 2-0 ya jam 6.
Unfortunately, it does end.
Kalau misalnya ini lama sesuai jadwal jam 8 nanti baru main.
And obviously the Tyrant going as well.
RRQ.
So again, it was a fruitful engage for the side of R8 Esports and an unfortunate one for the side of Loops. But we could still be seeing here that maybe go for the Overlord, but Kaiser is sticking to this mid lane like a glue, because again, trying to run this mid lane down, trying to get as much that Kaiser is going to have an earlier access to Loops.
Kalau ngantuk main tuh goblok.
Get that cleared. But now, because the minion waves are cleared in the mid lane, we could be seeing a massive rotation here as well, with the Byron rotating down to the bot lane with the teleport mechanic. We could be seeing a setup here for a team fight down on the bot side.
Yeah, but as of now, I think R8 not gonna bite onto the bait at this point, because Loops, I think they're kind of ready. But if R8 figure out that, hey, Lady Chen is no longer here, that could be the marker for them to decide to just take a bite out of the flesh of Loops at this point.
Yes, but it seems like Kaiser is wanting to help himself for that Sage buff. However, Jing is still tied up in that mid lane. Now they are going to leave it to it, because again, they are all close by on that bottom side of the map. That is not what you want to be caught out in, especially if you've already started on the Sage buff and then they end up stealing it from you anyway. So again, that could have been a non-starter for R8 Esports. So I think that was a tactical retreat that they had to take there. Miffy in this bush, waiting patiently, hoping that Ryoshi just overextends a little too much here. But no, there seems to be a 3v2 happening in the farm lane. Nice paracel there from the Arlie, keeping her safe, able to just dish a little bit of damage, trying to sort of wind up the side of Loops Esports right now.
Yeah, that was a good deterrent, to be honest, because
Oh,
it really
oke.
felt like Luke
Info
was
paling
gonna
baru,
take that
ada
shot
Honor
from
of
the
Kings
bottom.
X
It looked
Sao.
inevitable at that point. So a very good combination of the time
Mohon bersabar, ntar lagi ada Sao.
as well. I think
Berarti ada
Ari
lain.
has already shown
Udah
themselves
pasti ada lain, Butterfly ya.
and substance. But now Illidan, he's stuck in no man's land, gonna be taken out with
Iya.
the Mirror Domain as
Alain
well.
Butterfly.
It's 2-on-1, so you can't really blame him at this point.
Tuh, Butterfly-nya sih kangen sih, Butterfly Asunanya.
Early game onto the Byron.
Cuman gua nggak pakai sih dua-duanya hero-nya.
Take the first tier turret into the clash lane because again Siap looking a little bit absent from that side of the map. They're a little bit too focused, and Loops has definitely abused that fact. Knowing that, okay, Kaiser likes to stick around that bot side of the map. Let's abuse the Byron into the clash lane, take him down, take the first tier turret, and we could be seeing a potential brawl here in the mid lane between them all. Okay, Ryuchi is going in. The risk from that Ali play, which is what we just love to see when Ali gets locked in the draft.
Well, what a play from there. I mean, I honestly wouldn't go for that because I can't calculate the risk that I'm taking, but what a play. Ryoichi showing everyone why Arlie is so frequent in the ban phases.
Yep, and that was the favorite there. Zenon actually getting picked off again. It seems like the same old song and dance. I got a bit of a taste of deja vu there, but Loops with the aggression from Clash Lane. Now, the knock-on effect to that mid lane after that engage, but really trying to punish the fact that Ali was able to take out the Lady Chen. However, they did lose that mid lane, so kind of hoping for the side of RA to be the ones that were going to be capitalizing on that early mid-game abuse that we saw there onto the Mai. But unfortunately, it has swapped around and gone into favor for Loopy.
Volta juga nggak jauh-jauh amat, berarti masih oke lah.
We got to make sure that RA just don't underestimate Loops.
Udah boleh 9 soalnya, Volta masih sama.
Yep. You know, at this point, R8 actually get.
Ya, jadi game pertama, ini kayaknya bisa jadi game pertama yang jadi panjang di Pakai Invitational Season 2 ini.
Dark for the side of R8, right? And that's a risk. So you can see Loops, they're already starting to poise themselves on the other side of the map, waiting for any stragglers to show up, and there is burst potential coming out from the Loops lineup. So I'm really concerned about them face checking pushes at this point.
Kecuali si Siap lelet lagi. Karena Siap lelet banget anjing. Main Kaiser lelet banget.
So it is 2 for 2. There is a equalization in that turret game, but I don't think it's an equal turret takedown because that mid lane is definitely more important than one of these side lanes. You definitely want to be taking down that first tier turret and making a lot more damage and a lot more presence that mid lane because it opens up your enemy's jungle. But again, we see that Ryoji is just being so confrontational with this Ali pick, and I feel like this is the only way you can really play this hero, because if you're just playing it a little bit too passive and don't take those risky ones, then you are just going to sort of be like any other marksman. You may as well just be playing like a Luban number 7.
Gila, mereka kayak udah tahu gitu, mereka nggak bisa fight Tyrant, ya udah ambil overlord aja nggak apa.
So agile and being able to get around the way that most.
Ya nggak apa. Setidaknya Array hari ini lebih punya tujuan ya daripada kemarin. Kemarin mereka agak bingung. Hari ini lebih terfokus.
Higher ground turret in the clash lane, still not being able to take that mid lane turret from the side of Loops.
Yep, and all of a sudden, you can start to see R8 suddenly has a little bit more dominance around the map, right? Now tier 3s are an actual threat on the side of Loops. So they have to be very careful about the fights that they pick. And at this point, you can see she has a lot of confidence. He's going to be able to stand in the front because he's just buying room for Ryoichi to really just go in. And you know, with the skill set, the kit that Ryoichi has, he's happy to dive. It doesn't matter because at this point he has that escape mechanism. And Siap, you can see.
Yuk, Arlie-nya mana yuk? Nah.
R8 across the map. They want the 2-2s across the board. Who cares about your mid lane? Let's just take the side.
Yeah, are currently kind of trying to take that same kind of approach that Team Vitality did, but rather than mid lane domination, they are looking for those side lanes. But okay, Mai may have got caught out there ever so slightly. Jing as well tried to go in onto the Byron, but just no luck at all. But these Vanguards really putting some pressure onto the side of Loop Esports. I feel like if they didn't get this Overlord, they would not be in this privileged situation.
Udah nggak usah kejauhan, Arit, ambil midnya dulu. Penting banget ini ambil mid itu, Cok.
The clash lane, they are pretty much at the higher ground turrets in both.
Mereka nggak dapat tower midnya LP sampai menit 12.
Open up that mid lane. We want to see the eyes on the prize and taking that down.
Ya ambil dulu yuk, ambil dulu. Bakal di fight kayaknya. Nah, kan bener kan bakal di fight sama Oops.
Chen drops that ultimate, but I don't think that's just going to be the only bit of engage there.
Oke.
Kai's taking a lot of damage, but nobody dies there. Ali's able to take down.
Oke, nice, mainnya balik. Tuker Biron. Jingnya tapi, buset, Jingnya.
Able to catch the Jing. Jing gets a double kill onto the Sun Bin as well. Oh boy.
Jago banget, Sun Binnya hilang.
The Jing.
That's right. ABH, what a play there. And I think, you know, at this point, RA, they have been picking their fights. But Loops has shown that, hey, it doesn't matter when you're going to pick your fights. We are going to out-skill you, out-mechanically skill you. And at
Diciduk nih langsung nih.
Zenon,
Tawan soal Arli di mana. Aduh.
Oh, Zenon gets caught out. What is that?
Mau nyiduk Arli dapat bonus, bro.
We'll be having a pause here, so it is going to be requested by R.
Dapat bonusnya Zenon anjir.
So far, this game for you, Blam, how is it going?
Yeah, I mean, the rocky start for R8. Obviously, we saw a promising mid lane, that little brawl between Jing, Mai, and Lady Chen, and obviously Kaiser there towards the end of that one. I honestly thought that we was going to be seeing a little bit more of a dominance there from R8, but then the tower pressure definitely came onto the side of Loop Esports, but really kind of awoken something up there within R8 Esports, because then they tried to replicate that same kind of thing, and they did very well with both the side lanes, running them down to the high ground turret, as Zenon obviously got caught out there, but whether that was down to the fault of the device or himself is yet to be seen. But again, I think it's going, like, it's very even. I thought that this could have been a lot more one-sided, but I think R8 is definitely just showing that they are a name to be contested here, especially with them always seeming to lose towards their counterpart in the MENA region, which is obviously Team Vulcans. So for them to do this well on Season 2 Invitational stage makes me think that either Team Vulcans is going to be even greater at EWC, or they are going to have something to prove next time they meet R8 in a tournament scene, because again, R8 are doing fantastic. So far, making the Giants bleed on the side of All Gamers Global. Nobody thought that was going to happen. And now they're going neck to neck with Loops Esports, who by far have probably had a lot more Honor of Kings experience than we thought compared to R8.
Yeah, Loops at this point, you can tell they're feeling the pressure, right? Their faces are scrunched up, their eyebrows are furrowed at this point. But more importantly, I just want to point out something that I noticed, and this is specifically for the mid laner on the side of Loops, right? At this point, his itemization, he does have the Splendor and the Mask of Agony, along with the boots, and that's it, right? So I kind of think R8 has spoiled the game for the mid laner of Loops, and that's why they're struggling, right? Because
mereka harusnya lumayan capek ya, jet lag ini.
That much damage.
Loops.
Yes, Mask of Agony deals percentage health damage, but at this point, he's always at risk of being chased down and hunted by Ryoichi, and nobody has been able to stop this aggression from the farm lane of the side of R8.
There we go. We have some of the Osiris players there cheering on.
Oh yeah, ini dari Argentina.
Both being part of the same region, even though this is an Argentine team, but they have played against each other recently. So it's nice to see that the regions do support each other, and obviously with VKS's closing interview, their winning interview, they said that they are going to be supporting Loop Esports for 80, because when they are abroad, they are brothers in one, which I think is a really nice sentiment between, even in a competitive scene, you want to be supporting everybody in your region, which is a really wholesome thing to come through, even in a competitive game like Honor of Kings.
That's right. I mean, it really is about representation, right? And at this point, we are all about supporting your friends. And, you know, it really is a support system for the entire esports ecosystem as well. So we really hope that you can also do that favor for us and support us in this invitational for Season 2. Now, in the meantime, I'd like to bring the attention back to the Kang, right? So I want to see how he's going to be able to kind of catch up in terms of farm because he needs to have the damage against Shihab, or else this jungler for the Kaiser will go out of control.
Kenapa mereka suka banget deh main Overlord?
Yeah, I think that's
Tapi udah ada flank ya. Jingnya lihat flank.
Obviously with that ultimate which being able to
Ambil Loudburst, langsung kena Ryoichi-nya. Full fokus ke Ryoichi, bro.
Manage to get, actually no, the Overlord still
Dapat Zen juga.
low, but the blue
Kan?
team is taking some L's here. They do.
Nggak menang apa-apa, sumpah. Arit nggak menang apa-apa coy ini.
Loop Esports, but that is a 3-1 trade for RA Esports. I mean, that fight was literally fought in so many different places. You had so many of the team down onto the mid side of the river, and then you had some towards the back of the Overlord. It was kind of just like, where do we keep our little BDI?
Gila, masih bisa begini buru-buru begini, bro.
Because Lady Shen is still 11 seconds up. We have Kaiser going in very sticky onto the back of the Zhang Fei, and down goes Mayin. So no damage for you. It's just a matter of waiting for those minions to rock up to the crystal, but their little legs aren't fast enough, Kin. Unfortunately for the side of R8, they're not going to be able to finish it there. It seemed a little bit
Oh iya, tadi gue yang bilang ya kalau misalnya ini fightnya bisa jadi ketempes. Anjing, jangan lama-lama, Cok. Jangan lama-lama, Cok. King Ararki masih menunggu, Cok. Jangan lama-lama, Bang.
Tempest actually, because he actually saved the life of the team. It would have been over if they didn't clear the minions there. And bear in mind, this is a super minion wave that's going to be marching down into the lanes as well. Let's take a look at the growth of the items so far. Looks like we will be expecting a Glacial Buckler coming out from this Lady Chen. So Kank wants to go for that 20% cooldown reduction. On the flip side, somehow they actually got their hands on Ryoichi here. I think it was the thing, and let's take a look at the itemization there. It is Siege Breaker, one of the most damaging items in the game, along with the Master Sword as well as the Action Torment. So there is huge burst potential coming out from ADH. Now the question is, can they get into position? Now this is not really a high kill game. It's 8-7 on the scoreboard here at 16 minutes into the game. And as it stands now, it is.
Ya ini jingnya udah one shot Arli, jadi hati-hati ya.
And found an entry point into the top lane. Tier 3s are down there. Now,
kalau Arli kena ulti jing lagi sih hilang sih.
Find the
Arlinya.
in the armor here, the chink in the armor here against R8.
Yeah, I think that's probably like their next point of call, because if they can't find that, R8's already kind of found their way and what works for them into these team fights, because not only do they have such brawlers like the Byron, we see that Zenon on this Mai is just leaps and bounds ahead in the gold lead against the Lady Shen right now. I think last time we saw that gold difference, Lady Shen was on 6.5k, whereas we saw that Mai and Zenon were
sekarang jam tidur gue jadi jam 4 sore, jam 5 sore soalnya. Makanya jadi sekarang nih gue ngantuk banget.
Huge difference in a lane alone. So trying
butuh gula kali ya. Beli gula kali ya.
In this late game now is going to be near impossible for Lady Shen. She's just got to realize that she is just a utility mage. She's not going to be getting any amazing kills or amazing plays. It's all about just stunting engage from R8. But again, cleaning out that minion wave means that middle lane is as safe for now.
Yeah, and one more thing to add on is that, Kank, I think he has been consistently chased by Ryoichi, and
Kalau bingung mau makan apa, jadi mending beli gula dulu gue.
Extra attack range is going to be quite detrimental to the side of Kank.
Toprak telur.
That's something I'm really worried about for the side of Loops. But if they can figure a way out to protect Kank, get him and allow him to stay alive as long as possible, the destructive
juga ya makan nasi ayam gitu ya.
in the team fights as well.
Yeah, we saw that Ava was trying to get some sort of macro play there, trying to push those minions to the high ground turret. However, we see that Illidan does go and to stop that minion wave. But in regards to that, in the response for R8, they was able to get that mid-tier turret in the mid lane. So not quite the high ground turret, but it could have been fruitful for them. They did it very well because they pushed the minions in the clash lane all the way to potentially the inhibitor. Mayin had to drop away. So did the rest of the team. That meant that they had to give up that mid lane second tier turret, which is going to work wonders for R8 the next time that they get a huge team fight off of the side of Loop Esports, which looks like to be brewing any second now. We've got Mayin at the top side of this team fight. We have Zhang Fei in that brush as well. We may be seeing somewhat of a pincer movement because nobody knows that Mayin is there. She is just waiting for the backline to get a little bit more damage. She is looking for, there is some movement on the minimap there, but I don't think it's gonna happen. Maybe R8 have just realized that she is missing. That is an issue. You don't want to be seeing a missing Mayeen.
Yeah, it could be a tunnel vision play as well. They want to go for the split push, and it looks like, yes, they will go for the neutral objective down here.
Oh,
Tempest uses the weapon to
Splendor
get
coming
out.
through. The Splendor coming through there from
Oh,
the
they
Might.
really
We just
did.
saved Zenon as well. But we do see that Abe was able to get the Shadow Tyrant. They push the minion wave as well into the Clash lane. Is this where they're going to go try and get the Overlord? With knowing that Jing is nowhere near that Overlord, this seems like it's going to be a clear one because Miffy could not get into it. Obviously, we see that Zhang Fei did take the smite as well, but unfortunately was just not able to get into that team fight. It was either Miffy go in trying to get a crucial kill theft, or he was going to die, but it just decided to just like, no, we're not going to approach it. We'll leave this for the Tempest Dragon, which is up in 20 seconds. This is the first Tempest Dragon of the day, Kin.
Aduh, tapi curang banget ini, bro.
Tempest Dragon. People in the chat at home, let that sink in. That's how quick the previous games have been. No Tempest, but this time around, we are seeing the first Tempest Dragon come onto the Gorge.
Yep, the 5-second disruption on the turrets is going to be huge, and at this point, there's one more thing we need to consider. Ryoichi actually has a Sage's Sanctuary, which means he's going to have a double life at this point, and that might be the turning point, which kind of gets Loops to overcommit during fights, because Ryoichi is going to play very dangerous at this point.
Yeah, because he not only obviously has his recall with his Paracel, he's able to just go in, feel like he's going to do a lot of damage onto one of these squishy heroes, like we just maybe saw there with the Jing in the farm lane, but then they think they may have caught him out, but then Sage's Sanctuary comes through, he's able to get back to his Parasol, and then that's it, he's out, he's scot-free, he's able to just go back and do what he needs to do, or re-engage, because we've seen some high-risk, high-reward plays from people and players picking up the Arlie throughout the entire of the Season 2 Invitational. But again, I feel like this is all brewing up around that Tempest Dragon. They're just going to make sure that they don't remain all the focus and that there is any kind of push here on one of the lanes, because if anything goes upset in this Tempest Dragon fight, we have the Zhang Fei looking for a rotation in. We know that he has the smite, but he able to get back and use the shield and leap onto one of his compadres on the side of esports. But Zenon and we see that Mayeen are taking trades in that mid lane. We see that Miffy is able to close the crucial kill
sama
the
Loops.
Tempest Dragon. That is a 1-1 trade. The Sage's Sanctuary comes through, both on Byron, both on Jing.
Udah kalah Raid, kalah.
The Sage's Sanctuary as well, he's back up.
Kalah Raid, kalah.
But then we see that Derenji is just able to rinse the Kaiser within that team fight. This is not
Bener kan sampai Tempest? Aku sudah bilang sampai Tempest tadi. Dari awal game aku sudah bilang akan sampai Tempest hari ini.
Somehow, Miffy
Bener aja, sampai Tempest, co.
a crucial steal. Here we go. It is going to be Tempest making the plays for the team as
Udah
well.
cenayang banget gue.
Burn the life points down. They will get Illidan as well, and this is Kank coming in. Can he get the destructive? The Lose gets it as well. Ocean of Tears together the flowing side. This is the map all across for the side of Loops. They have been waiting for this whole chance for the entire game, and this is what we're talking about. The Tempest buff. Look at the disruption. Look at the damage from the Dragon as well. And this is going to be a tier 3 on the bot lane, with the mid lane being threatened as well as we speak.
Yeah, no, I think this may be a curtain call for R8 in game 1, and it's just where these teams normally struggle is in that late game, but they are all back. This is their last Hail Mary play. They don't want to lose too many high ground turrets, because if they do, then that will definitely be the call of times for them in game 1. But we saw that Ryoshi was able to do a lot of damage onto the Jing, onto the DRNG as well. But again, Mayeen is just being used as that human ward and waiting for that closer play engage from the Mayeen. It seems to be just all a little bit too much brewing up right now, Kin. I'm not too sure what is going to happen. They have the Zhang Fei there. Shihab is there as well. They're just going to make sure that this next engage is the best engage they can do.
Yeah, I think we have to keep our eyes on Tempest as well as Kank. They will be the ones that make the game-changing play at this point. Right? If they can get the catch with the
Ya nggak apa bang, sekarang gue masih di Master bang. Master 5 masih bersantai, solo gaming.
Down the tier 3s. This is essentially a Baron base.
Nggak berat-berat main ranked atau ngejar-ngejar
into the base at the crystal as well. So I think it's only a matter of time if Loops is able to execute a perfect interaction and engage here onto R8. We could be seeing the end of game 1, but again, the second Tempest Dragon is up in 35 seconds. I don't think they're going to need it. If they do need it, it's just pretty much a guaranteed nail in the coffin for R8. But if Loops is able to steal it this time around, this could be their return of victory and return to the position of victory that they needed. But there's just too many super minions coming through. There's just too much pressure on the side of R8 right now. They have waves that are being pushed. They have the loss of the gold lead. It's ever so slight, but again, it is a gold lead for Loops nonetheless.
Tempest
But
kedua.
they've got to be careful because they can't prioritize that Tempest Dragon.
Gue tadi ngomong match sampai Tempest, gak mengira sampai Tempest kedua juga sih ya.
Like Mayin just able to just crush those lanes very quickly is going to mean that they are able to open up that crystal if they put too much of their focus onto the Tempest.
If they're on a timer at this point, Tempest going for the potential option of the backdoor play, right? And they're going to pull away Illidan from the fight, which means there's going to be one massive tank gone from the fight if they choose to proceed accordingly. Now, this leaves Xenon with a very important task of not only finding, but just having the lockdown onto the members of Loops to allow Ryoichi to have the freedom to jump in and out, as well as maybe, hopefully, time the Maple Dance to
fightnya mulai.
the Loops. That is the one big play that Ryoichi will be able to.
Tapi sekarang towernya udah gak ada lagi soalnya R8. Mereka nggak bisa segampang itu anjir nyicil Tempest ini. Nah, udah ditarik, dekat reset.
Sitting in the bush or just using themselves as bait. We do see that Siap is in there. Is he going to be close enough to get the smite? Oh, they do get the Tempest Dragon. Are they able to get some kills here though? Zhongfei with the Unbridled Rage comes through. We see that Splendor comes through on the side of Jing as well. Jing is not down just yet. Down goes Jing. She has no Sage Sanctuary. She has life. However, Ryushi is down and Mayin Tempest is in that bot lane. They have to be careful. We do see the Fire is able to go back though, but Sage's Sanctuary
tapi nggak bisa ya, langsung recall.
Mayin, she is just basically posting those minions, hoping that nobody recalled. But again, there is a minion call around here. There's a fresh minion wave at the crystal. This could be a close call. It's Kin. I'm not too sure what is going to go on here. Is it going to be R8 taking
the bisa bilang close call juga sih, kagak ada creep aja, tapi creep ini apa? Creep Tempestnya ini yang bakal jadi enak.
Byron is going for a bit more of a macro play, just stopping those minions
iya,
in the mid lane.
Mereka kalau nggak harus dapat tower, tapi mereka juga nggak bisa dapat tower. Lama lagi nih, bisa setengah jam lebih.
But we are heading into our 27th minute.
Baru ya kan game pertama udah mau setengah jam.
Of the Tempest Dragon. So at this point, R8 they have a lot of time on their hands. They don't mind, taking a less aggressive approach at this point, right? 27 minutes into the game, this is where things get a little bit dicey for both ends, because if you get the kills on the respective important people on your opponents, it could change the whole game altogether. At this point, because we are up at the 26-minute mark, the final evolutions of the items are going to be apparent in the game as well. So right now, Sage's Sanctuary, one of the main win conditions that R8 is trying to depend on, and they will clear up that tier 3 on the bot lane as well. Looks like mid will be safe for the time being, but that's not going to be the case any longer because R8, they are looking for the entry point.
Yeah, no, it just seems like that is the only last bastion stand alive there is that higher ground turret in the mid lane, but all of Loops are up, all of R8s are up, but this Tempest on Mayin is just so unpredictable. He's just always looking for those background gaps.
Fighter udah dibuka, Bironnya udah masuk, Zenonnya udah tengah. Tapi sekali lagi Ryoichi-nya yang ditargetin.
Down goes Ryushi, down goes Zenon as well. Nobody on the side of Loop Esports has yet to fall.
Kagak bisa air lagi, Cok.
3-0 trade. There we are.
Gak bisa air lagi nih.
Too much damage.
Bro.
That the Tempest Dragon Vanguard just
aduh, lucu banget.
Still have Siap and Illidan down, but is that going to be enough to take them and rear them away from that crystal takedown?
Aduh, ini lucu banget, bro. Gimana ini lucu banget, Cok.
22 seconds until the next third, oh my days, third Tempest Dragon coming through into this match. So match 3.
Tempestnya giliran.
Going all the way.
Loop 1, R8 2, loops ketiga, abis itu N gitu ya. Abis ini harusnya N sih. Abis ini harusnya N ya. Abis ini mereka harusnya N. Bahkan gak usah Tempest betul. Karena Sunbin masih ada. Masih belum. Oke, Invisible Warrior, coba masuk kan Bridal Outburst, tapi Ryoichi-nya emang sulit, anjing ini Ryoichi. Nah, Ryoichi-nya, Siapnya bertahan, Ryoichi coba buat pukul-pukul lagi. Coba keluar masuk, tapi serinya udah low banget tadi digebukin sama Super Minion, bejir. Nah, mereka masih berlima. Nah, ini enaknya nih. Kalau mereka masih berlima masih bisa push lagi soalnya. 5 lawan 3 ini. Nah, kan. Udah. Setengah jam.
Taking game 1 victory from R8 in game 1.
Game 1 doang.
A beautiful game by Loops. They held on. They were on the backwards for the majority of the game. Let's be honest about it. And you know, R8, they had it in the back. The second Tempest Dragon of the game stolen away by the jungler.
Lama banget gamenya, mau setengah jam. Baru game 1. Sama aja ngantuk, Cok. Mau setengah jam juga. Ngantuk.
Damage build at this point, and yes, you have the insatiable tomb to try and get the lifesteal, but that only works when you get hits. So when you're taken down in an instant for team fights, you literally can't do anything else. There's a lot of damage coming out from Xenon, right? 154.
Let's go.
But I think if you take a look at the other end, Kank, what a good recovery. I mean, Blam, he did 178,000.
Yeah, no, that is definitely no easy feat. Completely regarding the fact that obviously there was one point in the game where he was like 6.5k, and then obviously Xenon was ahead by that 10k gold, but even though he was able to catch up with it, he did fantastic amounts of damage. But you can kind of tell when a game goes into the very, very, very late game of Honor of Kings when players start selling their boots. Like, these players are bootless. Yeah. They are literally just like, we need new items. We need another item, whether it be damage, whether it be defense, whether it be splendor. We need something just so we can sustain these fights. And I believe it was 3 out of Loops Esports that managed to sell the boots. I know Durenji did, I know Lady Chen did, and I believe that it was maybe either Jing or even Mayin as well. But that's how you know when you get to a late game, is that boots are sold, items are picked up. Nobody needs that movement speed. It doesn't matter how fast you get there. It's all about how long you can survive.
Yep, and at this point, I mean, the game really changed for R8 the moment they exhausted both charges of the Sage Sanctuary. You know, for those of you that are new to this game, Sage's Sanctuary allows you 2 instances of revival in the game, but that's the maximum amount that you're gonna get. And right now, I think I want to just take a look at who the MVP is. It is going to be our Zhang Fei here. Mithy doing so much work. He took 155,000 damage across the entire game. My goodness.
Yep, I believe Mithy is also the captain for this team as well. So shot caller on the Zhongfei. I can't think of a perfect, more fitting MVP to that one, especially riding out that long game for Loop Esports. Actually, no, it's Abe the jungler that is the captain, but again, Mithy being able to completely navigate that one, have a fantastic engage potential as well. I feel like it's probably one of the better Zhongfei performances we've seen in the Season 2 Invitational yet, but you'll surely see him get in this replay at some point.
Yep, yeah, like we mentioned, right? RA had a very strong early game. At this point, they were taking kills left and right. And, you know, it was instances of brilliance coming in from the side of Loops where you felt that, hey, maybe they could come back into the game. And as the longer the game goes, you can see the burst potential coming out from ABH. And at this point, there was a huge moment because Mithy stealing away the Tempest Dragon, this crucial kill theft. I can't emphasize how crucial this is. Not only that, because of the unbridled outburst, he was able to deal damage as well, save the team with the Leaping Savior. And this was a huge moment because it allowed Loops to buy time. And time was what they needed because Kank needed itemization, he needed the growth back to be able to go in, deal the damage with the Destructive Deluge as well. Right, so this was a full-on trickle-down effect. It made a lot of sense, and this was the one play that they wanted to try and end the game over, I believe. And this was a huge mistake because they wanted to go for ABH. A lot of emphasis, right? Mihoj couldn't find the kill, and that opened up the doors for for Loops to really find Zenon as well as Ryoichi. And at this point of the game, 27 minutes in, going on 28, this is where burst potentials are huge. ABH, he could melt Zenon and Ryoichi in an instant. And that was the state of the game all the way. Like, if you bring it a late game, Loops always have the formula to end it. And this is, guys, this is just the first game of the best of 3. And we are already at this style of gameplay. So I'm curious to see what we're going to have in game 2 of this best of 3 series.
Yeah, I think we're probably going to see a little bit of a remake on the side of RAs. Again, we would be very surprised if Loops allow Zenon to get back on that Mai Shiranui, or if they allow, or if R8 go for picking up the Liam Poe as well, because again, that was a great pick for them in day 1 against All Gamers Global. So I think there's a few things that R8 could do, maybe having a little bit more of an easier early game, I would say. Maybe focus on the rotations, maybe try and get some early game priority in those lanes as well, because we know that they did struggle because there was a lot of focus on that mid lane, rightfully so, but they just didn't execute it quick enough for it to be effective aim on that mid lane. But here we are, the players are back on the stage, and R8 are going to be on the red side this time.
Yeah, if we take a look at R8's performance yesterday, I think this is similar to what happened the day before, right? So now I'm expecting R8 to come back with a bang, right? They're ready for the return punch, the knockout blow as well. So R8 now, I think they are a team that really plays on momentum. And I think after this 30-minute game, it will be hard to say that there is no adrenaline running through their veins at this point, right? So I think at R8, if you make the mistake of giving them a little bit of momentum paired with adrenaline from game 1, we could be expecting a very different R8 coming into game 2.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be very surprised if the Arlie does actually make it through to game 2, to be honest, because again, this has been a hero that's, like yesterday, I believe has had 100% appearance, whether it's being banned, whether it's being played, it has definitely been considered in some sort of manner or other. But again, I would be very shocked if they allow it, because again, Ryoichi on that one was a complete beast, especially in that the mid game, I would say. Early game was a little bit sort of just like, let's try and farm up, let's just keep our gold going higher and higher and higher. Let's kind of just get past that DRNG. But towards that mid to late game with those really high risk, high reward plays, we saw that Ryuchi really shined there. So they have to be careful with what they go here, or if they do ban it, what's going to be the case. But it's not on the first side of bans, but they are going for the blue pick. And it is Dolia that they're going for this time around, which if they try and pair it with the Kaiser again, you're going to get even more amount of time of sustainability, but it is loops that do take the Ali.
Yeah, and you know, I would normally just be happy to give away the Ali because I know what to expect, but I like this pick. It's going to be Shangguan coming in for this side of R8, and based on what we know, you know, pair that up with the Celestial Melody from Dolia, we could expect a Shangguan just taking to the skies twice, and it's going to be a sight to see for sure.
Absolutely. I mean, airtime is going to be some kind of... There needs to be a stat in the post-game analytics about the amount of time in the air that Shangguan has spent. But this has made me super excited. R8 know how to get me going there. The Shangguan pick, and then obviously Lian Po from yesterday is definitely what I need in this game too, and definitely what they need. Especially Zenin has already proved himself time and time again on the Mai Shiranui. So another flashy mid lane hero like the Shangguan is going to be super interesting to see how Zenin and how R8 play around it, especially paired with that Dolia.
Yeah, it's a very flexible pick, right? Because it can be used offensively, obviously, as everyone likes to do it, but it also can give you the defensive capabilities. Ideally, you will not want to use ultimates in a defensive situation, but you know, for now, I think I prefer R8's drop a little bit more because there is a lot of iframes to play around. At the same time, you have Dharma, right, which is going to be a very useful kit to try and stop the mortar ultimate. So the thing inside the box, sure, you can catch a lot of people, but there's so much disruptions coming in from the side of R8. You have Dolia who has the wave breakers and the first skill as well to kind of disrupt the ultimates. At the same time, you have the heals coming out from wave breakers, right, which will then allow you to extend the fight a little bit more. And I'm not sure if loops, especially for Mortar, whether he can take extended team fights or not. Yes, he does get extra shields from the Peacebringer, he does get extra shields from the Cannon Blast, but how much shielding can you get, and how long can you survive against the likes of a Shangguan and Dharma, who are very good at damage over time?
Yeah, I mean, we see that the Motsu is going in the mid lane. This is not something we generally prefer, is it, Kim? We don't really like the Motsu in the mid lane. We definitely prefer him more as a support hero, but it is going to be Zhongfei, and why not? Because, again, Miffy played pretty great on the Zhongfei, and knowing that there is not much of an engage element yet on the side of R8, we could be seeing a Lian Po come through. Hopefully that would be just like a My Day made, and they go for the Dune. So we are going to see Dune today. It's going to be in the jungle for R8. So again, like we saw yesterday, massive soaks of damage. He's able to sort of stay in there, peel a lot of damage, whilst you've got the likes of Consort Yu, Shangguan, and obviously Dharma just going around and trying to beat up the rest of Loops' team comp. But they still need to lock in their jungle. Who is it going to be? I mean, Kaiser's off the table, Musashi's off the table, Pei is off the table, Jing is off the table, Luna's off the table. Are they going to go for the Hu Huan, or are they going to go for something a little different here on the side of Loop Esports?
Oh, that is a question that we're hoping that Misty is going to answer for us, as she's going to be responsible for the last pick itself. Now, if we take... Oh, Mankey! It's Mankey! It is the Bubble Boy or the Bubble Pet here with the insane amount of sustain and shield. So they're going to go toe-to-toe in terms of defensive capabilities and put their trust in the farm lanes of their team.
Yeah, the monkey pick coming through there is going to be really interesting for the side of Loop Esports, because again, this used to be a big pick for VKS in Season 1, because again, a lot of the teams did not know how to play against it or even know what it did. So again, the monkey pick on the side of Loop Esports is going to be super interesting. He, like Ali, is able to go around in kind of like a semicircle direction. So again, trying to get the places that would normally be a country mile on the gorge is just going to be a shortcut over the wall thanks to his abilities, and obviously Ali with her parasol as well. But then again, they've also got, I mean, a very mobile team to get over walls, everything like that. They've got obviously a lane, be able to go def on Sunset. They have Ali as well. They have Monkey, and then they obviously got Jung Fei that can leap over walls. He can dash onto his allies to give shield. The only person who can't just get around that easily is the Motsu. So you gotta play. Nobody puts Motsu in the corner. He has got to be catered for and looked after.
Yeah, but you know, as the game progresses into the middle stages and maybe the late game, Kank is going to be quite tanky as well, right? Because Motsu does benefit off of magical attack. He will get a shield every time he uses his skills. So the more magical attack he has, the more armor he has as well. So we could expect this. This is a very huge protection composition coming out, right? They are putting all of their chips into Zia here on this early, and they want to take this game and build the advantage as fast as possible. So they're going to try that with the Firehawk here on the bot lane.
It's going to be really interesting to see if Zia is able to do exactly what Ryochi was able to do with the Ali, which is those just high risk, high reward playmaking potential that that hero is known for. Again, Ryochi going on the console 2 is something very similar, but just not as flashy. Obviously, has the physical damage immunity from one of her skills. She can snipe with her first ability as well, but then obviously able to CC and jump off of an enemy hero also. So if you try and get stuck in with one of these tankier heroes on the side of Loop Esports, you can know for a fact that console 2 is going to get out of there with that ultimate.
Yeah, and at this point, you know, this brings me to why the Mortar pick is so good, right? So Kank, yes, he is not going to be able to survive that well in the laning phase for the mid lane. He doesn't have the best wave there compared to what is being offered by Ari, because the Shangguan is always supported, right? But it's all about the magic damage, and here we go. They're going to try and get the stuns in. Physical immunity going to be put down, but there is all the damage and poke coming out from Loops. They will not get the kill. It's really just to burn out the resources at this point.
Oh, bit of a overstep there because they're able to get hit by Motsu's first ability. He is now out of a lane, but Shangguan looking for a little bit of a late rotation there to give any sort of backup to her teammates down into the farm lane. I mean, the mid lane needed cleaning out first before she headed down there, but a little bit late regardless, because now she's out of that lane. Mosi can just do what he needs to do, just clean up the lane again, try and get some gold. But we are seeing Dharma and Dune looking to contest that mid lane for the Shangguan.
Yeah, so Loops benefiting off of that. At this point, they're going to be able to defend the bot push as well. So it looks like advantage in terms of map control to Loops. And, you know, at this point, they're hitting level 4s, they're hitting level 5 as well. She have already at level 6. Now, this first neutral objective is going to be very vital because it does pair well with the skill sets. Tyrant is going to be the neutral objective of choice.
Yeah, they definitely need that one, especially for the damage for the Shangguan and the Consort. I mean, damage overall is going to be great for your team the most you go into these early game fights as well. And obviously having that chain lightning effect from the Tyrant is always going to be super useful for your team. But looking at the gold difference, we are seeing that Loops are ever so slightly ahead just by a few hundred, which isn't a lot. It's not something to shout home about, but it's still Loops in the lead with that gold. No kills on the board just yet. Like I said, these games are played pretty slow in the early game. Nice stun there from Motsu on the side of Loop Esports, but now we have Pirate and Overlord spawn in. Let's see what kind of tomfoolery is going to happen on the Gorge.
Shihab does catch his eyes onto two members on the side of Loops, and this is going to be a different decision by Loops actually. They're not going to try and contest this. They're going to do the fake out, and oh my goodness, the fake out works because Kank gets the death. Goodness, and in the meantime, Menki and the lane actually steal off the buffs in the top side of the jungle for R8's jungle camps. And that's a huge one. They didn't do any of the work, but they took all the credit.
Yeah, I mean, you were saying that there's no contest, but there comes through Motsu's first ability, gets a stun, but also steals the Tyrant, which was just a little bit like, oh, that's gonna really hurt your ego on the side of R8 Esports. Elaine was already doing his slap and dash tactics here, but Zhongfei pushing again. Dolia, after getting stunned by Motsu, can they get this first tier turret? Shangguan not be able to do it. Oh, enough damage, but Ryoshi coming in with a snipe. Getting first blood and first turret for the side of R8 Esports.
Yeah, so very nice skill shots from both ends of the camps, right? RA with a nice old bomb there to get the first blood. Of course, I think Loop still has the better play, right? It is a cannon blast to steal one of the neutral objectives, which really helps them out because of the chain lightning. It also affects Ryoichi very detrimentally because his physical immunity now is going to be kind of mitigated and nullified because the chain lightning is magical damage.
Yep, no, it's definitely going to have a knock-on effect for the next 4 seconds. But again, it hasn't really served them too well, as we saw that R8 was actually in a better position without the Tyrant there because they was able to get the first blood and able to get the first turret in the farm lane. However, those mid and clash lane turrets are looking mightily damaged there on the side of R8. So all it's going to take is a little bit of an absence from the R8 team to lose those turrets. And it looks like they're trying to do the same thing into the farm lane as well.
Right, let's take a look at the replay here. They were trying to dive in onto Zier, but there was a nice calculation by Ryoichi to get that ult bot down amidst all of the confusion. And you can see they were very clear about who they're supposed to go for there, the nice kill. And at this point, map control pretty much even, and we are neck and neck in terms of the gold accumulation. Finances, the bank looks good for both teams.
Yep, it has actually flirted over to the side of R8 Esports ever so slightly, only by, if you actually know, just as I said that, it's gone over to Loop. I could be doing this thing for the entire game duration, to be honest. Like, oh, it's over there, it's over there, it's over there. But they do lose their farm lane turret, so again, Loop stacking up some more gold. However, it is going to be a trade for that clash lane turret again. So 2 side turrets taken down on the side of R8. This is the same kind of tactic they did in game 1, but I think they're just going to leave that second tier turret there as well as Illidian takes down Zier, but that is probably going to be his death notice there as Mutsu takes that crucial crowd control and takes the kill onto the Mijoj and the Dharma as well, but still they are not done. A red team are still in the thick of it. That is a 3, almost 4-1 trade. Menki on the rotate there, trying to get the flank onto Ryoichi and does get a double kill, so able with the double kill for Loop Esports. And they have just taken 4 kills from R8 when losing only 1 body. That is the kind of engage that you need in this 7-minute mark.
And that's why you pick the mortar, right? The cannon blast doing so much work for the team. Not only do they get the stun, they get the magic damage as well. So it nullifies the protecting winds offered by Ryoichi, and he is rendered useless at that point. I think it was a slight overconfidence from the side of R8, thinking they can turn the fight around at that point, because Illidan was actually successful in getting the kill onto Zier as well. But they failed to calculate the fact that Loops was actually all around the corner, and it really just turned tails for them.
Yes, unfortunately for the side of R8, they have a little bit more catching up to do now. This team comp is not looking the greatest just yet. I mean, the Shangguan I was very excited for, but I yet to see Zenon really pop off on that hero, where as Loops have pretty much stuck with a tried and tested team comp and taken the second Tyrant in the match. And this time around, they haven't had to get a trick shot on it. They was just wide left alone to be able to take that jungle objective from R8 once again. But it just seems to be like there is a little bit lacking here on R8 in terms of the tempo. They just not roaming it as well as Loop Esports, considering they had both of their side lanes pinned down for the first tier turrets. They still wasn't quite confident enough to catch these rotations because they were just catching fists instead.
Yeah, it's difficult, right? It's a difficult position to be in for the side of R8, because when you're below farm and you're trailing the team, as a Shangguan for Xenon, it's really hard to get kills. And at the same time, Ryoichi, yes, he's level 12, he's on par with Zero as well, but there's no efficient protection offered by Illidan and Shihab at this point, right? And even if with the Celestial Melody, sure, you can have the refresh on your ultimates, but what good is that going to do you when you can't get kills of the first instance of your ultimate and then you're out of position? So Loop's actually, yeah, it's a position they love to be in, and RA have their work cut out for them at this
has destroyed a tower.
Yeah, Luke's really showing that they are why they are the second seed of the Brazilian region right now. Because again, like you said, this team comp should have had a lot more potential than it did, but again, they just haven't allowed that foot in the door. We did see that it looked like, I think it was even Dolia trying to dash over the wall to take the Tyrant objective there, but was a little bit too unsuccessful as we saw Loop Esports taking the Shadow Tyrant once again. That is 3 Tyrants to nil points on the side of R8 Esports, but again, we could potentially be seeing a barrage onto the mid lane turret as well. But this is all going to be brewing up, and it all looks like it's confidently a mid-game victory so far for Loop Esports, as they've managed to take in obviously 3 Shadow Tyrants. They could easily go for this Shadow Overlord, but they do have the Primal Bond, so it will take them a little bit longer. Hence why they're going for the lanes instead. It may just be a little bit more of an easy feat rather than giving it over to the side of R8. But the minions are coming around, and we have Ali and the Mutsu there in the Clash lane, taking the second tier Clash lane turret as well. So down that goes, and it's just left wide open, that higher ground turret in the Clash lane and farm lane.
Yeah, Loop's actually putting out the quarantine order on RA, right? They're not allowed to leave the base without approval from the members of Loops. And it's going to keep being this way because Tank is just going to shoot his Cannon Blast over and over again. He has sufficient mana regen. So at this point, it really is who is the straggler on the side of R8. And if anyone makes the mistake of standing a little bit too far out, they should be ready for the world of hurt that Loops is going to prepare for them in a short moment.
Yes, I mean, it's not looking like a wall of hurt for the side of R8. There's just been no damage coming from the side of the Shangguan or the... I mean, other than the snipe early game from Ryoichi on the Consort 2, we're not really getting anything else promising from these 2 heroes that I was really excited for into this draft, but it seems like Loops have played against the drafts like this time and time again, and they know that the true potential of that Motsu in the mid lane, especially paired with the Zhongfei, because if you pick the Motsu into the support lane, it's then like, okay, so we've now just got like a mage slash tank in the farm lane, but there's nothing better than having that Zhongfei open, especially how Mythy got MVP in game 1 on the Zhongfei. So again, just being able to open up and push apart of the enemy team with Zhongfei and then allow the lane to come through kind of just negates the whole flashiness of Shangguan. As we can see, a lane looking to push that bot lane, but also at the same time, they're looking for that higher ground turret in the Clash lane, doing a little bit of damage, not quite securing it. They do secure the tier 2 turret in the mid lane. So it's not all just a non-starting push there for the side of Loop Esports. We are still seeing a little bit of an aggression, potentially a calm before the storm here at this high ground turret, and the farm lane. Dunn is just looking to be at the front line to try and soak enough damage from the side of Loop Esports. We are seeing something happening here. The Shadow Vanguards are just putting immense pressure onto the high ground turret, as well as the Vanguard in the Clash lane. So the only thing that is left standing, I mean, very much left standing, is that mid lane one. The Clash lane is just holding on for its dear life on the side of R8. I think that they have this team against the wall right now, which is just a little bit unfortunate for the team.
Yeah, it's a pressure cooker at this point, right? So Loops, they're really cooking at this point. They're waiting for this Tyrant. It is just 14 minutes in the game. Let's take a look at the itemization. Very curious about the more to build. He actually goes for the more damaging build. So Master of Agony with the Holy Grail, as well as the Boots of the Arcane, complemented by the Venomous Staff. So what this does, number one, he's going to have an insane amount of mana regen. He's going to have magic penetration. He's going to have percentage health damage as well, and anti-heal properties for every one of his strikes that hit. And if you are R8, right now you're just sitting duck because there's no one else that's able to dive consistently and safely. Yes, you have the Unruly Blade coming out from the Tun, but at this point, Siap is not going to take that risk because once he's gone, there is no frontliner to save the day for R8. Illidan is not technically the best frontliner you can have. Yes, he is kit to try and get the kills, but to survive 5 different members of Onslaught and damage, not going to work out.
Yeah, no, you're definitely correct in that observation, Kin, it seems, because again, we are seeing a very scared Dun that's not looking for a rotation or even a friendly engage, not even in a hello. Here is some cookies I have baked for you. Please don't kill me and my team and my crystal, which may be potentially happening here in that mid lane. They were able to take the high ground turret in the clash lane. So again, it is a lonely sitting turret there in the higher grounds of that base, but getting KODE potentially was the Shangguan able to dash out of there with her skills. But again, CC Immunity coming through, but it's not going to be enough for Ryuji. Ryuji goes down. Here is the assassin on the side of Loop Esports is a lane up in the sky with a Death on Sunset as they come through with the minions looking to take game 2 from R8. This is day 2. But is it a day of 2 zeros?
Yep, what a wonderful day though. Well, in that case, Loops, what a gameplay. I think they were struggling in game 1, but game 2, they really hit their stride, closing the series with a 2-0. Very, very clean strategies down here. Kank is my personal MVP of the game, right? The Cannon Blast were making sense throughout the entire game, right? Lockdown. And at this point, it was just moments before disaster struck. Because once Siap is lesser than half his health, once Siap is dead, there is virtually no entry point back into the game itself. Illidan did give us a glimpse of brilliance, getting the lockdown as well, under them right under the crystal, but it was just a little too little too late at this point.
Yep, fortunately for R8, it is their last game within their group, but we are going to go over to the stage for the interview now.
Thank you so much, Casas. We're live back on stage here right now. But we're gonna congratulate on this side of Loop first for winning over against R8 just now. What a tug of war between these two teams. What an emotional game as well. Now, I have to start off the first question with Mithy, the MVP for game number 1. You stolen that Overlord and turned the game around. How do you feel right now?
Bom, primeiro parabéns, né? E pergunta pro Mitch, aí na primeira partida você roubou o Overlord e mudou tudo, né? Como é que você está se sentindo sobre isso?
Pô, não é uma coisa que acontece geralmente, né? É bem difícil acontecer. Acho que eu tô muito feliz e eu espero continuar roubando.
Well, that's something that happens in this game. I am really, really happy about it, obviously, and I'm looking forward to keep stealing Overlords.
Well, they're pretty good at stealing the Overlord. Probably the Tempest Dragon too one day. Second is going to be towards the captain, ABH. ABH? Can we make it clear, how do we pronounce his name first, ABH? Because I know it's not ABH.
Primeiro que tudo, queria saber como é que eu vou pronunciar seu nome?
ABH.
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 Yeah? ABH, it's ABH. Is it okay for ABH? It's so hard to pronounce, guys. Okay, ABH. You know that after you win this, for your group, you have to fight against AG Globals. How are you ready? Are you ready? And how's the preparation against AG Globals?
Vocês vão ter que jogar contra o AG Globals, né? Como é que vocês estão preparados? Como é que estão se preparando para essa partida?
Eu acho que a gente está muito preparado. Eu acho que a partida que eles jogaram contra a R8 mostrou muito sobre eles. Eu acho que eles têm umas fraquezas que a gente consegue explorar muito bem. Então acho que vai ser interessante jogar contra os caras e a gente vai sair vitorioso, com certeza.
We are really ready. We have been preparing for a while now, and I think it showed during the match against R8 just now. So I think we can all look forward to an exciting game ahead.
Anything that we can know for the strategy next against AG? Any strategy that we can know against AG?
Quer compartilhar aí alguma estratégia que vai utilizar?
Negativo, negativo. É surpresa.
Gonna be a surprise.
So you guys have to watch that one out. Last but not least, ABH, you're the captain, right? But you played Jing so well in game number 1. Now, do you have any tips you can share with us, especially new players like me or the players that love to play Jing out there? Do you have any tips for them?
Você jogou tão bem com o Jin na primeira partida, né? Ela quer saber se tem qualquer dica para os jogadores que querem começar a jogar com esse personagem.
A Jing com certeza é um dos bonecos mais difíceis do jogo, então acho que muitas horas no modo de treino, treinando contra a Fantoche, vai ser muito bom para as pessoas aprenderem.
To get the feel of the game, the answer is always the same. You have to spend lots of hours in the training, and then you'll get there. Anyone can get there.
And don't die, yes? No feed. Then don't feed and no die, yes?
Morre, né? No more.
Okay, but thank you so much for Loops coming out from the Brazilian team, and they will advance to the knockout stage, and they confirmed to go to the knockout stage alongside with the AG. But we're back to the casters.
And there we have it, Kin. The R8 did Loops. I was getting a bit copium there, sorry. Loops is smashing R8 with a 2-0. So that already puts them ahead of AG Global. Because AG Global won with a 2-1 victory, meaning they got 1 point, whereas Loops was like, hold my beer. I'm going to get a 2-0 now, and I'm going to be first of our group. But obviously, the conclusion to that one isn't until 2 days' time. So that's when Loops go against AG Global to see who is going to take that top spot. But if they can't beat Loops with a 2-0, AG Global's going to stay below them, baby. So at least we know that Loops and AG Global are going to make it to the knockouts. At the end of this tournament, well, in a few days' time. So again, props to Loops, showing the Brazilian region proud and definitely smashing it. That was a clean game.
Yeah, a lot of potential coming out from Loops. Very interested to see how they're going to do against their other Brazilian counterparts as we move on further down the days. Now, of course, with that being said, I think we take a look at the game itself. I think there were a lot of moments that kind of showcased the brilliance on the side of Loops. First thing first, I really like the draft that came into it, right? So we will take a look at the post-game stats. I'm going to be able to run through the story a little bit better at this point. Now, there's a couple of things you need to take a look at. The first thing first is Kank, right? I really love this pick on the board. So it provided so much room for the likes of Zia to really just get the farm down as well. At the same time, we didn't really mention Tempest this entire game, but he was a silent assistant throughout the entire time of the match itself, where he was making things work. The map control was really clean. He was getting the wave clears. At the same time, he was also providing pressure against Illidan. So he was always locking Illidan in place, not allowing Illidan to come into the team fights and make life difficult for both Zia and Kank as well. So that only happened at the last moment where Illidan came in to use his ultimates, the knockback as well, lock them under the crystal. But at that point of time, Shihab was already dead. Xanon on and Ryoichi didn't have enough hit points or wasn't alive to even try and contest for the kills as well.
Yeah, like you said, I mean, even we didn't give Tempest the time of day in that game, and that's just showing how silent his success was in that entire match. I mean, towards the end, when we saw the close of Game 2, that's when we really saw Tempest. He was like, oh, they have a fifth player. He's been in the Clash lane all this time, but now he's made his way down to the farm lane. Who would have known? But yeah, Tempest actually did a really good silent job in that entire match, just making sure he didn't die, putting the pressure on Dharma, and then just being that silent assassin that he needed to be in those team fights. But as you can see, Kanka with the 109k damage, that's just long range, obnoxious stun, just really put R8 into a pit stop, and even showed that the Shangguan pick was a non-starter. It was just a little bit unfortunate. I got really excited to see Zenon on another flashy mid lane, and it just wasn't given the air. We were saying the post-analytical game needs to have airtime, and I feel like she had very little.
Yeah, exactly. Probably didn't buy the tickets in time, you know, late for the flight, missed the flight, wrong gate, stuff like that. Many reasons why she didn't take flight and take to the skies. But nonetheless, I think this is testament to how strong Loops is, because they really just put them in a pressure cooker, right? They did so many things to slow down the farm. They did so many things to leash the growth potential on the side of R8. And it all started with Kang, right? Because of the consistent bombardment of the Cannon Blast, it really stifled the growth, because at every single instance, they were concerned, do we save Ryoichi? Do we go for more in team fights? And this is testament. I'm pretty sure it is going to be Kek. It is going to be 109,000 damage dealt. It's going to be the MVP of game number 2 as they close off the series for Loops. Kank, what a play. I mean, I show true appreciation for Mortar, because I personally play Mortar in the roam and mid as well. So when I saw his performance, it was chef's kiss.
Yeah, we've seen your TikTok videos, kid. We know you like Mosu. So it's definitely a well-known fact that you do like this pickup in the mid lane. But again, definitely well props to Kanka getting that 109%, 109k damage, and 109% is surely going to be the MVP for being the shot caller of that game. Just being able to set up those easy engages. Like, I feel like Miffy didn't have to have much of a hard job in game 2 that like he did in game 1. There was no real need for him to keep jumping in, making the team fights himself. It was all literally like, Kanka, you just drop that first skill, we'll follow the suit, baby. And that's exactly what happens. The Loops were in suit with those engages, but again, to only be R8 and take a round from AGG, but then lose 2-0 from Loop Esports is a little bit of a blow for the team, because as they are now not officially be able to get into the knockouts or to EWC, because they are in the bottom 3 of their respective groups. But as you can see there, look, Loops at the top, right at the top, creme de la creme of Group B. We have obviously Vivo Keystars in Group A as well, so they are currently sitting at the 2nd seed, because Team Vitality taking that clean 2-0 from Foot Esports. But AG Global's not where I expected them to be, in that 2nd place after losing a round from R8 Esports.
That's right. And of course, with that being said, we will be looking at the next group. This is the, I think, final game of the day, right? We have the next game. Yeah, the final game of the day. It's going to be RRQ going up against LGD Gaming. Another introductory showcase of their skills. RRQ, we have not seen them in the group stages yet. This will be their debut, right, on the 2nd day of our Order of Kings Invitationals for Season 2. So kind of curious what RRQ have in store for us. Now, I have been watching a couple of the games for their, showcase matches and stuff like that. So I do have some level of expectation. Like, I expect RRQ to really bring the fire against LGD. Now, LGD in day 1, we've already seen how strong they are. I'm not going to be able to say in a very nice way, right? LGD are monsters. And the question is RRQ a monster themselves? Can they match up to the standard that LGD has shown to the rest of the world so far?
We'd like to hope so. We'd like to see this last game be a banger like the previous day 1, game 4, well, match 4, shall I say, was at the end of game 1, day 1. So hopefully we get to see just a massive banger like we did yesterday. But speaking of bangers, we are going to be showing you that Yao is going to be released on the 2nd of July, with being the next jungle hero onto the scene of Honor of Kings. So once again, Yao is going to be your potential next main if you are a jungle main player. So don't forget to jump in the game, buy him, play him, and have fun, because he looks flashy, and I believe in the lore he is related to Jing. I believe he's Jing's brother. So if you think that Jing's flashy, let's see what a brother can do.
So if you can't play Jing, you can try Yao, and maybe your tides will change, right? Your fortunes will change as well. But hey, like they said, it takes time, it takes effort, it takes practice as well, right? You don't expect to go into the game and suddenly be a superstar in terms of execution. It takes a bit of work, right? And talking about work, this is what everyone else has been putting in for the side of the teams that have attended this Honor of Kings Invitationals for Season 2. So I'm really happy to take a look at the games yes, we have one of the longest games so far from our first 2 days itself. And I think we can kind of expect similar tendencies from the last game of the day, RRQ against LGD. Do you have any thoughts about RRQ going into the last series of the day?
Well, I mean, we had such a clean, very short first game of the day of day one with LGD being involved in that one, going against, I believe it was Impunity. So again, this was a organization, Impunity, that have been on the scene for quite some time, and LGD just made sure work of them. But RRQ, as we know, did win their show match against Kagendra, who just recently lost against Team Secret. So again, I feel like there is going to be a, hopefully an equal footing going into this match, because again, it'd be nice to see more flavor of RRQ before they either unfortunately exit the competition or don't, or get to second place, and then obviously we see them in the knockouts and EWC. But again, I really have high hopes for the team itself, but to them, this is their first day. So if they don't win this match, they've then got to take a match against Impunity, which I feel like if they can beat Kagendra, I feel like they can beat Immunity. So if they don't win today, they've still got tomorrow to still try and get that second place within the Group D. But I think LGD will more than likely win this one, whether it be 2-1 or 2-0, we'll yet to see, to be honest. But after yesterday's performance of LGD, I think it's going to be a banger regardless.
Yeah, LGD already setting the standards. They have raised the bar pretty high, to be honest. So amongst the teams that we have seen so far in day 1 and day 2. Now the question is for RRQ, can they match up to this standard? Right now, of course, with that being said, there are nerves. It is very difficult playing in front of a live audience as well. So we do have to take that into consideration. Now, it is time for us to take a little break. When we're back, we'll bring you the final game of the day. We'll see you. Honor of Kings Invitational 2024 Season 2. Let's go!
Saya sangat berhati-hati dengan tim Secret karena mereka memiliki player-player yang sangat kuat dan juga teammate yang sangat kompak kan.
加油吧，毕竟都是老朋友。我们会给每个对手 respect 全力以赴。在 S213个队伍里面，我敢说，除了马来西亚和菲律宾队伍以外，我都有一战之力。
Talk about the vitality. One is Shanks, and the other one is City Boy. That I prefer to call him 垃圾。
那他就等着被垃圾打败吧。我觉得他们可能在我对面连8分钟都撑不过去，就被平推了，没有丝毫还手之力。
FUT 在我眼里可能连只蚂蚁都不如。
Dus er zijn really hard for the top.
Everybody knows that loops are easier to beat.
Eu acho que o sonho de todo mundo que tá na Loops é ser o melhor, e se a gente tiver que mandar vocês pra casa pra isso, é isso que a gente vai fazer.
Loops, don't talk too much.
遇强则强，实力不详。Inshallah,
我们小组其实是很强的，有一个 LGD Impunity， 都是2个非常强劲的对手。
Yang sangat-sangat ingin saya lawan adalah LGD karena mereka adalah salah satu tim terkuat di Asia.
RRQ 你们应该比 Impunity 更简单。
我估计比较困难吧，但是我们会尽我们全力的。
RRQ 等下的比赛能撑过10分钟就好了，别逞强。Kalau mereka terlalu meremehkan, kami dari RRQ bisa mengalahkan. RRQ 加，我不会让你活着吃水晶的。We are RRQ, King of Kings. We are coming for you.
If you know the enemy, you can plan what you can do in the game before you start the game.
Buat tim-tim lain, siap aja kita kalahin.
Through the ages, two opposing sides have fiercely battled for a power that granted them life, but cursed them with ruin. Wait! Oh, no, this story is too cliche. Maybe we can find inspiration from other stories. Hey, that might work. Got it. This story is adventurous, but lacks excitement. How about this one? This is too much. It needs more fun. How about this? Like the thrust of a spear in battle. No one can tell my story but me!
I'm born this way, ay. This is my chest to my bonus play. Can't be late, won't hesitate. What do you say? Grace to find my face, scars to find my skin. I can't convince them, can't please them unless that I'm the one that you hate. H-to-E-R-A, doing it for real, locked on my door. From the ashes, I'll go the game. Flow with a rumble, make them crumble, make them run. Baby, it's go time. Knocking it down, how I rise. An inspiration, I know how. The one who go brother, my no lie, they gon' do it. Facing up against, we don't think we just move it. No, we the best, so we don't gotta prove it. Somebody test me, I swear I'm gon' lose it. I got a trophies on this room and illuminate. Another day, another way. You got the power to turn around. You got a champion, give me that. Calling out for the game. There's no time. Won't you yell out my name when I sing a song for you?
This is my story. A story of honor. A story of bravery. A story of heroes.
Break it down.
You want to be strong? Learn from the pro now. When you're attacking a tower, you might accidentally target an enemy. Or when attempting a tower dive, you end up targeting the tower and minions instead. Professional players execute such impressive moves effortlessly. While you may feel overwhelmed and get killed by the tower, your control settings might be holding you back. Change the recommended basic controls to advanced. This activates extra basic attack buttons for minions and towers. Turn on show enemy avatars to accurately select the enemy's avatar for the kill, and better assess vision exposure. Give it a try and play as smoothly as a pro, easily crushing the enemy faction. Learn from the pro. Learn more from Honor of Kings Global Esports.
Right now, Danny going in the lead.
Well, hunted by Fang. Fang doing the time damage from Danny as well taken up with she as well. Niap is looking.
Karena mereka memiliki player-player yang sangat kuat dan juga
Welcome back to the Honor Kings Season 2 Invitational with myself, Blam, and with me for today is Kin, and we are already on the last match of the day, Kin. What is going on? Day 2? Day of 2 zeros? Please, can we break this curse?
Well, it's very clinical. We are at the clinic right now. I think the teams are really aware of what's at stake here, and that is the top 8 position, right? This is a guaranteed entry into the EWC Esports World Cup. So I think the teams want to make a statement, right? Which is, sure, we are all going to get there, but we're going to weed out the people that don't necessarily have the substance yet. Right, so I think that's why we're having 2-0s all across the board, and at the same time, it's also about the ability to adapt. Right, I think from my personal POV, is the mark of a champion is the ability to adapt to ever-changing situations, and I think we have seen a lot of these teams display this particular behavior and this learning capabilities. So I'm expecting a lot more from RRQ and LGD as well.
Absolutely, and here is the first team of the last match of the day. It is RRQ. We have Nightmare in the Clash lane, Bay in the jungle, 663 in the mid lane, Gia in the farm, and Jester F in the roam support lane. So again, this is, unless you have caught the show match of the Season 2 Invitational, you have not seen these guys play yet. So again, this could be a treat for you, a first-time treat, but they are going to be going against LGD, which is a team from Malaysia, and here are their players.
All right, LGD Malaysia. This is going to be Xiang, Musan King, Zhihong, Junior, JR, and Zhe. And now, for those of you that have already seen their gameplay in day one, you know what to expect today. They have set the standards for the competition so far, and I think that they will put RRQ to the test today. It is a best of 3, but so far today has been a game of 2 O's. So we'll see if this trend continues for the side of LGD Gaming, or will it be RRQ to break this curse today?
Yes, I mean, I really hope that RRQ are able to bring LGD down to at least a 1-point victory, or not just another solid 2-0. We could do with some more matches today. We love a best of 3 being casters. We can't wait to watch more and cast more. So we really want to see a full best of 3 at least. Going into day 2, but RRQ again, like I said in the introduction, if you haven't watched the show match, you haven't seen them play yet. And in the show match, for you, spoilers, because you're not going to go and watch it within this time before the draft happens, so snooze you lose, RRQ bet Kagendra 4-2 in the show match. So it kind of shows you that we've already seen Kagendra. Kagendra had a little bit of potential, but not enough potential to take down RRQ.
Yep, let's see if they can bring the Titans down to their knees, right? Let's take a look at the draft, the ban and pick at this point. RRQ gonna take away the Zhang Fei, so there's no beast mode and big ulti burst coming out from the Zhang Fei. They will take out the Lady Chen as well. So there's quite a bit of CC and sustain taken out from the side of the RRQ hero pool. Now, LGD Malaysia, on the other hand, will take out the Arlie as well as the Da Qiao, which means there is quite a big damage source being taken out. Arlie, of course, with the huge mobility with the parasols, and as well as the maple dance, one of the favorite things we like to see, you know, just canceling out all of the different projectiles coming in. That's not going to be a show for you to see currently in this first game of the day.
Yep, so interlocking that Dolia first pick on the side of RRQ, and like you said, Ali has been banned. That still makes her 100% appearance through the entire of the Season 2 Invitational thus far. But then we have a look over to what LGD are cooking, and it looks like that Mai is going over to Xiong in the mid lane, and then JR is getting that Lady Sun, which we know he is a macro king on that Lady Sun.
Yep, and of course, we will be having a little bit of a technical pause here. I think there's some issues for the players, but not to worry, right? This gives us a little bit more time to discuss about what RRQ can bring to the table so far. Not sure whether it's going to be a redraft, but as it stands now, let's talk about it with the fact that the lineup they have drafted for themselves, right? So playing up against a Lady Sun and playing up against Mai, those are heroes that have very huge burst pool. But more than that, it is also about the ability to reposition themselves, right? With the passive of Mai Shiranui, as well as the rolling raid coming out from the Lady Sun. It is quite scary to play against them, especially when you're out of position.
Yeah, I mean, if the Mai is definitely going to get locked in again, it would be something that we haven't seen yet on LGD. So yesterday, the mid lane of LGD played both the Lady Chen and Haino as well. So again, this would be a new string on the bow of this player. So, and again, we've seen some really promising Mai plays in this entire tournament so far. It's only 2 days in. So again, lots and lots of potential for this hero, but I feel like she has been 100% appearance as well now going into well, it seems like 100% appearance going into day 2. She's either been banned or picked within these games. But just a little bit of a rundown for the team comps yesterday that LGD actually did go for. So they had the likes of Elaine, Pei, Haino, Ali, and Lian Po for their first game. And then going into game 2, they had Mayin, Monkey, Lady Jen, and Lady Sun and Zhang Fei. So we saw that Zhang Fei did get banned, so there won't be an appearance of Zhang Fei in game 1 at least. So already going to be a little bit of a mix-up and change for the side of LGD.
Yeah, we might see the Tun make it out of the ban pool as well. Like you mentioned, you guys mentioned about it in day 1. LGD has a very scary tendency, which is they like to go hyper aggressive right from the get-go. And I think that's something that RRQ needs to be really concerned about, and they need to kind of prep themselves defensively. Can they outlast this Malaysian LGD aggression that's gonna inevitably spoil the game if they allow them to get away with what they want.
It may not, but again, like you said, LGD have an aggressive tendency. It's not just the fact that they have 5 fingers like everybody else. Their 5 fingers seem to be loaded with something else other than love. It is definitely aggression towards their opponents, it seems, because yesterday there was no love on that Gorge for impunity at all. If there was, it's a strange kind of love and affection that I've never seen before. But I think RRQ going 4-2 against Kagendra, I think there is a glimmer of hope there for this team. So let's see what they do draft, whether that Dolia is actually going to make it into the draft of RRQ. But again, if I just check the stat sheet, if they have any of their draft going through already for RRQ, or if they did take the draft for the show match that RRQ did, let's have a look. It doesn't seem like it, no. So again, we could be up for a complete treat here. We could be seeing some new picks come onto the Gorge. Again, that is probably one of my favorite things of a Season 2 Invitational, is just seeing these new picks come through. Obviously, if they do go for the Shangguan, then they want to play a lot better than R8 did in the last game, because just the sheer amount of skill that this hero can display, but also the amount of damage and outskilling that Shangguan can do. It's already shown in like solo queue when you see some of the streamers play Honor of Kings as well, some of the content creators who pick up this hero and realize the potential. It's just crazy. That's why I really just want to see somebody just grab a hold of this hero in the mid lane and just go ham.
Yep, and you know, it's really dangerous because the finishing stroke, the name of her ultimate, if it is going to be paired up with the Celestial Melody from the Dolia, depending on how well they farm up in the early stages of the game, it could be the one thing that brings LGD Malaysia down to their knees. Like I said, it really comes down to the aggression. If they're able to stave off the initial aggression coming in from the Malaysia LGD lineup, then perhaps we could see that turnaround, that counter move, that counter punch that will allow this Shangguan to shine as brightly as we expect her to be.
Yep, but obviously we are just still looking to iron out those technical issues here. We have no other sort of history for either of these teams, I believe. I mean, I think that, let me just try and get what I was preparing for them on there, but same RRQ, obviously they have the coach from what was Stalwart Esports. So before that organization disbanded their team, the coach for RRQ was actually coaching that team. So seeing him go over to RRQ and seeing how he affected and how he was able to get Stalwart Esports online and on the stage ready in such a short amount of time really shows and pays dividends to this coach and his skill to get these players to where he needs to be. And obviously RRQ being able to go for that show match against Kagendra and go 4-2, I feel like that it's not only a show of the player's skill, but also the coach themselves.
Yeah, so at this point, we will just wait for a little bit before we get the game started. I think whoever that is still on their way, right, to Sunway Velocity Mall, you still have time. We do have the match. This is the last match of the day. Try not to miss it. If you're around the area, please do come down as well. Now, it's been a while since I've been to Sunway Velocity Mall, but the last time I was there, I had a very good experience taking it a very huge space, right? Now, this begs the question, do you think the teams are stressed? Okay, LGD Malaysia, I don't think they are stressed at all. This is home ground for them. But for the RRQ boys, they're coming from another country. They're coming from Indonesia, right? And you're sitting in a foreign land, on a foreign stage in front of foreign people. How, does that stress get to you? I think that's the main question, because we've really seen teams like AG, right? They talked about it during their interview. They said that, hey, we were feeling anxious. We didn't perform as per how we wanted to because we were very nervous. And, nerves do matter. And at this point, I'm just wondering whether the RRQ boys have steeled themselves for this experience to try and take down a titan such as LGD Malaysia.
I mean, if nerves were the problem for RRQ, I feel like they wouldn't have done as well against Kagendra in the show match. So I think for certain teams, certain players, obviously nerves do affect everybody a little bit differently. These are players, they aren't sort of meant to be on stage talents, so not all of them can be extroverted. Some of them can be quite introverted and just want to do their best for their team and for themselves. So, but I don't think that is the issue here for RRQ, and obviously LGD being in home territory are not too bothered. They seem pretty chill. They're just all sat back in their chairs, just waiting for the pause to be over and waiting for that draft to begin once again. So it's going to be really interesting once we get back into it. Thanks for those at home that have sat through this technical fault, and we are back into the draft. So Dolia does make it through for RRQ. That is one of the legit picks, and we may see what they are cooking for us in pick 2, which is the Renji. So Dolia paired with the Renji, that means you get that multiple stun on your ultimate as well. So trying to pick off the Mai Shiranui. If you miss once, you get twice, and we spoke about it so much, and we cosmically ordered the Shangguan. It is coming hot, steamy on a plate for us two casters here, Kin. We will be, hopefully, I don't want to like big up this pick again and it go horrible like it did at R8, but I really hope that RRQ can bring the flavor on this hero.
Yeah, these are two big ultimates that will be extremely flashy, but not only flashy, right? It's not just about the aesthetics, it's about the effectiveness as well. The mirror domain will be effective in getting the huge burst, the kills as well, similar to Sangguang's finishing stroke. So it really is who is going to be able to pull the trigger and get the kill first. And this all comes down to the start of the game, managing and pushing their will onto the opponent's team. Now they're going to finalize the bans. It is going to be the Mozi as well as the Lianhuo ban coming out from the RRQ lineup. For the side of the LGD Malaysia roster, they're going to take out the Dun as well as the Musashi.
Yeah, so a lot of the support picks have already been taken off the cards that we've been seeing majoritively throughout the Season 2 Invitational from day 1 to day 2. Obviously, Lianpo, Mosu, Zhongfei, Dun obviously can be flexed down to the support lane, so we could be seeing something maybe like a little Lute or a Taiyan, or we could be seeing Lushan, because we do know that some of these Southeast Asian teams do like to pick the Lushan in the support role, but again, it could be something completely unconventional. But it's definitely not going to be the Chao, because that was banned at first. But the thing I'm really excited for this Shangguan this time is the fact that it's going to be 2 assassins in the mid lane and not an assassin against a utility mage or the likes of Angela, which we are used to within Season 2. This is going to be potentially a non-stop brawling lane. And speaking of brawling, they have the likes of the Charlotte, and paired with the Kaiser and the Dolia, you are going to get that 16 seconds of just pure sponginess from the Kaiser.
Yeah, it's really insane, because if you take a look at the mobility that is offered by the RRQ lineup, it's crazy. And here we go, it's going to be, I believe, the first Sunce of today. Right, Sunce are going to be played by Zhe. I'm not sure if this is going to be the final. Is there going to be a role swap for any of these heroes at this point? But I like the idea behind LGD Malaysia's draft so far. They have good stuns, they have good sustain, but more importantly, they have excellent burst coming out. And I think it fits the bill of LGD Malaysia's aggression that they're known for.
Yeah, it's nice to see that Sunce actually comes onto the Gorge. This is something I pretty much thought that would have been a day 1 pick, because we see it so much within Chuck BR, and VKS didn't want to pick it up, and the Loops didn't pick it up, even though they are known to play this hero in that support role rather than it being in the Clash lane. Because when I was doing my little figures over the Chuck BR 24 tournament, this hero played and got a better win rate when it was as the support pick, and we already know how aggressive LGD can be, and this sits in nicely because you get that huge boat, you get that CC knock up onto the enemy team. That is just as crucial as a Zhongfei initiation or anything of the likes like a Lianpo engage as well. So not only do we have the potential brawl of the mid lane, which is already being changed up here because the mid lanes have swapped down to the farm lane because they don't want to be seeing an assassin going against assassin from the word go. They just aren't prepared for that amount of tit for tat.
Yeah, that's right. And you know, I want to build on the point that you're talking about the Sun Tzu. Right now, the moment he hits level 4, with the set sail, he's able to increase the speed of rotation. He's able to take one member along with him as well. And looks like Tia is in a little bit of trouble. Zihong looking for his food. Will not get the last hit there, but he's still looking for more.
Oh, what a bully in between the turrets.
Oh my goodness.
First blood onto Jia. So Xiong getting the first blood for LGD. We are 1 minute 17 seconds in. This is really showing that there's a different region playing right now, Kin, as we've just been used to two of the more Western teams playing in the past 2 games, and now we are seeing the Southeast Asian teams, and it's really showing in this tempo of match 1 between RRQ and LGD. Already taking 2 hits to the vitals of the kills there for LGD.
Yep, and this is the LGD Malaysia that we're all waiting for, right? So this is exactly what we had in mind for LGD's lineup. Very big aggression in the early game, and you know, one of the things that is going to be really important is the fact that the kills are going into the hands of Zihong as well as Musan King, which means they're going to have the huge amount of burst, and they do have the escape mechanisms as well.
Yeah, nothing excites me more than seeing these teams play. I mean, this region as a whole are just always bringing new flavors to whatever game they play, and it's no different in Honor of Kings. It just seems to be just so aggressive, just so showmanship as well. It's just really nice to watch, and you just don't know what to expect. You think you're going to get like, oh, okay, these are 2 teams from the same region. They may be a little bit hesitant at first, but then in true LGD fashion, the Malaysian team are just sort of like, we're not putting the brakes on for nobody. We want to be top of our group.
Yep, and if you take a look at their aggression, how they're translating it into the map control, you can see the rotations already on the top lane, and this is going to be easy for the side of LGD to kind of make a play because Sun Tzu actually in the mid lane, ready with the bolt if I'm not wrong. He does have his ultimate available, so it really is a speedy rotation once it's required for the side of LGD Malaysia.
And obviously the beautiful Legend of the Dragon skin on the Sunseer as well, just really showing the true talent of the devs of Honor of Kings, really showing those really nice, pretty, beautiful skin lines that are currently out at Honor of Kings as well. But again, we are seeing a little bit of a stalemate here right now. We saw that early game aggression. Was that a little bit of a psych phase for the LGD? Just to be like, yeah, we're not going to take it easy on you. We're just going to show you that this early game may be a little bit slower than what we showed in Punity yesterday, but don't get it twisted. We are still here, and we're still going to be hyper aggressive, like we saw the Mai Shiranui get the first blood between Tier 1 turret and Tier 2 turret. I mean, we haven't even seen anything like that just as yet within Season 2, and LGD, once again, just bringing unlimited flavor for their team.
Yep. While LGD have, you know, been very aggressive thus far, I think RRQ is matching up to their aggression quite well, right? And right off the bat, they will get the knockdown as well. It's going to be a 2 kills for nothing at the side of LGD Malaysia's hands, and this is going to be free reign for the map. Mid T1 being threatened at the same time, structural damage imminent.
Red team has destroyed a
I feel like they were waiting for you to say that, Kim, because, I mean, that was definitely not matched by the side of RRQ. I think they were caught red-handed. Those I'm like, oh yeah, big up Kim for letting us to thinking we're holding our own, and now they've just lost the second tier turret in the mid lane, and the down 4 kills as well. LGD are definitely not holding any punches, and they're definitely not looking for a 4 best of 3. That is another takedown for Nightmare in the Clash lane, and there is a fresh minion wave up there into the Clash lane's first tier turret as well. We could see LGD go for the 3rd turret. 6 minutes. This is absolute cinema.
Yeah, exactly. And I think, you know what, this is a very Asian thing, right? The moment you praise someone, they kind of mess up the entire situation. So hey, it's not my fault. I'm just trying to build them up, right? So at this point, let's take a look at the itemizations they have. right now for the Direntia, already having the Spark Forge Dagger. Gets a little bit of lifesteal with the Vampiric Scythe, and at this point, that's all he can offer, right? JR a little bit more ahead, and here we go, set sail.
Destroyed a tower.
Set sail for the course of another kill onto Nightmare, unfortunately for the side of RRQ, and they do lose another first tier turret, so that is 4 turrets to none on the side of RRQ. The only thing that's closest to being taken down is their farm lane turret, and that's just because Gia has been sitting nicely all this time for the 6 minutes in that farm lane. So this is LGD just punishing the fact that they have just been sat in their lane, thinking that they're comfortable, thinking that they are safe from this team.
Yep, and now just to highlight the main difference between the farm lanes, we see a Meteor into an Eternity Blade on JR, and that's a very scary itemization because he's not even considering about the tech speed, he's considering about the burst. Set sail going to be landed down onto Sia at this point, right? And as it stands now, it's just full on map control for the side of LGD Malaysia. I don't see how RRQ will be able to make a stance at this point because Nightmare might be caught.
Third time in a row,
it's a delete.
Nightmare.
Yep, delete button.
Yeah. Unfortunately there for RRQ, they do lose their clash lane for the 3rd time in a row. It seems like that is a consistent, that is a targeted painted on Charlotte's back, but Jing is going straight in. It's Siang that gets the kill onto Jester Effort as well, so Dolia going down. The only thing keeping Changguan alive is that airtime, but down goes Gia. Down goes 663. Bay is down. That is an ace. 7 minutes in, what is going on with this LGD? They are at the higher ground turret as well with some minions. Someone better call the Amber Lamps because I think that RRQ are going to need it. No shot they can finish this at 7 minutes 30. If they do, this is a new set time. The minions are coming around. They are going to finish. They're going to finish 7 minutes and 39 seconds. What was that?
I don't know. Someone called a doctor because LGD Malaysia is too sick at this point. Oh, that was an ill performance, man. That was out of this world because RRQ, they're shell shocked at this point. You can tell it from the eyes of the voice. First game of a best of 3 series, the last game of the day, and it ended in 7.5 minutes. I have experienced a 7.5 minutes game before. But this is different class. Like this is entirely a different realm altogether from LGD Malaysia.
I'm just checking my temperature to make sure that I'm not just seeing things, and that was a 7 minute and 39 second match, but that was just absolutely brutal on the side of LGD. The fact that I feel like the technical difficulty was probably longer than that match is just absolutely a nut statement to be made. But to be honest, the way we saw LGD play and play against Impunity yesterday, I don't think this is much as a surprise for me. Yes, we haven't seen much of RRQ. Impunity, we had a little bit of a lead up to knowing what was in store for them, but for RRQ, there was a little bit of a man with a mystery, a little bit of a cowl, and into a dark night city that there was a bit of mystery for RRQ, but unfortunately the light has been shined. They have been interrogated and completely just finished in 7 minutes and 39 seconds. Let's see what they can do for game 2, but first up is the post-game analytics.
Yep, it's difficult because at this point, JR, like I said, he skipped the Crimson Reaper, actually going for that build right across the board there. Completed the Meteor into the Eternity Blade. So he does have armor penetration, he does have the increased creep rate and creep damage as well. And to put into perspective how much difference there is, we only have the Spark Forge Dagger onto Tia along with one Vampiric Scythe. He wasn't even close. Okay, maybe a little bit close to completing the Doomsday, but what good would that have been? Because at this point, if you take a look at the difference between the supports, Zed doesn't need to have too much aggression, right? He is already tanky by nature, he does have damage, and with the set sail, he's able to get a lot of CC down onto the majority of RRQ. On the flip side, Jester F He's not naturally tanky on the Dolia. He's gonna have to need itemization before he's able to provide the heals from the Wave Breaker, HP regen and mana regen as well. So just right off the bat, early game there is a very stark difference already, and you will see right here in the damage dealt. Xiang, Musa King, and Zhihong and JR. Look at the damage they have offered as a team.
Yeah, it's definitely nothing to frown or look down upon on the side of LGD Malaysia. They have 39k on the Jing, they have 32k on the Byron, and then pretty close between the Mai and the Lady Sun, both over the 20k mark. But all that damage was being soaked onto the Byron more so than the Sun C. We were seeing that Byron was able to go in, tank the damage, and then go out, and then Sun C was just like, yo bro, just leave the fight now, just get a little bit of damage around the outsides, and I will just sponge the rest of this for you, homie, and we'll be great. We'll go through, we will barely lose anybody in that whole fight, and you can kind of see what was actually the overall deal for LGD there, because you see that Sun C and Jing both have 83% team fight rate, so being the part of that team fight participation for the support and the jungle really showed it. And again, even though that's just like a graph, that shows a pretty picture, surely.
Well, I thought the graph was going to be even steeper than what we're seeing here, because at this point, the last one of the stats that we see is that there was a 0 team fight participation from the jungler, the mid laner, and the farm lane on the side of RRQ, and it was exactly because they were just deleted of the game. And MVP, is it Musan King? Yes, it is going to be Musan King, dealing 39.2k damage in the span of 7 minutes and 39 seconds. I need you to understand how big of a damage output that is in 7.5 minutes. The games we have watched here today, majority of the time, has been at the 17 to 30 minute mark. This guy did a fifth of that damage in less than 1/4 of the time.
Absolutely. I mean, this is just absolutely a amazing feat for LGD, because I mean, they have now officially taken the quickest match in Season 2 Invitational. Will anybody else top that? I'm not too sure, but just look at these hasty engages. If it's not Sun C going in first, it's then Byron, but here it is, Set Sail, just showing how great of a turret dive potential this hero has, and why it's taken so long into day 2 for these teams to start picking up Sun C. I honestly think after today that we're going to be seeing this hero a lot more, because damn, he's kind of like Guan Yu in terms of being able to rotate the map a lot more fiercely, but at the same time, he's naturally tanky. So if you're looking for a tank, if you're looking for the speed express for Set Sail to get you across the map and then not only knock up teams and the players on the opposing teams, Sun C's your guy. Call him, give him a call.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, LGD Malaysia has taught RRQ a very huge lesson. But I think there's one more thing that they're teaching us as well. So when Shangguang uses an ultimate, right, most of the people will try to run away. LGD Malaysia didn't. They support each other. They stand in a group of 5 and say, let's spread the damage between us. So guys, if you're going to a ranked game, please learn this. When Shangguang uses the finishing stroke, join us, stand there and take the damage together. We are stronger as a team. And you know, strong team, we get the wins. And that is embodied by LGD Malaysia at this point of time. I mean, it is shell-shocking not just for RQ, it is also for us, right? Blam, I think we were kind of thinking what's going on here, because we expected LGD Malaysia to be strong, but not like invincible, because that looks like a monstrous performance where you couldn't find any cracks in the LGD Malaysia lineup.
There was just literally no like glimpse of hope or any sort of like show of RRQ being able to get back. Like, I was trying to assess it. I was trying to be like, yo, this is maybe the way they need to get in, but by the time you start thinking about that, the LG clearly have a tapped into my brain. They're kind of like, no, They don't have a way. We have a way. We are going to be there. We have 10 fingers and we have no thumbs. We have 10 fingers, no thumbs. Our fingers are going to find a way to end the game super duper quick. But I didn't realize it was going to be 7 minutes and 40 seconds quick. But considering our longest game has been on the same day, I think that's LGD sending the message to the rest of the teams. It's like, you had a 29 minutes and 15 seconds match? We'll beat you by 22 minutes. And to say that is crazy.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, the Gorge is LGD's law, right? They are the ones, you know, stating the rules, and these are the guidelines you have to operate by. And this time, they're gonna change it up a little bit more. They're gonna ban out the Dolia along with the Lady soon, and this is gonna be, you know, countered by the Arlie ban. And same, my Shiranui. We've already seen how Zhong was so potent with that in the early game. The fact that he chose to stay in the lane and continue to pressure the farm lane with the Direnjie was kind of surprising to me. It was a risk that I felt that was not worth taking for the side of Jia. Right? But nonetheless, LGD, we know their aggression, and this time they want to start the ball rolling with a Da Xiao.
As if they couldn't get any more aggressive, Ken, they go for the Chow. So are we going to see the Futsu combo here? It's only time will tell, but surely RRQ are like, nah, bro, they're not going to go for that, right? RRQ do take the Jing and the Dharma for themselves, so Dharma actually not coming across in the first game. They decide to go for Dharma this time around, whereas the Jing was in the prized possession of Musang King, giving him that MVP of game 1. So I think if you're not going to ban it, take it. Hopefully the side of RRQ can do something with it, but there it is. Not only the Futsu comes through, the Maiin as well. The human ward that we've been seeing for the rest of the day comes through on the side of LGD.
Yep, it's really scary. You know, one of the funny things is that Futsu's first skill is called Corporal Punishment. And it looks like LGD Malaysia is ready to lay the pain onto RRQ. Now, RRQ, there are some benefits to the draft as well. So far, they have the Marco Polo, so there is quite a bit of damage they can offer. But this damage only comes after he has 2 of his core items, and that's going to be the Sparkforged Dagger along with the Doomsday as well. He needs attack speed, right? So until then, Marco Polo is at risk of being taken down by the Futsu's Da Xiao combo. In the meantime, we're hoping that maybe the Jing can do a little bit more work for the side of RRQ, and maybe they can buckle the knees of the Titans in the form of LGD Malaysia.
Yeah, I mean, the Marco Polo coming through is very interesting because, again, this farm lane hero has not surfaced onto the Gorge too often in the Season 2 Invitational as of yet, because if I am correct, where is Marco Polo on my little sheeto? Where is he? Very small writing. Let's have a look. So, Marco Polo. There he is. He's currently a 12% appearance in the Season 2 Invitational and currently sitting on a very humble 0% win rate. So, RRQ not only have a huge thing on their shoulders in terms of trying to get a win for Marco Polo to get him to that 50% win rate, but to show him on the board is to get that appearance, and hopefully it's a positive appearance for themselves. But I've just looked over to LGD, and they've gone for the Lee Xin and the Butterfly. Oh my days. Butterfly is one of my favorites when I first ever started playing this game. I love Butterfly, and the fact that it's been made into the competitive scene now, I'm like, oh. But then the Dong Huang, okay, a little bit of a counter for both the Lee Xin and the Butterfly is going to be really interesting for the side of RRQ.
Yep, I like the pick of the Dong Huang. It's going to make the world's difference in terms of the draft. RRQ now have I would say, a way back into this game. At this point, for LGD Malaysia, I mean, you guys didn't see it because I'm off cam, but I was shaking my head the moment I saw the Butterfly, because Butterfly is one of the biggest menace in this game. When she gets her ultimate up, and she successfully gets a kill or an assist during that duration, her ulti resets. She gets to go over and over again with increased defenses, increased attack as well, increased movement speed, and that's a very scary notion for the likes of RRQ, because when you have to deal with a butterfly on your own, she essentially is the best candidate for a 1v5 situation for butterfly. So I have my eyes on Musang.
Yep, again, obviously going for the flashy jungle. He's clearly been listening to the English broadcast. Musang King, if you're watching, thank you, sir. We are big fans. Thank you for the flashy jungle heroes that I've been begging for since day one. But yes, again, like you said, if you could see my face, it was, my mouth was in a oval shape. I lost color in my face as well. I was kind of just like that. I feel sick. But anyway, we are seeing the Brazilian skin for the Mayin come through as well, so a little bit of a shout out to the Brazilian region there on the Mayin skin. Well played by LGD, but I like the fact that they've gone for the Dong Huang. I was really wondering when this pick was actually going to come through, and I think when they go for the butterfly, when they go for such like heavy engage, close combat heroes like they've done on the side of LGD, I feel like the Dong Huang is where he is meant to be when it comes to that. Especially, they've not only just got the butterfly, they've got the Li Xin, they've also got the Fusu as well, so plenty. Oh, first blood going over to RRQ by, so paying back a little bit dividends there, a little bit of revenge. Hello, RRQ still in it to win it.
Yep, the Indonesian representatives here looking to go for the 1v1, 1v2. Musang King, this is why everyone fears the butterfly. He's standing in front of Nightmare with the barrage of punches coming through, and he doesn't care.
Yeah, that is crazy. The fact that Dama was able to save the Jin, but then also get out itself. But here is one of the heroes. The Marco Polo combo sequence is that one ult and then two. The first skill to attack from a distance to add stacks to the enemy. And look for an opportunity to use your ultimate to deal a large amount of damage. And then use skill 2 to disengage from the fights. And you'll more than likely see it by RRQ. You will see him spinning around, having the time of his life, and hopefully dealing a lot of damage to LGD before he has to escape and retreat out of that team fight. But that is a Marco Polo for those who are farm lane mains.
Yeah, Marco Polo at this point, yeah, I think it's a tough game for him to try, right? Because there's a lot of mobility coming out from the side of LGD Malaysia, and talking about mobility, gets caught by the Sage's Might, and that's the end. Musang King, this is the reset I'm talking about, and Xiang will complete the double kill in the bot lane. Look at the recalls. I think the recall button is a little bit faulty. They have to press it a couple of times to test, you know. And RRQ, they're starting to suffer at the hands of LGD already.
Yeah, Nightmare trying to put a bit of pressure here onto the Clash lane, so at least trying to get some of that macro pressure onto the side of LGD, since that team fight down into the bot lane didn't really go in their favor, but Bay may be getting picked off there, and it is the Chow getting the kill onto Jing, but Dharma is going in onto the likes of Z, taking down Fusi, but it is not enough. We see the LGD recall and respawn straight away with Xiang taking the kill onto Bay, and then potentially there was a fault there for Angela. We could have saw Angela fall, but it was a very good play by the side of RRQ, keeping the mid lane safe, and that's all they can really hope for, is just trying to nullify these aggressive plays on the side of LGD.
Gonna try for second contract committed. They want to commit it, and yes, they will, but it takes 3 ultimates to try and deal with him.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, look at that recall from the Chow taking. It's a 2-1 trade. Double king for Musang King. He is no stranger to that double king graphic that pops upon the board every so often, and it seems more often than not for Musang King. He is the king of double kills. First Tyrant is taken down by LGD as well, so to complement straight away that double kill, they do get the first Tyrant of the game, which is only going to enhance that damage and the chain lightning from Fusu.
Yep, and it's a difficult position once again, RRQ. I think we both agree we like the draft, there is potential for it, but once again, Tia gets caught out, and it's going to be the Eye of the Whirlpool. The whole team is here.
Yes, the whole team has arrived. They have taken the Whirlpool Express on the side of LGD. Are they going to be able to claim some kills here up into the Clash lane? We are yet to be seen. The Chow has the teleport down, but it's not going to be enough. There is no need for that recall back now. We see the Li Xin is able to take the kill onto the Dong Huang, so trying to stop the butterfly right now is not a potential for RRQ within that Clash lane team fight.
Yep, and you can see them abusing the Sea of Fate already. Once again, LGD, we've already seen this gameplay by Team Secret. This time, LGD Malaysia gonna give us a glimpse of it. And it is just extremely irritating to deal with, right? If you're RRQ, you don't have anyone to kind of displace them, push them away from the Sea of Fate. You can only hope to deal burst damage and kill them before the Sea of Fate takes the members of LGD Malaysia home. And as it stands now, RRQ do not have the power to do that.
Not quite yet, but maybe they will find some way. I mean, they're only behind by 2.7k gold, which is not a lot going into the 6-minute mark, but there we go. Siang straight onto Gia, taking the Marco Polo out of that team fight, just completely nulligated it. But then we see Nightmare fall, Bay fall as well. Another double kill for Musang King in that team fight. This guy just loves the double kill. When are we going to get a penta, kid? When are we going to get a penta? A penta selfie, as they do allude to on the Hello Kitty collab.
Well, Blam, be careful of what you ask for, because Musang King is playing Butterfly, the highest potential for a penta kill. Let's take a look at what this was. Sage's Might landed down onto Jester Ref, and at this point it was just pure confusion because the fight was split into three different positions. Xiang actually focusing on Jia, while the rest of them went for the lockdown onto the remaining members of RRQ. It's just chaos and confusion, and once again Sage's Might gonna be committed, but this time I think it's a little bit too far forward for the side of LGD Malaysia. Punish for a little bit of that over-aggression.
Yes, they definitely put their foot down there on the side of LGD. They did lose 1-for-1, but however, that Dong Huang is down. So again, I do repeat my same sentiments that trying to stop the butterfly without the Dong Huang is going to be a lot harder than with the Dong Huang, because again, that suppression coming through, being one of only 2 heroes in the entire game to have suppression, him and Liang. Are great counters for Butterfly, especially when they're being as aggressive like Musang King. Already having, what is it now, 3 double kills on the board? Yes, it is. He's 6-0, baby. He is not sure of those double kills. Again, straight onto RRQ by. Again, Jing is falling down. And we are having Nightmare on the run. Is he going to have a Nightmare himself? Fuzi is there trying to take the first tier turret as Mayin is battling 1v1 with the Dharma. Oh my days. LGD taking the first tier turret, but then he's just happy to leave Mayin to just tackle the Dharma on her own. She's like, yo, bro, I've got this. You just take that turret with the Vanguard. It's all gravy.
Yep, I mean, Nightmare really embodied his theme there, because he thought he was going to be the Nightmare, and the tables were turned in an instant, and now they're going to try and defend. They need something here. They will commit the Forsaken contract. Bai gets the kill, but at this point, it's just a consolation prize, right? They will not. Oh, here we go. Musang King goes in for the rest of it. They will get the Fever Barrage just as a defensive measure, and that's something you don't want to see. Especially if you're playing on that Marco Polo, right? If you have to use it defensively, it's not a good position. It means you are very far behind in the game. And Musang King right now, it just strikes fear into the hearts of the RRQ boys, because he's so far. He's level 13. He's 2 levels ahead of everyone. 4 levels ahead of Jester F, the one person that was supposed to be able to control him.
Absolutely. The reason why this hero was banned in KIC Wildcard Qualifiers 2023, Butterfly being like 100% ban rate in that whole scene. But again, I do have to give props to RRQ. They have lasted longer than game 1. So if there is any kind of sign of improval, it is the fact that they have lasted longer than that 7 minutes and 39 seconds, which again is definitely no small feat against LGD. We are seeing a bit of an attack here on the Clash lane. Down goes the Clash lane second tier turret as well. Just RRQ trying to do everything within their utility to keep them off of those high ground turrets, because once those high ground turrets fall, it's just gonna get even harder for any sign of comeback for RRQ. Have we seen a match yet in Season 2 where it's gone all the way to the Crystal and they've managed to bring it back? No, but there is a history of it in Honor of Kings, so we're not going to call them out just yet. Hopefully, RRQ have something that they can do to bring back this goal difference and just throttle the butterfly right now. But again, Xiang is just not done. He is just waiting for that Jing to come out. Jing actually be able to escape. That is really good for the side of RRQ. They don't want their jungle to fall once again. Xiang probably having a bitter taste in his mouth, not knowing that he could get that kill. Futsu and Dao Chan here in the mid lane with Li Xin also is not looking good for RRQ. Sorry, there goes the higher ground turret on the side of RRQ. So that's down one. There is no more minion waves for now in the other respective lanes that still have a high ground turret. So for now, RRQ have a small amount of time to breathe and try and figure out something here to take down the beast that is LGD.
Yep, so they're gonna try and go for the Sage Might. Probably doesn't even need it at this point. Gonna be using a Sea of Fate to traverse back home. In the meantime, it is gonna be either Whirlpool. They will bring it back. They do successfully get a consolation prize in the form of Zilong, but that is all they're gonna get because the base is going to be barren in a little bit. Top lane, bot lane, mid lane is being threatened at the same time. Ze is just in the faces. He does not care. And here we go. It should be the end of the game. The dive is going to come in from the butterfly as well. Musang King playing with his food as well. Fever Barrage not going to be enough. There is no damage coming in from RRQ. And LGD are just too far ahead.
Too far ahead, and without a real support hero, the Fusi is down in the support lane. I don't know why. I've only just gathered that Li Xin is actually JR until that double kill came up, and I was like, oh, wait a minute. There's no range on this team, and the only one that is the range is the Chow in the mid lane, which is a crazy positioning to me. But this is LGD with their vast amount of knowledge within Honor of Kings, just showing that strats are not as black as white as the rest of the region seem to think, but they are popping off with what they got cooking here. Yes, it's not as clean as game one, but it's definitely working for LGD as they take the Shadow Overlord.
Now, I think you're missing something here, Blem. They do have a secondary long-range hero, and that's Musang King. When he uses his ultimate, he is long-range per se, and when he gets a reset, he is virtually a long-reaching arm. He's able to touch the backlines of RRQ as and when he pleases. And yeah, that will be the touch there. It is going to be a 1-for-1 trade.
1-for-1 trade, but it's not looking like it's going to settle there, is it, kid? We see RRQ take down the Futsu, but again, there is just Angela and Marco Polo just trying to keep that crystal alive. They're able to take the minions down, though. There is no minion. There's one minion in that base. Is that going to be enough for LGD to take the victory of Game 2? We see Marco Polo trying to wipe out the minion, but it's not enough. LGD wiping and finishing day 2. Day 2 now recrowned as day 2-0, because that is it, guys. 2-0 all day, every day for Honor of Kings Season 2 Invitational Day 2.
Yeah, this is a very scary day, man. I mean, we have seen the Malaysian representatives are so freaking strong. We have Team Secret, we have LGD Malaysia as well, and there is no doubt that there's going to be high expectations for our Malaysian team going into the knockout stages, as well as the Esports World Cup. Masterclass in totality from the side of LGD Malaysia.
Yes, absolutely showing their true colors there, and the fact that whatever the coach was saying, that don't fear us, we have 10 fingers. Hopefully
thank you so much, Costa. We're
here.
live back on ground here with me, Team LGD of Malaysia. Congratulations for the win just now. This confirms LGD will advance to the knockout stage and confirm their slot for EWC in the future. Now, but I'm starting off the question with Xiang. Okay, you come here. Yeah, that's easy. Xiang, 现在哦, I'm going to use Chinese first. Okay. Xiang, right now, I think a lot of the audience agree with me. LGD seems like the strongest team in this tournament. Now, if you can actually pick a team that might challenge you, might be a bit stronger for you, which team will it be? 那我感觉到，观众们还有我自己会同意，你们现在 LGD 应该是最强、最厉害的团队，在现场比赛的时候，对你来说有没有别的团队？如果给你选的话，哪一个团队对你来说可以影响到你们的比赛或者你们的成绩？
谁？
讲一个，谁玩？
对我们的冠军造成威胁了？没有，
没有，
对，
一个团队都没有，
一个都没有，
很有信心，很有信心。I like it. They're so confident. I asked them which team, any team. They said no. For now, no. 如果 EWC 呢会有吗
？EWC
也是没有，
也没有，
也是没有。If it's EWC, not at all. So Malaysia, look out for LGD. Next, do we have Jimmy? Jimmy is not here. Where's Jimmy? I cannot see. Okay, Jimmy. Okay, Jimmy. Kita cakap Melayu pula boleh?
Boleh.
Kita cakap Melayu pula. Okay, Jimmy. Jimmy kan student lagi.
Ya.
Awak university student. And then macam mana awak nak bahagi masa nak jadi pro player, nak jadi study lagi macam mana?
Actually tak jejas lah.
Tak jejas pun.
Tak jejas.
Dan bila nak tidur?
Bila nak tidur? Pukul 12.
Time dia tidur pukul 12. Sebelum tu, okay, kalau you study, biasa you study sampai pukul berapa, then you tidur pukul berapa?
Exam baru study.
Last minute ya?
Ya, last minute.
Kalau tak exam tak study? Okay, anak-anak di rumah jangan buat sedemikian. Tapi masih lagi boleh perform ya. So basically what I asked Jimmy just now, how do you balance out when you're still a university student and you being a pro player at the same time? So he said every time there's an exam he's gonna study. No exam, we play game. 12 o'clock he sleeps. So that's I think the majority of his schedule. But yeah, audience, study first. Study first, Jimmy.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna talk to Joker. Okay, now switch over to Joker. Joker, you're the coach and also the manager for the team, yes?
Yes.
Okay, kita bahasa Inggeris dulu atau bahasa Melayu ya. Tapi kan, memandangkan kita ada student juga, ada yang full time, ada yang macam full time juga, tapi dia kena balance kan. Macam mana sebagai seorang coach dengan manager, you nak make sure semua orang boleh training sama-sama tu, macam mana proses dia?
Kita akan minta itu schedule every semester, and then with the student who study, so minta dengan dia orang lah. So kita akan plan kita punya training according to their schedule. So bila dia udah belajar kan, so kita akan ada training. So sebab saya pun seorang master degree holder, so saya memang faham belajar ialah memang important punya. So study come first loh. So I know student how to say that, because if you want to become a pro player, you cannot leave your parents' support. So parents must consider about, okay, study first. You cannot conflict with the study. So if let's say parents support, so the player will play no any others. They will play very good loh.
What do you say about Jimmy say exam only study?
He talent loh.
Okay, basically, I asked the coach and manager himself, how did you manage to work around the talents or work around the players where they still have to study at the same time to balance out their pro player capability? So basically, they will pull out the schedule of their academy to make sure that it will not affect study, because he himself is a master degree holder. So I think it's pretty straightforward. Education is always going to be the first option, and make sure don't forget about your parents. You know, their support of your parents is everything in the world. But I think it's going to be good luck, all the best. The #1 team of Malaysia here right now is going to be LGD. You'll be representing Malaysia, and give it up to LGD once more, ladies and gents. We're back to the casters.
And there we have the game-winning interview with LGD Malaysia. So again, such a quick game of match 4 of game 2. And like I said, into the post-game analytics, that day 2 is day 2 and 0. What do we feel about that, Ken?
I feel great. I mean, the fact that the games are pretty clean, it also shows the teams are leveling up, right? So we're looking at more clinical gameplay, especially one that was showcased by us by LGD Malaysia. So I think we're talking about the world stage, and I think for us to be at the world stage, certain standards need to be met. And I think the coach embodies this for the side of LGD Malaysia very well. Right? Not only is he high in education, he is also very open about his support for esports as well. The important things matter, and that comes in the form of familial support and, of course, educational support. You can't just play games and not expect to not study, right? Similarly, for the pro players itself, if you're planning to be one, you have to study the game as well, right? So this time, let us allow you to study the game a little bit more as we take a look at the post-game stats. Slightly different story here, but I want to just focus on Jester F. Now, Jester F, I like the fact that they went for the Howling Wind with the original itemization going for the Crimson Shadow, right? He wanted to increase the attack speed to allow Tia to come and make full use of his itemization. At this point, he did get majority of the core items. That's going to be the Sparkforge Dagger along with the Doomsday as well as the Crimson Reaper. And of course, Frigid Charge, the last item, is to really help him survive and sustain a little bit longer anytime he gets locked down, so he will have the 12% shield onto it. At the same time, 663, I think, did a very good job of getting the Scepter of Reverberation with the Savant's Wrath and the Void Staff. All of this was to try and help to mitigate the damage and onslaught coming from LGD Malaysia. But even though the two members who are responsible for majority of the damage for RRQ managed to build themselves up to this point, if you take a look at the counterpart, Mr. Butterfly, Musan King, Axe of Torment, Cuirass of Savagery, Master Sword, Siege of Breaker, when he takes damage, he has increased movement speed, he has increased damage, he has increased damage every time he uses his skill, he has armor penetration, the list goes on. So it is really hard to play against Musan King, especially when he is a butterfly, and I'm pretty sure when you take a look at the team damage of it, damage dealt, you will see the true story there of how dominant LGD Malaysia was.
Yeah, I mean, at least RRQ was able to actually get on the damage dealt lead there this time around in game 2, as obviously the Marco Polo with the true damage comes to that 75.7k, and then obviously Angela with 54.5k, and then to be fair, Jing over that 36k mark as well. Dharma just ever so slightly behind that 30k, but a lot better performance than the game 1, and obviously it lasted longer than game 1 as well, so I feel like RRQ had a little bit more of a handle on that game. Yes, it wasn't as a confident handle as it should have been, but it was definitely an improvement on game 1. Whereas we see Musan King with the 69.2k. We even see the Chao with 62.5, topping both the Li Xin and the Futsu as well. But look at that humongous graph. It is almost like a hill on a park, and you definitely don't want to go down there crashing. You want to just be going up, 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 up like LGD were. And just look at the split of the jungle objectives. Just not a nada in sight for RRQ. It's as if LGD was like, this is mine. Just look like put their arms around the gorge and was like, nah, all this belongs to me, boy. Like just taken 2 tyrants, 1 shadow tyrant, 1 overlord, and then 1 shadow overlord. Not even needing that Tempest Dragon, because we only ever saw that once in 1 game today. But again, really well played by LGD Malaysia, looking like a very strong team in their group and going through to the group stages as well.
All right, let's take a look at the MVP of the day. I believe it should be Musan King with the butterfly. No, it's going to be Zhihong here with the Da Xiao. Look at the damage, 62.5k damage dealt. I think bought a lot of time, and with the Leaping Koi Tide actually increased the movement speed for Zhe to really just go in, get the stages, might get the lockdown, and release the corporal punishment with the heavy hits as well. So he was the enabler of the team. He saved the day a couple of times, especially all of the various Sea of Fates combined with the Eye of the Whirlpool. Every single time it thought that, hey, RRQ can turn this around, Zhihong said no.
Absolutely, and we're seeing here some of those fantastic teleports there. Again, for the Futsu to go back into base and then just travel back with the ultimate of the Chao, thanks to the Whirlpool. But we were seeing some kills on the board for RRQ, and some kills when there was coming through for the Chao. It was really confusing. It's like, why is this hero doing so much damage? And then we realized halfway through the game, we had a mid lane the Chao come through rather than a support. And again, we saw some kills on the board for RRQ, which I feel like is definitely an improvement, what they need for not only mental, but preparation going through to the next game. But Musang King was the king of double kills in game 2. I'm sure he only finished on the 3, but I wouldn't be surprised if he managed to get another one somewhere. Just sneak it in. But I know JR was able to get a double kill as well, so double kills across the board for LGD in game 2. A lot more kills there compared to game 1, because obviously it lasted longer than game 1 as well. But again, RRQ are going to go against Impunity tomorrow to hopefully try and lock in their second place in Group D. But they have a lot of preparing, and I think they've just come across the biggest hurdle yet, and it is definitely LGD Malaysia.
Yeah, so let's take a look at what's gonna be happening for the rest of the groups. This is the latest update now. Group A, we have Team Vitality and Vivo Key Stars, VKS, topping the table. They are on track to be the 2 teams that will be sent over to the EWC. On the other end, Group B here, we have Loops and All Gamers Global also securing the top 2 spots for Group B to traverse over towards the EWC qualifiers. EWC, and of course we will be moving on to Group C and D. Now, we have seen some monstrous gameplay, and I think one of the things that we need to keep our eyes on is Group A, because there could potentially be some changes in the way that this table is looking in the next couple of days.
Absolutely, and here is Group C and Group D. Team Secret at top with 4 points, and then neither Kigindra or Osiris actually gained any points on the board because they weren't able to take a 2-1. But then you look at LGD, they were able to get the 4 points on the board as well. I just don't think that's updated correctly, because, yep, there we go. Lovely bit of update there straight on the broadcast, but Impunity and RRQ are going to have to battle it out tomorrow. It's the last match of tomorrow where we find out who's going to be second place in Group D. But like Kin said, there's still a lot of wiggle room around in that Group A to come, because a lot of the next 2 days matches is all basically Group A. Because we've got Boom Esports against Team Vitality, and then we've got Vivo Keystars against Foot Esports tomorrow, and then on the final group stage day, you've got Vivo Keystars against Team Vitality, and then Boom against Foot. So still plenty of places for that to be ruminating, and those stand-ins to be completely shattered.
All right, so there are huge games for Group A. There's a lot of potential changes, like I mentioned. I think that's something that's going to really put the excitement in the games itself. Now, thank you for joining us today. It has been, I wouldn't say a long day. It was a pretty quick day. It was all 2-0 across the board, and so it's a very clean one. Now, if you're looking to achieve an even cleaner gameplay, I think you can take a look at our new upcoming hero, and that's going to be Yao, who's going to be coming on the 2nd of July, the Shining Star, that perhaps could change the trajectory of your ranked games, where you will be able to acquire more stars than what you thought you had.
Either that, or it'll be what happens to Kid every so often, where he goes on a losing streak thanks to the new hero, and it's not necessarily his fault. Somebody on his team could be picking that hero, and they don't know what to do. So let's not. If you see Kid in game, don't troll him. He's having a hard time right now within the ranks. So just play him safe. Give him some love and support. He needs it. He needs it. But yes, it has been such a fast day, like you say, Kin. The amount of 2-0s today, I couldn't believe it. That day 2 is going to be the day of 2-0s. Hey, maybe tomorrow for you and Hauler, it's going to be a day of complete threes, best of threes, because it being the third day of the group stages, and we like the maths to math. With obviously the matches tomorrow, there could be a few upsets and a few best of threes in there. I think there is a lot of potential with tomorrow's matchups, which we'll be showing you very, very soon. But again, just to reiterate on today, we've seen some of the teams that didn't play yesterday for the first time, like Team Vitality, taking it again, a precise 2-0 victory from Foot Esports, which, going into it and seeing these teams just all on paper, you thought, okay, Foot Esports did quite well within Season 1. Maybe they'll have a little bit more of an upset for Team Vitality. But unfortunately for Foot Esports, there was not that. That wasn't the case, basically. But here we are for tomorrow's games. If you just want to run through them, Kin, since you will be here and I won't.
Alright, so we will be introducing the day with Boom Esports going up against Team Vitality. We have our representatives from the Philippines going up against the French representatives at 3 o'clock. Now, bear in mind, this is GMT +8. So besides that, moving on, we'll be watching Isurus going up against Kagendra. This is going to be a huge one because this decides the final positioning of the table for their group. And right after that, we will have the all-star team Vivo Key Stars, VKS, this time pitting their likes and strengths against Foot Esports. Hopefully looking for some redemption against the Brazilian Kings here. And we're going to end the day off with RRQ going up against Impunity Esports. This is going to be a banger of the last match of the day, because this is going to decide who is going to follow LGD Malaysia and have a chance at fixing what they lost today and acquiring what they want to see at the end of the day, which is to make it out into the top 8, bring it all the way to EWC, and a Cinderella story maybe of winning it all.
I mean, you talk about Cinderella story, but a lot of these teams sold their shoes into those late games, so I'm pretty sure Cinderella was looking for a shoe, not looking to sell the shoe for another item. So, again, let's see if these teams are going to be a Cinderella story all the way through. But, again, we are going to be looking at, again, the Esports Award shout out here. So again, if you are a fan of Honor of Kings and have been a fan over the past 2 days and a fan of the previous tournaments that have been before this grand stage, please make sure you go and vote for Honor of Kings at esportsawards.com. Again, supporting the scene just means that it's going to be here for longer and bigger. So again, thank you very much, guys. Please do go and vote. And obviously, you don't get to unlock any skins, but you get Blam's love.
Oh, well, as well as mine. So at this point, I think it's been a very clean 2 days, right? I think first day, there was a lot of action. We ended the day with a banger of a series. And this time, I think all 4 games today have been a banger of a series all the way, right? Regardless whether it's a 2-0 or not, I think we have seen that a lot of these teams are starting to show up and say, and make a statement that they're ready to step into the global stage, which is the Esports World Cup. So I think you will agree with me, Blam. So we'll see about the games tomorrow because, like I said, I think it's really the shakeup for Group A that I'm really curious about.
Absolutely, yes. So it'll be goodbye for me for at least 24 hours, but I'll be back on day 4 tomorrow. Kin will be back with Hauler, so somebody, another caster you may be very familiar with. But again, thanks for having me on the stage. It's been a pleasure, Kin, and we are going to be signing out now for Honor of Kings Season 2 Invitational, Day 2. I've been Blam, and with me has been Kin. So take it easy. Bye now.
Yep, I think we need to be on camera for a little bit more. so I'm gonna take this chance to let's have a chit chat about a more casual session, right? It's been all seriousness and all about the professional side. So maybe we can tone it down a little bit more candid interviews at this point. So you know what? I think we missed one of the things. I really wanted to talk about this. I would like to say hi to Choo Choo. We have not addressed Choo Choo today at all since day 1 and day 2. And I have to say it's really impressive, right? Yes, it's kind of a new entry to me for Honor of Kings Invitationals. So I hope to see more, Choo Choo. I really love your introductions. Now, this is going to bring us towards the end of the day. I hope you enjoyed what you have seen so far with the standards and the qualities of the teams. And this will be the end of the both of us for the day, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Take it easy.
Sweat and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers, dark to light. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. Stranger to the fallout, it's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon. Blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback in this world. free from the night. You know we made it out, we found the light. I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new vibrant world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Now I see that I got everything I need. It's alright, I'm on fire.
Ente udahan ya udah. Thank you guys yang nonton, bye.